Hello, Khushamded and Swagat. Thank you for tuning into the second edition of Dynamic 365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp today. We hope and pray that you and your loved ones are safe during these challenging times. We welcome you all to this broadcast organized by the Pakistan User Group. Pakistan User Group is a community created with an intention to provide a pivotal platform for the country's IT professionals, entrepreneurs, business application users, and students to collaborate on upskilling, effective networking, and other areas of common interest, adding value for a growth centric skilled industry.
D365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp is a recurring event targeting to promote upskilling in Microsoft technologies and aims to eliminate language barriers to learning.
The event hosts a diverse array of industry-leading speakers covering the greatest and the latest of Microsoft product and platforms such as Dynamics 365 ERP applications, customer engagement, Microsoft Power Platform, Azure, artificial intelligence, and beyond.
This community-led event welcomes participants from around the globe. We offer content in English, Urdu, and Hindi languages.
This year, Bootcamp will be a 3-day event with 70 plus speakers participating from more than 10 different countries across the globe. Bootcamp session will cover a range of Microsoft products. Our speakers and share their key knowledge and experience on a variety of topics.
This will be a great learning opportunity for IT professionals, client application users, and our students who are ready to embark their career journeys in Microsoft technologies.
We are so thankful to our wonderful speakers, Microsoft MVPs, and Microsoft professionals for submitting their insightful sessions, as without them, this event would not have been possible.
I'm really thankful to all our sponsors as Group Group, Massive Global, and Barhead Solutions, who have supported us in the overall planning and execution of this event.
And last but not the least, thank you to our amazing teams of community leaders and volunteers who managed this event, working tirelessly over the past few months.
Hi Amna, you're live now.
Assalamualaikum. Welcome to the third day of Pakistan User Group उर्दू हिंदी बूट कैंप। आपको जैसे भी होता ही है कि हमारे 3 दिन का शो है ये, और हम लोगों के फर्स्ट 2 सेशंस बहुत अच्छे गुजरे। हम लोगों के डिफरेंट ट्रैक्स पे सारे प्रोग्राम्स हुए थे, कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एज्योर, कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट, फाइनेंस एंड ऑपरेशंस। तो आज हमारा थर्ड डे है और उम्मीद है कि हमारे आज के सेशंस भी बहुत अच्छे होंगे इंशाल्लाह। आज की शो की स्पेशलिटी ये है कि हमारे पास आज यूथ को हम लोग रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे और हमारे सेशंस यूथ से स्टार्ट होंगे। वी हैव विद अस आवर वेरी लिटिल ऑर्गेनाइजर टुडे, आवर पाकिस्तान यूजर ग्रुप्स यूथ ऑर्गेनाइजर सफ़ा खान।
Hello everyone, I am Safa Khan and today I am here with a great motivating story for kids. But before that, let me share some facts today. 27.5% of women are contributing to the technology sector, and I believe this number will only grow, and I am sure after hearing our today's speaker session by Zara and Zenobia, you guys will believe it too. So without any further ado, let's invite Zara and Zenobia. And guys, rock the stage.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. How are you guys? How are you, Safa?
Good, alhamdulillah.
Well, so fine.
What do you have with us, Zara and Zenobia?
Huh?
What do you have for us, Zara and Zenobia?
Oh, we will be presenting on the Power Platform, and we'll share about what it is and how many certifications it has and all of that stuff.
That's great. So I think let's get started.
Can you see our screen? Can you see our screen?
Yes,
Hello?
all good.
Okay. अस्सलाम वालेकुम एंड आदाब। मेरा नाम ज़नूबिया है और मैं आज प्रेजेंट करूंगी अपनी ट्विन सिस्टर ज़ारा के साथ एक ज़बरदस्त टेक्नोलॉजी जिसका नाम है पावर प्लेटफॉर्म। We are 10 years old and are the world's youngest power platform and Azure AI certified professionals. हमें माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज बहुत पसंद है, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा हमें पसंद है पावर प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में बात करना और पावर प्लेटफॉर्म को शेयर करना आप सबके साथ। तो आज के इस सेशन में we will talk about how we started and we will take a short trip back to our memory lane to share about how we learned about Power Platform and got hooked to it. Next, I will share about Power Platform and what its capabilities are. Oh, and don't worry, because if you don't know what it is, I'll make sure I cover everything. Then I will pass it to Zara, who will explain how many certifications are available and what they are. She will also walk you through the many study guides and labs which can help you prepare for the many certifications. और हाँ, जाने से पहले आपको एक फन ऐप भी बनाना सिखाऊंगी, so stay tuned. तो शुरू करते हैं सबसे पहले a short story of twin sisters. Let me take you back to September 2019 while during our semester break we started reading books about computers. This interest grew further and we started learning JavaScripting and started to get ideas about programming. सब बिल्कुल ठीक जा रहा था, लेकिन फिर COVID-19 happened and we got stuck in home with lots of free time. We started searching websites and learning more about programming. We also became aware of Power Platform for the very first time. We started watching videos on it and started to really like it. हम लोग लर्न करते रहे दिसंबर 2020 तक, जब हमारी मम्मा ने मोटिवेट किया हमें PL900 के एग्जाम को लेने के लिए. We prepared using Microsoft Learn and practiced a lot of labs. And we also took the exam while we were really scared, but all ended well as we became MCP. So हम लोगों ने 3 चीजें learn करी थी in our journey to Power Platform. The first thing was that there are many sources of content like Microsoft Docs and YouTube, and they're enough to prepare you for any type of certification. दूसरी चीज थी है वो कि that we have learned that sometimes only reading and watching doesn't help as much as practicing does, because when you practice you have an idea yourself that how the specific experience works, how it looks like, what to do in it, and that sort of thing. The third thing was setting sights on high goals. I know this might sound a bit philosophical, but when you set high goals you're more likely to accomplish them than when you set small goals. So always think big and aim big. So what is Power Platform? Power Platform क्या है? Well, Power Platform is a Microsoft low-code, no-code platform designed to facilitate app development for users who may not have a programming background. For example, students, business professionals, or even teachers. मतलब कोई भी जिसको वर्ड, पावर पॉइंट और एक्सेल आता है वो पावर प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज करके बहुत अच्छे सॉल्यूशंस बना सकता है और उसको कोई भी प्रोग्रामिंग एक्सपीरियंस की जरूरत नहीं होगी. है ना अमेजिंग बात? तो पावर प्लेटफॉर्म के 4 की सर्विसेज हैं. यू कैन एनालाइज योर डेटा विद पावर BI, you can automate your process, you can automate your workflows and business and communications with Power Automate and Power Virtual Agents, and then act on it by building new experiences around your data and business processes with Power Apps. Power Platform can access data from 3 main shared services, which are Dataverse, a service which allows you to securely store your data in tables and columns; data connectors, which allow you to connect to multiple sources and get different experiences; And my favorite, AI Builder, which allows you to give a magical artificial intelligence experience in your apps and flows. You can access everything made in this platform by Microsoft Teams, handheld mobile devices, and the traditional, most commonly known desktop experience. Now, I'm going to deep dive into each and every one of these services and explain them thoroughly. The Power Apps is one of the four services I mentioned, and it's the world's most complete low code platform. It allows you to create apps, entities, and even AI enabled apps. पहले हैं Canvas apps, which allow you to create mobile and tablet first experience apps. So think of apps that need to run on your mobile, need to use camera or location services, and require a lot of custom look and feel. Next are model-driven apps, which are more for a business need and are less customizable because they let you focus on the business problem and manage the user experience and interface by themselves. तो ऐसे apps का सोचें जो require करते हैं बहुत complex business processes, many different departments to work on, and they're centered to data. And last but not least are power portals, जो बिल्कुल websites की तरह हैं. They even have their own URL. They're meant for users not just from your organization, but from outside as well. So think of apps that use your customers who want. So think of apps that when your customer use your product, they want to lodge complaint or provide feedback or even track delivery. There are many examples of Power Apps that you can build. Some of the professional ones have even their templates available, so as a consumer, you can learn how to adopt them. Now, for the audience who are not professional like us, we can build apps for personal productivity and fun. For example, आप गेम ऐप्स बना सकते हैं, जैसे क्विज ऐप है और टिक टैक टो का गेम है और क्रॉसवर्ड्स हैं, तो आप खुद के खेलने के लिए बना सकते हैं. Then you can make bookkeeping apps, जैसे आप एक्सपेंस को कैप्चर करने के लिए और कैलकुलेट करने के लिए एप्स बना सकते हैं, या तो फिर बुक को काउंट करने के लिए और रेटिंग देने के लिए एप्स बना सकते हैं. And you can even create apps like an agenda app in which you can create questions and edit them to see if you have done them or not. आप सिचुएशनल एप्स भी बना सकते हैं, जैसे कि ज़ारा ने अपना एलर्जी डिटेक्टर बनाया था अपनी दोस्त के लिए, जो बारकोड स्कैन करके प्रोडक्ट के इंग्रेडिएंट्स के अंदर देखता है कि अगर आपकी एलर्जी लिस्ट में से इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं उसके अंदर, और फिर वो आपको अलर्ट कर देता है कि अगर आप प्रोडक्ट को यूज़ कर सकते हैं या तो फिर नहीं यूज़ कर सकते. तो before ending my session, I will also share how to build a quiz app in few minutes using Power Platform. तो अब Power Automate के बारे में बात करते हैं. Power Automate is an automation service that allows us to create flows for things we shouldn't waste time on. For example, we know that every time homework is assigned, students should receive an email, right? And when the student submits the homework, the teacher should get a notification. है ना? So why do the informing part manually when you can assign Power Automate to do so? There are many types of flows, including automate flows, instant flows, and other flows. But the best thing is that you can create flows attached to Power Apps. So in Power Apps, you can connect a button or a label, and every time you press it, the flow will run. Now let's talk about the templates and examples. Just like Power Apps, Power Automate also आता है बहुत सारे pre-built templates के साथ जो आप यूज कर सकते हैं अपनी बिजनेस प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लिए. तो सिंस हमारे पास थोड़ा सा टाइम है, हम लोग पावर बीआई और पावर वर्चुअल एजेंट्स एक साथ एक्सप्लेन करूंगी मैं. So Power BI is business analytics. It can do lots of things for you, like summary reports for your product sales, recognize trends in your customers, and it can also create cool visualizations of your company's data. Next is Power Virtual Agents, which is lots of chatbots. तो Power Virtual Agents के अंदर आप बहुत सारे chatbots बना सकते हैं, including chatbots for answering customer questions, making reservations of dinner table using WhatsApp or Facebook, and even providing technical support to users in your company. Power Virtual Agents की बहुत सारे channels हैं, including WhatsApp and Facebook, with which you can create your chatbot and place your chatbot in them so that it's a better user experience. You can also put your chatbot into Power Portals for a better user experience. तो जैसे कि मैंने बताया है मैं क्विज ऐप बनाना सिखाऊंगी, तो वो मैं इस डेमो में कवर करने जा रही हूँ। जो एक चीज़ मैं इस डेमो में नहीं कवर करूंगी वो है हाउ टू साइन अप फॉर फ्री ट्रायल। उसके लिए आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू गो टू द लिंक आई एम शेयरिंग। तो अब हम लोग शुरू करते हैं। The first action you need to do here is prepare a data source for quiz questions. Here I have used our favorite Excel as a data source and created a table in Excel with these simple columns. The correct answer column is going to be used for validation of answers, whereas the quiz column is going to help us define our quizzes. I have made two quizzes, पहला about Pakistan और दूसरा about Power Platform. और मैं knowledge test लूंगी end में, तो be prepared. Now let's move to Power App Studio and start working. So now we're going to go and create a new Canvas app. We're going to name it Quiz App since it's a quiz. Notice that there are two formats, tablet and phone. Now I'm going to click Create and it will take us to the Power App Studio where we're going to create our app. Next step is we're going to add our data from OneDrive for Business. Now we're going to search up OneDrive and I'll see my connection available. So I'll click it and I'll see my Excel file and I'll choose it along with my table. So now this is the studio where we're going to create our app. Now we will create a gallery. And now we're going to resize it. And notice the first thing it asks me is what its data source is. तो अब मैं ऐड करूंगी एक label for quiz questions. Notice it already goes to a field from the table. Though it's not the one I want, so I will change it to this item questions. So I can see my questions available and I can see what they are. Now I'm going to put in a filter formula in its item property because as I said just now, I have two quizzes. Right now I want the Power Platform one. So this is where our quiz column comes in. This is going to help us define our quizzes. So let's say you create 4 quizzes, then you can use this to define it in every single screen or your quiz. And as you can see, the questions are automatically filtered for me. I'm going to resize it so that I can see the question properly. And notice that in each row, I don't have to do it again and again. It's already doing it for me. Now I'm going to resize the gallery and place the radio buttons from the Insert tab so that I can have answer options. I'm going to put in the simple formula in its items so I can get all of my answer options. So I'm going to place in all of my answer fields and now they're visible and they're already filtered for me. I'm going to resize the radio so that it can fit the answers. And I'm also going to resize the gallery a bit. And voila, it's already there. Now I'm going to add 2 labels. पहला वाला direct करेगा user को correct answer को. So now I'm going to have no formula in it. I'm just going to write it in text. This is going to direct the user to the correct answer. I'm also going to beautify it a bit. And notice that it has all of the same options as Word and PowerPoint. So I'm going to change its size a bit. And now I'm going to add another label, which is going to be the correct answer. So that even though I got it wrong, I'll see that which one is correct and maybe I'll get it correct next time. Now I'm going to change it to this item.correct answer. And there's a correct answer. Now I will add an icon to mark my answer as correct. So I'm going to fit it in the screen so that it's visible. और अब मैं इसकी विजिबिलिटी प्रॉपर्टी के ऊपर एक फॉर्मूला डालूंगी ताकि ये सिर्फ जब विजिबल होएगा जब रेडियो में सेलेक्टेड वैल्यू करेक्ट आंसर की सेम की तरह हो. So right now my radio is not selected, so I don't think it'll be seen. Now I'm going to type in the formula. It's a very easy formula, and notice that I don't have to do any complex formula or write any complex line of code. And now that I have not selected anything in my radio, I cannot see my icon. Now I will add another label. I will add another icon so that every time my correct answer one is not visible, I can see this one instead. So I'm going to have the same formula in its visibility property, except that it's going to be anything other than the correct answer because we don't want to see them together, right? So I'm going to put in the same formula. And now I will only see it if it's anything other than the correct formula. For example, like Power BI, if I write in the first one, or Power Automate or Power Virtual Agents, then the correct answer one will not be displayed and the wrong icon will be. Now I'm going to add two buttons because I don't want to see the answer when I'm doing my quiz because then I can easily cheat, right? And I don't want to cheat. I want to test myself. So I'm going to resize the button to fit the screen. And then on its onSelect property, I will put in a set formula which will set the variable show answers to true. So now when I press this, I can see my answers. I have done the same thing with my other button, just that I've changed it to show answers to false instead. So when I press that button, the labels and the marking icons will disappear. Now I'm going to type in the formula so that I can see them when they're correct or false. और जब मैं हाइड आंसर का प्रेस करूं बटन तो फिर ये नहीं नजर आए. I'm going to do the same thing with the other icon so that I can see them. I can not see them at the same time, but when they're correct or wrong, then I can see them. I'm going to do the same thing with my labels, but it's just going to be show answers to true. So when I press the show answers button, then I can see them, and when I press hide answers, I can't. I'm going to do the same with both of the labels since I want to see them at the same time. Now I have duplicated the screen and made the necessary changes, and now I will add a filter. Remember I told you that I had a Pakistan one too? So I'm going to type in that. And notice that if I have even a space issue, or if I have the wrong amount of spaces, then it won't be seen. तो अब मेरे आंसर्स और क्वेश्चंस आ गए हैं और अब मैं दो बटन डालूंगी ताकि आई कैन नेविगेट टू द स्क्रीन्स क्योंकि अगर I'm not going to be able to navigate to them, then how am I even going to play my quiz, right? तो अब मैं navigate का फॉर्मूला डालूंगी और मैं अपनी पावर प्लेटफॉर्म की स्क्रीन के ताकि मैं अपनी पावर प्लेटफॉर्म की स्क्रीन के ऊपर नेविगेट कर पाऊँ. I have done the same with the Pakistan button, just that it's the screen name is going to be Pakistan screen instead of the Power Platform screen. Now I'm going to show you guys a live demonstration of the app. So as you can see, it's the same app that I made. And now अब मैं play करूँगी. तो आप लोग भी इसके अंदर आंसर्स कर सकते हैं ताकि आप लोग अपना एडमिट स्कोर भी चेक कर लें. You can type your answers in the chat box. What would you use if you have to create input app? Now I'm going to do the last one wrongly. So let's say dashboards and reports. And now let's see my answers. And see, I already got my cancel icon and my correct answer. And it's already telling me what the correct answer is. तो अब ऐसे आप भी अपने मज़े की गेम बना सकते हैं अपने मज़े के लिए और अपना टाइम यूज़ करने के लिए. So let's go back to the presentation. Before I hand over to Zara, I want to share this decision flow. So I know it could be complex to sometimes decide which app you want to make or which app you should choose. So I found this decision tree created by Chris Huntingford quite useful. Now I'm sharing this link here for you to use this decision flow next time you need an app requirement. Now handing over to Zara now. Hope you have enjoyed the session so far. शुक्रिया ज़नबिया, बहुत अच्छा सेशन दिया है और स्पेशली बहुत अच्छा डेमो. I am sure those who have not used Power Platform before would have found the session useful. Now, let me take the session forward and cover the remaining topics. अस्सलाम वालेकुम और मेरा नाम ज़ारा है. मैं बात करूंगी आप लोगों के साथ कि कौन सी सर्टिफिकेशंस अवेलेबल हैं और कैसे आप प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं. Let me begin with explaining the different levels of certifications available today. 3 certification levels हैं Microsoft के जो आप you can go through. सबसे पहला fundamentals है, the second is the associate, and the third level is the expert. The fundamentals is for people who have just got started with any certification. The associate is for people who have completed the fundamentals and for people who have had at least 2 years of comprehensive working experience with good learning. The expert is for people who have completed both the fundamentals and the associate with deep technical learning and organized working skills. It's also the last and the most respectable level of all the certifications. Now I'll explain to you the different certifications of the Power Platform in Microsoft. इसके 5 certifications हैं, starting from Power Platform Fundamentals and ending with Power Platform Solutions Architect. Power Platform Fundamentals बेस एग्जाम है और बहुत आसान है अगर आप लोगों ने ऑलरेडी इसको पढ़ा हुआ है. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप दूसरे एग्जाम को पास करें तो आपको ये एग्जाम कंप्लीट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. The candidates for PL 100 envisions and creates solutions to simplify and automate tasks and process themselves and their teams. They have to understand the data they're working with, the issues that they need to resolve, and the required processes and app experiences. For candidates for PL 200 exam, perform discovery, capture requirements, engage subject matter experts and stakeholders, translate requirements, and configure Power Platform-based solutions and apps. They create application enhancements, custom user experiences, system integrations, data conversions, and custom process automations, and custom visualizations. Candidates for PL 400 implement components of a solution, including application enhancements, custom user experiences, system integrations, data conversions, custom process automation, and custom visualizations. PL 600 सबसे हाईएस्ट एग्जाम है और लास्ट भी है. This exam tests your ability to manage solutions and act as overall responsible for designing, deploying, and architecting Power Platform-based solutions. I hope this has clarified the available list of the certifications. अब ये क्वेश्चन है कि कौन जाएगा कौन सी सर्टिफिकेशंस के लिए. हम लोग इन सर्टिफिकेशंस को मैप करते हैं और चेक करते हैं कि कौन सी वेरियस रोल्स हैं जो इस सर्टिफिकेशंस को जाएंगे. तो बहुत सारे रोल्स हैं that would use Power Platform and leverage its great capabilities. However, मैं सिंपली अभी 3 के बारे में बात करूंगी जो बहुत कॉमन है. If you are a business user, then you would have to get together with other business users from every department of your organization, and you'd have to be able to enhance personal or colleagues' productivity, and you would be recommended to go for the Power Platform Fundamentals, which is the basic exam. If you are a citizen developer, then you would have to participate, orchestrate, and digitize business processes from your department, business unit, or organization using Power Platform. And you will be recommended to go for both the Power Platform Fundamentals and the Power Platform Functional Consultant or the Power Platform App Maker. If you are a pro developer, then you will have to lead, deliver, and deploy enterprise-wide solutions. And you would be recommended to go for all the 3 certifications. अब जो दूसरी चीज़ मैं बारे में बात करूंगी कि आप कैसे प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं इन सर्टिफिकेशंस के लिए और कौन सी अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेज हैं. बहुत सारी अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेज हैं जो आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं. रोल बेस्ड ट्रैक्स हैं अवेलेबल विद MS Learn जिनके अंदर आप सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं अपना रोल या जो असाइंड है या जो आप काम करना चाहते हैं एज, और आपको एक ट्रेनिंग ट्रैक फॉर फ्री मिल जाएगा. एक डेडिकेटेड पावर प्लेटफॉर्म यूट्यूब चैनल है जिसके अंदर आप सारी लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स मिल सकती हैं आपको और सारी ट्रेनिंग वीडियोस भी मिल सकती हैं. एक डेडिकेटेड क्लाउड ब्लॉग वेबसाइट भी है जो लिस्ट करता है सारी रिसोर्सेज और लैब्स जो अभी मैं बाद में डिस्कस करूंगी. और फाइनली माइक्रोसॉफ्ट इवेंट्स जिसके अंदर आप फ्री फंडामेंटल ट्रेनिंग सेशंस ढूंढ सकते हैं. इस सेशन के अंदर मैं सिर्फ लैब्स के ऊपर फोकस करूंगी जो अवेलेबल हैं. इनके अंदर सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट लैब्स हैं जो आई हाई रिकमेंड एवरीवन टू एग्जीक्यूट. ये सिर्फ बिगिनर्स के लिए नहीं है, ये सीनियर प्रोफेशनल्स के भी रिकमेंडेड है. सो बिगिनर्स के लिए मैं रिकमेंड करूंगी ऐप इन आवर जो एक्सप्लेन करता है हाउ टू क्रिएट अ सिंपल कैनवस ऐप. और मैं ऐप इन अ डे भी रिकमेंड करूंगी which shows how to build a simple device ordering solution using various Power Platform services. Advanced labs भी हैं such as RPA in a day, AI Builder in a day, Power Virtual Agents in a day, and Admin in a day. लेकिन बाद में मैं AI Builder के बारे में बताऊंगी. Let's look at the content of my favorite lab, App in a Day. इस लैब ने मेरी बहुत हेल्प करी थी in understanding the services of Power Platform. So again, I would encourage everyone to download the lab content and practice it. App in a Day is a beginner level lab for you to get a hands-on experience with the Microsoft Power Platform. This lab includes a step-by-step instructions to build a nice device ordering solution within a day. This lab is nicely designed to have a business problem like device ordering, tracking shipment, and automating approvals. And it also allows us to experience solving these problems using Power Platform and its great capabilities. या आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं इसका कंटेंट फ्रॉम aka.ms/appinaday। इस पैकेज के अंदर 4 मॉड्यूल गाइड्स हैं और कंप्लीट एप्लीकेशंस भी हैं। The purpose of this lab document is to guide you with each and every step required to build a simple device ordering solution. आप कंप्लीट मॉड्यूल्स यूज कर सकते हैं वेरीफाई करने के लिए या ट्रबल शूट करने के लिए इफ यू आर स्टक एट एनी स्टेप। अब ये नोटिस करें कि this lab covers Canvas apps, Dataverse, model-driven apps, and Power Automate cloud flows. इसका ये मतलब है कि this is an excellent resource to bring you the complete Power Platform experience. Let's have a look at the content of the lab. जो पहला lab, it will ask us to create the first app that the lab will ask us to create is going to be the device ordering app. This app will use the gallery control both vertically and horizontally with images. It will also create a filter based on the input. So if I select any company, for example, it will show me the devices accordingly. It also uses the collection to capture selected records and to compare. It showcases the ability to use forms, which will help us in capturing the new order records. It will also showcase the device's details. Also, notice that this module uses the data connector of Office to get the approval details. Power Apps वैसे apps में आता है जैसे PowerPoint के ऊपर slides बनाते हैं हम लोग। इस मॉड्यूल के अंदर I learned how to display a successful order submission form and use a connector. इसके बाद आता है my favorite part of the lab. It involves the favorite service from Power Platform, Power Automate. The lab will guide you to create a cloud flow, which will automatically send an approval every time a new order is created. The flow uses the connectors of approvals, Dataverse, Office Outlook, and helps us automate approval processes. Now let's test it and see how it works. So again, Power Automate builds flows just like you build from Power Apps. Drag and drop. We're going to use a recently used trigger. अब हमें इसकी थोड़ी देर लगेगी रन करने के लिए flow, so we have to be patient. So as you can see, the first step was a success. Now it's running the second. So as you can see, it is waiting for an approval. So let's check if I got it on Outlook. And look, I received it just as expected. It's amazing how you can connect and you can get an email on Outlook when it's on Power Apps. Isn't it amazing? Let's approve it. By the end of this lab, you'll be fully aware of how to build a Canvas app, a model-driven app, how to build a table, and how to use connectors in Power Automate. This lab really helped me in getting hands-on experience as well as knowledge of Power Platform. अब मैं AI बिल्डर के अंदर मूव ऑन करूंगी और देखेंगे कि कौन सी लैब्स हैं और क्या करते हैं. This lab is based on AI Builder and helps you to build models using AI Builder capabilities. It also uses user will experience working with AI Builder, training models using images and other data, and using these models in Power Apps or Power Automate. So there are 5 lab scripts starting from binary classification, which is also known as prediction, and ending with form processing. Binary classification is basically just prediction which is using historical data to predict future outcomes. Object detection detects objects on the screen and coordinates them. Business card reader reads the business card for information and key details. Text classification classifies different types of text on the document. Form processing identifies the structure of documents based on the training data. हम लोग बाद में फॉर्म प्रोसेसिंग को एज एन एग्जाम्पल यूज करेंगे और क्रिएट करेंगे एक अच्छा सा मॉडल. In this model, the user will be able to train the form processing model to read details from an invoice like this and experience getting the data out in Power Apps. Let's switch to the Power Apps Studio and see how this can be done using the lab script instructions. The first step is to create the model. We're going to select form processing and give it a name. It will come to this series of steps, so we'll finish them in order, starting with the fields we want to tag in the invoice documents. We'll add the relevant fields so we can use them to tag in the next steps. This will take some time, so let's fast forward to the next step. We're going to add the final field and move on to the next step, which is to add the table. You can name the table anything you like. For right now, it's going to be table 1. So as you can see, each table needs at least one column. We're going to give it at least 4 different columns, which is going to be item, quantity, rate, and lastly, amount. The next step in the series is to add the documents. This is where you prepare the training data for the model. For a machine learning enthusiast, this is a supervised learning example. And as you can see, the lab asks you to download both training invoices and testing invoices. एक keynote ये होएगा कि you need at least 5 documents to make sure that your model can be trained. Let's analyze it. If you see an error like this, you have to click retry so that you get all your fields. One by one, we're going to tag all of them, such as the invoice, date, the due date, the balance due, subtotal, tax, shipping, and the total. We also have to select the company it's from. अब हम इस इनवॉइस में जो सब टेबल है उसकी कॉलम्स को हम लोग टैग करेंगे. ये सब आप AI बिल्डर इन अ डे में स्टेप बाय स्टेप लर्न कर सकते हैं. So since we have short time, मैंने already टैग कर लिया है and टैग करने हैं सारे documents. So if you're done, you can press next. अब ये हमारी सारी fields शो करेगा और कितने documents हमारे पास हैं. We're going to select train to train the model. हर AI model को हमें train करने की ज़रूरत है. It is exactly like we get trained in school to do a test. Train processes में AI builder model प्रोवाइडेड डॉक्यूमेंट्स को अंडरस्टैंड करता है और लर्न करता है कि कैसे दूसरे डॉक्यूमेंट्स को इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं. जब हमारा मॉडल ट्रेन हो जाएगा तो हमें पब्लिश करना होगा ताकि हम लोग पावर एप्स और पावर ऑटोमेट में यूज कर पाएं. तो सारी सिलेक्टेड फील्ड्स दिखाएगा और कैसे हमारा मॉडल यूज्ड है. हम इसके बाद एक क्विक टेस्ट लेंगे. We're going to use a recently used invoice. It's going to analyze it. अब वो एनालाइज करेगा और हमें प्रेजेंट करेगा सारे रिजल्ट्स. और जैसा आप लोग देख सकते हैं बहुत अच्छी तरीके से उसने सारी फील्ड्स को टैग कर लिया है इनवॉइस में. We're going to create a canvas app from blank and then add its name. We're going to select tablet format so it's more visible. It will load and then take us to a blank canvas app. We're going to rename the screen to font processor. अब हम लोग फॉन्ट प्रोसेसर हम लोग ऐड करेंगे अपना AI बिल्डर से इन द इंसर्ट पेन ऑन टॉप. इसके अंदर थोड़ी देर लगेगी, so we have to be a little patient. Let's beautify it and resize it. अब हम लोग फॉन्ट प्रोसेसर ZK सेलेक्ट करेंगे ताकि हम लोग एक्सेस करें फॉन्ट प्रोसेसर ऐप तक. अब मैं स्किप करूंगी लेबल ऐड करने का स्टेप और मैं जंप करूंगी डेटा वैल्यू स्टेप पर. Let's add the text input boxes which will show the tagged invoice, due date and the total. We're going to resize the text input boxes to look nice and then add them in to for the other fields. इसके अंदर थोड़ी देर लगेगी तो हमें पेशेंट होना होगा. हम अब इसके अंदर एक स्पेशल फॉर्मूला डालना होगा ताकि हम लोगों को जो फील्ड्स टैग हुई हैं डॉक्यूमेंट के अंदर फॉन्ट प्रोसेसर मॉडल से वो हमें अपने टेक्स्ट इनपुट बॉक्सेस के अंदर दिख जाएं. फॉर्मूला है फॉन्ट प्रोसेसर 1 या जो भी आपकी मॉडल का नेम है, फील्ड्स और जो फील्ड आप देखना चाहते हैं. In this case, it's total. हम अब नेक्स्ट स्टेप के ऊपर जाते हैं. मैंने ऑलरेडी ऐड कर दी हैं फॉर्मूला दूसरी फील्ड्स के लिए. अब हम लोग प्ले करेंगे ऐप को इन प्रीव्यू. इसका मतलब है कि हम लोग टेस्ट करेंगे. आप लोग जैसे देख सकते हैं, the lab asks us to download a training invoice and a test invoice. we're going to use the test name voice. And look, हमारे फॉर्म प्रोसेसर मॉडल ने सारी फील्ड्स को टैग कर दिया है डॉक्यूमेंट के अंदर और उसको इन हमारे टेक्स्ट इनपुट बॉक्सेस के अंदर डाल दिया है. By the end of this lab, you will be fully aware of how to use AI Builder models, out-of-the-box models available for us to use immediately, and using them in Canvas apps and Power Automate. I really learned a lot from this lab, and I'm looking forward to using them wherever I can. तो बिफोर आई कंक्लूड, जैसे सफ़ा ने कहा है, मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि फीमेल आर लेस रिप्रेजेंटेड इन टेक. और जैसे आप लोग देख सकते हैं, दुनिया की टॉप टेक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में फीमेल रिप्रेजेंटेशन बहुत कम है. This gender gap is leaving out the largest part of Earth's population and with weak presentation and decision making. This is something that we want to change in the next few years. और हमें आपकी सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है. We want to take this message forward to all the girls in the world कि the tech industry needs you और आप भी सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोग्रामिंग को एज अ प्रोफेशन चूज कर सकती हैं और उसकी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में आप अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन बड़ा कर सकते हैं. With that, I would like to conclude our session. आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. We would like to thank the organizers for listening and tuning in today. We hope that this session was useful. इस QR कोड को स्कैन कर आप हमारी LinkedIn प्रोफाइल पर कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं. We hope कि आपको कुछ नया सीखने के लिए मिला है और ये रिसोर्सेज आपके लिए हेल्पफुल हैं. Goodbye and have a wonderful day of learning.
Wow, thank you so much, Zara and Zenubia. As you can see, all the whole family, including young Safa. Safa, she's the inspiration today, and we all are watching you with the whole family, and such an amazing step you have taken in the life. और मैं पर्सनली सबकी तरफ से, पूरे यूजर ग्रुप की तरफ से आपका बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ. हम पूरी फैमिलीज, हम सब सारे फैमिलीज बैठे हुए, सब पाकिस्तान, इंडिया, अराउंड द वर्ल्ड हम आपको देख रहे हैं सबके सब. और आपने बहुत अच्छी कुछ पॉइंट्स टच किए अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन के ऊपर, जो कि हमारे की नोट स्पीकर मोहम्मद आलम ने भी ये कुछ पॉइंट्स टच किए. द मेन थिंग इज पैशन. अगर आप में किसी में भी पैशन है कुछ कर जाने का, तो वो हमेशा आप कर जाएंगे. It's always come from your parents, and it's also coming from your personal passionate about your personal learning. और हम बहुत ज्यादा खुश हैं आपको देखकर, दोनों को देखकर एट दिस लेवल. आपने ना सिर्फ पावर प्लेटफॉर्म की दुनिया को अभी अबूर कर रहे हैं, इसके साथ साथ आप अभी एज्योर को भी देख रहे हैं. So it's really good. Or I would like to conclude here by saying, आपने जैसे बात की कि aim big and think big. So that's a tagline for everyone कि अगर आप अच्छा सोचेंगे, बड़ा सोचेंगे, तो हमेशा अच्छा ही होगा. Always think positive, तो लाइफ में सब पॉजिटिव ही मिलेगा. With this one, मैं सफा से पूछना चाहूंगा. सफा, आप कुछ कहे, थैंक्स करना चाहेंगी?
Yes. Thank you, Zara and Zenobia. I learned a lot from you. I have a question. How do you manage your studies with Power Platform learning?
We usually don't focus on Power Platform that much when we're in school, but otherwise we do work on Power Platform. Like at school, we do schoolwork, and if you have homework, we finish that first, and then we start learning about Power Platform.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
परफेक्ट सो अभी हमने जैसे आपने बात की कि फीमेल्स नंबर जो है फिक्स दिस इज द होल एम ऑफ द होल कम्युनिटी हियर इन फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान यूजर ग्रुप और स्पेशली फ्रॉम ऑल अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड के अभी अभी आप स्क्रीन पे भी देखें मेरे अलावा सब फीमेल्स हैं. So you have already outlined the males community, Alhamdulillah, which is great step, which is good, really good. मैं
That's really
definitely
impressive.
Absolutely,
सब
like
देखकर
जैसे आमना कह रही है that's really this is really impressive. और आमना जो है वो लीड कर रही है पाकिस्तान से लोगों को देख और हम चाह रहे हैं आपको देख के आमना को सॉरी जारा को जनूबिया को
सफा
देख के बहुत सारे सफा को देखकर आज जो है वो बहुत खुशी हुई कि लाइक ये एक स्टेपिंग स्टोन है जो कि आगे बढ़ता चला जा रहा है. हम सबकी यही दुआएं हैं सबके लिए सब बच्चियों के लिए यही दुआएं हैं हमारे पूरे ग्रुप की तरफ से कि आप हमेशा ऐसे ही हंसते खेलते और तरक्की करते रहें.
And I would
और बस
like to request the parents कि वो इसी एज से अपने बच्चों को अपनी बेटियों को सबको लेकर आएं इस लेवल पे और उनको सपोर्ट करें इनकरेज करें ताकि वो इस आगे बढ़ने में उनको आसानी हो.
Jazakallah. Thank you.
अब मेरी बेटी जो है वो फातिमा वो 4 इयर्स की है वो कुछ कहना चाह रही है बस आपको क्विकली बोल दो. थैंक यू. ठीक है.
You're welcome.
Thank you everyone for joining us today and we see you soon.
Bye.
Thank you so much, all. Thank you so much. I'll just now hand it over to Yawar, and we have our first speaker, Rami, who is already here in the studio. So Yawar, when you would like to join the stream, please do, and hand it over to Rami. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamar. Thank you so much. It was really an awesome session from Safa, Zara, and Zenobia. So nice of you. It was great to see our young talent, and they are getting involved in IT, particularly girls. That is really great. We are lucky. We have Rami with us. Rami has joined our studio just now, and I will just add Rami to stream. Hi, Rami. Thanks for joining.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's really good. How are you today? How is everything?
Not too bad. You guys must have had a couple of hectic days so far, and you still have a whole day to go. Whereas I'm looking forward to my session, 1 hour, and then I'll hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate. But also, it happens only because of community support, like speakers and our friends like yourself. Thank you so much for that. And
No problem.
Rami, if you you already told you are not going to share screen, so we are good. And it's stage is yours. I will be on backstage. I will be assisting in when you need or when we have questions. Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I'm Rami, and today, as Yawar was mentioning, or as I was talking to him in the backstage, I'm not going to be sharing any screens. I'm not going to be sharing any slides. But at the same time, I'm not just going to be talking to the camera. I'm going to use new techniques that are used in the news. So usually you have the news anchors talking to you through a TV, but usually they do a very good job transmitting a message. And I'm going to try and mimic that. And I'll talk about that in the beginning of this presentation, and then I'll go into the main subject of this presentation. So first of all, let me quickly introduce myself. I am Rami. I am from New Zealand. I am one of the MVPs in New Zealand, the business application sort of category. I've been an MVP since 2015, and I'm quite active in the New Zealand community, but also across the world. If you follow me on LinkedIn, you might have seen my Street Fighter theme. So a lot of people call me Mr. Street Fighter. I don't know why. Although, as you can see in here, this is sort of inspired by the Street Fighter game. And what I'm trying to do is go around the world in different countries, starting in New Zealand and then going into Pakistan and then going into Singapore. And next, hopefully, I'll go to India and Australia and so on, virtually, just to share my passion on how to become a better presenter. So if you guys are interested in that, I've got a little video on YouTube that describes how I'm doing that. But right behind me, there is a green screen. You can see it because I'm using a software called OBS that would add my slides in between the green screen and myself. That's why you see me, and then you see the slides behind me. I've got the little link in there, so you can follow that. It's a bit.ly Better Presentation 1. Follow that and then have a look at how I'm doing this magic. And hopefully that will create a more engaging presentation where I actually don't have to go and play around with technologies, sharing screens and so on. Most of what I have is static anyway. So the topic that I'm going to talk today about is security and the Power Platform. So this topic has evolved over the years. I've done it in the past, but every time I present that, there's something new that I introduce in it, a new capability that is available that will make your environment more secure. So one thing that we are going to try and avoid is to be in the front page of a newspaper where they say, because of the company that you're working for, there's been a security breach, and now this information is available to the public. I am based in Wellington. Wellington is the political capital of New Zealand, and this is where all the government departments are. So most of my customers are government departments. And you can imagine if there is a security leak related to some information related to the government or related to the population, the citizens, then this is going to be front page in a newspaper, and a lot of people's privacy is going to be breached. And that's why in the company that I work for, DXC, and me as a professional, I take security very, very seriously. But then when you have a look at the numbers, you're going to be quite shocked. There's actually 92 attacks happening every 60 minutes. Every hour, there are 92 attacks that are happening. And the top locations where the security attacks are targeting is government, retail, and technology. Technology as in IT companies. So we've heard a lot about WikiLeaks, where information is leaked out of an organization. We heard a lot about ransomware. So this is where they encrypt the data on your machines, and then you have to go and pay them money so that they can unencrypt it, and otherwise you cannot do business, and so on. So there are lots of attacks that happen all the time. So basically, this is costing the industry $124 billion of loss just because they've been attacked, their security has been breached, and they have to go and fix it. So it's a big deal. So hopefully, by the end of this presentation, you will learn a few security controls that will help you avoid losing money and avoid being attacked. All right, so let's have a look at the different types of controls that we've got. So first of all, you've got the Azure level that will look after your entire tenancy. So all the information that you've got, be it in Dynamics, be it in Microsoft, be it anywhere, Azure will give you that coarse-grained security controls that you can apply. Who can access it? Who cannot access it? How do you access it? And so on. A layer below that is the Microsoft 365 layer. And in there, you can have group policies and security at the user level, licensing, assignment, and so on that will deny or allow you access to specific environments. And as we go deeper, we can look at the actual Dynamics 365 security roles that can be implemented in there. So my specialty is Dynamics 365 CE and the Power Platform. So I'm not necessarily going to focus on FNO, although some of those controls can be applied in there. Cool. So let's have a look at the different types of security. So the first one is preventative. So this is where you use security roles, encryption, just to stop people from not gaining access to something that is secure. It's very high level. The second one is detective. If there has been an attack, how can we detect it? And that is related, for example, to denial of service. So if someone sends a lot of requests into your servers to the point where they cannot respond anymore, this is called denial of service. A malware attack, for example. All of that has detection mechanisms. So we can detect that this attack is happening, and then we can block it. And the last one is corrective. Once it has happened, what can we do to rectify it? So customer notification is that there has been an attack, there is a breach, we need to know about it. And the second one is that something has changed. We don't know what, but we have audit trails that would allow us to do forensic checks to see what has changed and who has changed it, and so on. Cool. So typically when we think about security, we think, all right, in Dynamics 365 CE, we've got that thing called users, there's security roles, maybe there's teams, we go and define the security access in there, and that's it. Well, this is the very, very simplest way of dealing with security. And as you can see, I've got an old screenshot of the admin center, whereas right now this has evolved into something new in the maker experience. However, what's really interesting is that Microsoft is working really hard to move everything that is in the classic user interface, as you can see in the screenshot in there, and moving into the new modern maker experience. And you will notice that a lot of my screenshots are only in the classic interface. That's because Microsoft has not moved those to the latest and the greatest user interface, meaning that if it's working and there is a way of actually addressing it and it's not used that often, then you can use the classic interface. But if you have read the latest release notes, you will notice that Microsoft has actually introduced a few items in there saying that most of the stuff that you will see in my presentation will eventually make it into the maker experience within the next 6 months, which is great news for us. All right, so let's have a look at the different levels. So as I said, at the Azure level, you can do high-level things like detecting denial of service and stopping it from happening. You can do IP whitelisting, which means that a range of IP addresses that define, for example, a region, a country, a data center, or a house, for example, can be whitelisted, and you say only those IP addresses can access my environment, and that helps a lot. And if you're outside of that, you can either block it using Azure Conditional Access, or you can say, all right, well, anything outside of my network needs multi-factor authentication. So this is the tokens that you usually get on your cell phone. You would get a message, or you get an authenticator to say, yep, this is me. And then it's a two-factor authentication, stopping people from accessing your environment if they, for example, know your password. The second level is the Office 365 or the Microsoft 365, where we can control security using licenses and security groups. And I'll talk about that in a second. And the last one is the D365. As I showed before, security roles, security profiles, access teams, which is quite granular and it's a really powerful feature, and team sharing, which has evolved tremendously over time. So I'll talk about all of those in my presentation. All right, first of all, starting with Azure, the high-level coarse-grained environment. For the rest of the presentation, I'm going to talk about a security requirement. And based on that security requirement, I'll have a look at what is the control to address that requirement. And it would look something like that. Security requirement number 1, for example, and it would say application security must not be compromised when accessed outside of the network, right? So if someone is accessing outside of your IP range address, then we need to make sure that security is not compromised, that not anybody can access it. And if something goes wrong, there's a way of actually controlling it or stopping it. So in order to do that, as I mentioned, we use conditional access. So in Azure, you will be able to see that there is a line that is related to Dynamics CRM Online, which is the legacy name of Dynamics 365 CE or the Power Platform or Dataverse. So this is what it would look like, and it will have an object ID and an application ID. And using that, you can use conditional access. So for this specific application, you can say, I want to introduce conditional access. So if the users, for example, are included in a specific environment, then they can access it. Otherwise, multi-factor authentication is required, or otherwise, access is denied. You can also do it at the platform level. So you can say, if someone is using Mac OS, stop them from accessing this environment. If someone is using Android, for example, or using a Windows phone, iOS, whatever it is that you want to stop the access from, you can define it at that level. So this will allow you to control devices. The next one that we've got in here is related to the location, and this is detected based on the IP addresses. So you can say if the IP address is within that, then either deny it, so exclude it, include it, or request multi-factor authentication, and so on. And in here, you can, so this is the bit that I was saying, you can either block access or you can grant access with a few conditions associated with it. Cool. Security requirement number 2 might say, I must be able to connect to my instance programmatically and securely without the need for any interactive username and password. So this is typically used for application-to-application integration, where you don't want a specific username and password to be used in order to connect to that application securely. For that, you use something called service principal. And to use service principals, you basically create what we call an application user. So an application user is created in the Azure space, and you define what type of application, web app, API. And then in there, you'll be able to create a key. And that key might have an expiration date or might be indefinite. You'll have the application ID and you have a secret key. With those two items, you can programmatically connect to the environment with that application user. So this is a screenshot of the new Maker experience. And you will notice in here that under security user plus permissions, so the settings of your environment, this is under admin.powerplatform.com. You will be able to see that there is a new item called application user. When you click on that, it will ask you for the application ID. And then based on that, you can give it a security value. You can give it a security role. And then once you've got that, then programmatically, you can go and call the client credentials. You can pass the client ID secret, and the application will automatically know, oh, this is a service principal. I know what it is. I know what security roles it has. I know what access it has. Then I'll allow it. This is becoming the standard for machine-to-machine integration, especially if you're using things like Power Automate, Logic Apps, and some of the more advanced integration techniques. Even if you're using the web API, custom pages, and so on, use service principals. Do not use username and passwords. However, if you do use usernames and passwords and you've got a normal account, just make sure that at admin, you create that user as non-interactive, because then you don't have to assign them a Dynamics license, and then you can save that license for an actual person. So if you want, integration users will come for free, so you don't have to pay for that specific individual license or that specific user license. Cool. Now from Azure, we're going to move into the Microsoft 365 space. So let's have a look at what access can we get out of Microsoft 365. So security requirement number 3 might say administrators must be able to manage access from a centralized location, either Microsoft 365 or Active Directory. And this can be done, first of all, using the licenses. So a user will not have access to an environment if they do not have a license. This is a very easy way to say, all right, well, that user has left my organization. I'm going to revoke their license, first of all, because they don't need it and I can reassign it to someone else. But second, if that license is removed, then the user is definitely not going to get access to the environment anymore. The user will not display as an option to be added into an environment. However, if they are already existing in there, so they previously had access, that user will be disabled for historical purposes. So if the user has done some changes in the environment when they were active in that environment, the audit trails will all be linked to that specific user. And you will see the history of who changed those records, and that name will display in there. So the user will never be deleted from the environment. It will only be disabled. So you can still track them back and see what changes they've done in the past, but they won't be able to access the environment anymore. Cool. Another thing you can do is create a Microsoft 365 security group. So those groups can be created within the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. And you can say, all right, within that group, I've got a number of individuals. So you can just go and add them in there. You can potentially do that programmatically. So if they belong to that Active Directory security group, then add them into the Office 365 or Microsoft 365 group as well. And then by doing that, you can basically go into the admin center for your Power Platform environment and say, for this specific instance that I've got, so in my example is instance30.crm.dynamics.com, I have that security group which whitelists the user that have access to my environment. So no one else will be able to access it unless they are part of that security group. So you go there into your environment, you look at the details, you click on edit, and then you can go and add a security group in there. Again, as people move on from this sort of organization or do not need access to that instance anymore, all you have to do is remove them from that security group. This gives you a more flexibility if you want, so that you don't have to worry too much about the coarse grain. Do I have access to all Dynamics instances or none of them at all? No, this one will allow you to whitelist each instance individually. That's really useful if you're doing, for example, you're working on an environment that might have some sensitive information. So it could be, for example, a data migration environment that has live data. You don't want everybody to see it, so you just whitelist the individuals that have access to it. Or it could be a production environment, and then you say, all right, only the people that should have access to the production environment can actually be in that list, so I only whitelist them and no one else. Very useful. Now, one thing I'd like to add, and this is not necessarily new, but it hasn't been in any of my previous presentations that I've done. It has been around maybe for a year. In Dynamics 365 or in the Power Platform, when you create a team, so a team is basically just a shell that belongs to a specific business unit and has a security role. Any individual that belongs into that team inherits all the security that comes with that specific team. I'll talk a little bit more later in the presentation about Dynamics 365 teams and how they can be used in specific scenarios. But in this example, when you click on create a new team, you have something called team type. It can be owner, it can be access, or it can be AD security group or AD office group, which means that now if you say AD security group, then that links to an AD security group in Active Directory, in Azure Active Directory specifically. So any user that is added into that Active Directory security group will automatically appear in that team in Dynamics and will also automatically be assigned that security role that the team owns, meaning that they will inherit all the access that that team has. This is a very powerful type of security control, which allows you to control everything within AD security groups, as opposed to going to have and do it in the platform itself and going from one environment to the other. A lot of organizations have automatic sort of systems that allow you to request access into a specific AD security group. And then once you've got that, then that automatically adds you into Dynamics 365. Check out this feature. It's actually quite a cool feature. Cool. Now let's go into Dynamics 365, or as I would like to call it, the Power Platform. And basically anything that I talk about in Dynamics 365 is also going to cover Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, Dataverse, and so on, because they all more or less inherit the same security roles or the same security structure that is sort of dependent on the Dataverse and the security controls or the security principles, if you want, of Dataverse. So let's have a look at maybe a new requirement. Requirement number 4. Administrators must be able to control the default session timeout. This is actually quite an interesting one, because as we know it, the session can stay alive for more than 24 hours. So if I log in once, and then, for example, I forget to lock my screen, someone else can come in and then start using my environment. Even if they manage to unlock my screen in whatever way, they can just click on my instance of Dynamics 365, and it's not going to prompt for any username and passwords, because it knows who I am, and it will automatically sort of allow me to access it. A very good example, and I don't know if that's the case anymore, but if you go into a public environment, let's say a internet cafe, you go there, you log into this computer. This is not your session. That has nothing to do with your user, but you open a browser and then you log into Dynamics 365. And then once you're done with it, you either close it or you forget to close it. For example, someone else uses that session, then they can go back into your history, access Dynamics 365, and then be able to see your work. So this is where you can control the session timeout. Now, this is a very good example where you can only do that in the old classic interface. So there's a place called the maximum session length. You define the number of minutes in there, and basically once that is reached, then it will challenge you to log in again into the environment. Cool. Security requirement number 5. All users in their business units have read-write access, which is quite usual. Account data, for example, mastered elsewhere is read-only. So you want to have some data that is coming from a different environment, and anything coming from that environment needs to be read-only. No one should be able to edit it because the source of truth is somewhere else. And the third one is that some accounts and contacts are considered sensitive. So there's some records that I want to put into a sensitive bucket. So this requirement is easily addressable by leveraging the capability of business units. So what we would have in here is this hierarchy. The root business unit that comes out of the box with every single instance that you're creating in Dynamics 365 or Dataverse, a main business unit, and a sensitive business unit. And on the main, you can have a read-only business unit. Now, remember that business units do not necessarily have to follow your business unit structure in your organization. They can be anything that makes sense from a security perspective from Dynamics 365, not necessarily your business unit structure in your organization. So basically, by doing that, you would say, all right, well, I've got main. Most of my users will be in main, and everybody in here will have read access at this organization, at this business unit only, and they have read at the parent child, so main, and at the read-only business unit. So write only at the main one, but then read at the main and at the read-only level. But then they won't be able to have access to anything that is in the sensitive business unit because it's the other side. Now, how do you give some people access to the sensitive data that is available on the other side and make sure that they actually can access it? The way you do it is to create a team. So you create a team, you give that team write access at this business unit and read access at this business unit and lower. And then if you want to add individuals into that team, you just add them to the team. And remember what I said earlier about using AD security groups to add people into a team. So that can also be managed using AD, not necessarily having to do it manually within your platform. So that way, all your users will have read-write access to the main business unit, read to the read-only business unit, and then some of them can be added into that team so that they can have read-write access into everything that is sensitive. Now, if you're working on an implementation, I always strongly recommend that you create a child business unit other than the root one. And that's because if you create that, then you're future-proofing your implementation to allow people to have access into a very sort of elaborate business unit structure similar to that one. If you put everybody at the root level, then this requirement is compromised. You're not future-proofing your environment. So think about it. Otherwise, you'll have to do a lot of, what we call data migration. So you have to go and move all the records from the root business unit to the main business unit. You have to move the users from the root to the main one. When you do that, they're going to lose their security access, and then you have to go and edit again. So it's quite a lot of work. Whereas if you do it up front, then you address that requirement nicely. All right, security requirement number 6. Some fields must be read-only, only some. So typically you would have a form and you would say, all right, I want to do some of those fields on that form as read-only. Okay, well, you can do it in 2 ways. The first one is you can do it with JavaScript. So basically making sure that, when I load that form, make that field read-only. The problem with that is that this has a lot of what we call backdoors. So someone that can use Power Automate can go and change that data. Someone that can use, for example, Natraj's, Dynamics 365 Level Up. So this is a little add-on that you can add on Chrome, and it gives you all those options. And one of them is God mode. When you click on God mode, everything that is read-only on the form becomes editable. Because it's only JavaScript and it's only client-side, the server side will accept whatever changes you do. So be very careful if you're doing JavaScript only security-related changes, because they are backdoors. Another backdoor would be using the APIs. Another backdoor would be, writing a console application that calls the SDK. So just be careful about only using JavaScript for security, because someone with a little bit of knowledge will be able to hack it, no issues at all. So my preferred way of doing it is using field-level security, or by normalizing your model. And I'll talk a little bit about normalization later. All right, security requirement number 7. Records are read-only, but some fields editable. So this is the opposite of the other one. So usually the record is locked, but then I want some fields that I want to be able to edit. And again, as I said, this is done using normalization. So I have an account, for example. I've got a separate many-to-one relationship to the editable data. So this is a lookup into another record. And then given that I have a lookup, I can have a little form in there, a quick form, and that will show all the editable data. And if I want to go and edit them, I don't edit the account, which is read-only, but some of those fields in the editable data table will be able to be modified because they have a relationship to accounts. So normalizing your data always helps with the security controls in the environment. All right, moving on to requirement number 8. All data is locked down by default. Users are added as a role to an account which will dictate subsequent access. And then number 3, administrators must be able to report on and manage access to cases, for example. So basically what we're saying in here is that by default, no one has access to anything. You are only invited to get access into a specific record. And to do that, you use access teams. Access teams basically define for a specific environment, so this is the access team templates, for a specific record, accounts for example, if I am part of that team on that record, so not for all of them, just on that specific record, then I can read, or then I can write, or then I can append and delete, and so on. So basically, this becomes very, very granular, and it's applied on the record itself as opposed to the entire entity. It's very powerful capability. And the way you actually display who has access and who doesn't is by adding that subgrid onto your specific record. So you say, okay, for accounts, I know I have access teams. I'm going to add that subgrid in there, and then that is going to give me access to that specific record. Very granular. And that is, I've used that quite a lot in some of my really, really sensitive customers. So things where, for example, if you know information that you should not know, someone will get in danger. This is court information. It might be privacy information, very, very sensitive. Police information, for example. Only people working on the case should be able to have access onto that record and nothing else. So you have to clear the conflict of interest first. And then once this is cleared, then you can move into your next stage. So access teams is the way to go. Security requirement number 9, user interface must take context into consideration. So user security roles. So basically, if I go into an app, so we know in Dynamics 365, you can create different apps on top of the same instance, then only specific security roles can do that. And this is done using the manage roles of your specific application. Now, once again, this is the old interface. They haven't moved it into the new environment as far as I know, but that's the way to do it. You click on manage roles, you define which roles have access to that specific application, and then they will get access by default, which is a great way of dealing with it. All right, security requirement number 10. User activities might be audited for forensic purposes. So this is using the audit capabilities. It's out of the box, and it allows you to see what's happening. Now, one thing that is not always available is if someone accesses a record that they should not have access to. For example, they click on a URL, or they try and put in a GUID in the URL, and they try to access that record. As far as I know, this is not currently monitored. So it's something to consider as well moving forward. Cool. Now let's go into mobility, looking at mobile devices, and specifically in the sort of Microsoft space. Actually, I'm going to skip mobility, given that we've only got 10 minutes left. So I'm going to tell you about some of the capabilities that Microsoft gives you out of the box. So those are things that you don't really have to worry about. They're just available based on the implementation that you're doing with Microsoft. So the first one is, a security requirement, again, going through that. So the data must be encrypted at rest. So making sure that wherever your data resides, it has to be encrypted so you don't have any issues moving forward. And for that, Microsoft actually uses TDE, which is a SQL Server encryption capability that makes sure that all the data that is available on their machines is encrypted. So even Microsoft will not be able to access that data if they want to. That's because they do not have access to those keys. If someone, for example, steals a hard drive that has those databases on them, they won't be able to recover that data because it's all encrypted using TDE. And the good thing is that you can bring your own key. So if you don't trust Microsoft to hold that key, you can bring your own, you can put in your own key in there, and then that will encrypt your data using your key. But then be very careful about that, because if that key is lost, then that's it. You cannot recover that data, and you might potentially lose access to your entire environment. So there's a lot of warnings as you're actually doing that. A similar requirement would be data must be encrypted in transit. And for that, Microsoft is using TLS 1.2 for any traffic that is happening into the environment and out of that environment. So TLS 1.2 HTTPS basically is what it's currently using. Awesome. Now, this is a map of the world where sort of all the data centers are available. So if I move a little bit over here, so you might see that, typically I'm New Zealand based. So in New Zealand, there's a new data center that has been sort of implemented. This is going to be available around 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And that will allow us a lot of really cool capabilities because a lot of our government is always asking for the data to be on New Zealand soils. So they accept near shore, which is Australia. So those are the data centers that are in here. And most of my customers are actually using Australia East or Australia Southeast. But once the New Zealand data center is going to be there, then everybody is going to move into those New Zealand data centers. So this is great news for us. We do have a specific requirements for very sensitive data to make sure that that data cannot even go into Australia. What they consider part of a citizen's identity. So, for example, their birth registration, their passport registration, citizenship registration, all of that cannot go overseas. And that's why we use local data centers by big companies to actually store that data. So it's important to know where your data is, where is it being replicated, and what happens to it, just in case your customer is very critical about where the data goes. But it's also important to know what capabilities are available in your data centers. So as you can see in here, this is a list. You can go to that URL at the top right here, and then you can go and have a look at any service that Azure provides and understand where is that service hosted. What's really important is that some AI capabilities are not available in all the data centers. And for example, you've got speaker recognition. So this is a preview that is only available in West US, right? There might be custom vision. Custom vision is only available in Australia East, but it's not available in Australia Southeast or Central US. This understand where is your data going? So, for example, if you go and tell one of your customers, oh, we've got speech recognition, and this is quite an amazing capability, and it's using maybe Bing Speech, for example, in the backend, know that that data is actually being transferred all the way to the US in one of the data centers that does have the capability, changed in there, and then sent back. And your customer might not be comfortable with that if, for example, the data or the speeches that they're trying to convert into text might have some sensitive information. So understand where the services are located and what impact that has onto your customers. But just to be on the safe side, Microsoft publishes its Dynamics 365 Security Trust Center policy. And basically that's telling you that they make a lot of effort to follow a lot of the ISO standards. So here's ISO certifications, physical security, and the logical separation of all the environments. They do have a lot of standards that they have to follow. They get audited on a yearly basis just to make sure that they still maintain that level of security that they mentioned. And every time they get audited, they get issued a new certificate that gives them the ISO certification, basically telling them you are following ISO, whatever the number is, which is the international standard for this security. And that means that you are secure at that level. So they have to keep on top of them, and they have to make sure that they've got everything up to standard. And if there is a security breach, it is their responsibility to actually go and tell you that there's been a security breach. So there's a breach protocol that they have to follow. I've been into one of the Microsoft data centers. That's not it, but it looks very similar to that. And it's mind-blowing. The one that I went to was in Redmond, and it had 9 screens at the top, as you can see in there, giving you telemetry about everything that is happening. They actually didn't allow us to go and take pictures into that room. So they asked us to leave our cell phones outside, but it was a very serious room. It looked like something coming out of a sci-fi movie. So that was a really, really interesting environment that we went into. So yeah, they do take their security seriously, and then they monitor it on an ongoing basis. We're getting to the end of our presentation, so I probably have just a couple of slides. So security requirement number 12, where I just talked about the vendor must inform us in case of a security breach, and Microsoft actually has the protocols to actually go and inform their customers if anything has happened. So there's a white paper that has been written maybe about 5 years ago on security modeling for Dynamics CRM 2016. It's still valid. If you're interested in it and you want to do something at a large scale, read that white paper. It actually gives you quite a lot of useful information. Some honorable mentions that I didn't have time, just with 2 minutes left to finish this presentation. Field level security, briefly mentioned them. Great tool. Use them whenever you need to lock something at the field level. Data management encryption, so bring your own key. You can do that as well. SharePoint integration is a whole conversation on the side that has quite a lot of security concerns, but it does have some ways of actually making sure that it does work. And then using DLP or secure connectors and policies to better improve your access to your environment is another story. And there's also the concept of virtual entities where your data is coming from a different environment, and how do you secure that? Again, all those are quite large topics that I didn't have access or time to talk about today. But maybe in a future session, I'll be able to cover some of those. So this is sort of a very high-level capability of all the different bits that security touches. But again, it's a generic slide. Probably won't have to be able to go through all the different details, but security covers all the different levels from the logical, the data, the storage, and the integration level as well. Cool, and that's me. This is the end of my presentation. I'm not sure, Yowers, there were any questions left in there? You're on mute.
First of all, Rami, thank you so much. It was really awesome. I mean, the way security is important, and we are doing a lot of enterprise scale applications, means a lot of data is coming into Dataverse. Of course, that is security is a major concern. And the way you have summarized all the options, a few areas where people can go and tweak and learn more, they are really, really awesome. Thank you so much for that. From question side, I have received one question. Hamza is asking, can you please guide some steps of how we can consume web API in model-driven app?
In model-driven app, consuming web APIs.
Probably asking about security, like how security can be managed. I know it can be detailed, but if you want to take this question, feel free. Otherwise, we can take it later from your social media.
I'll just give a quick idea. So web APIs using model-driven will be using the context of the user that is sort of currently logged in. However, you can do impersonation to go and change it. The details are available out there, but if you want more details, just hit me up on LinkedIn, and then I'll be able to support you in that space.
Thank you so much, Remy. I think from questions end, we are fine. We don't have any more questions. And I can see a good number of audience are watching this session. Please feel free, get connected with Remy on Twitter or LinkedIn. And if you have any questions, please feel free and ask Remy. I hope Remy will be able to help if you approach, if Remy has time. That was so nice of you. Thank you so much, Remy. And with that, I hope we will see you again sometime. It was really, really awesome. Really enjoyed, really full of knowledge. And thanks for sharing your experience.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Take care. Bye, Rami. Cheers. That was Rami with us. Rami has presented really very nicely security, how we can handle security in Power Platform, particularly in Dynamics 365 apps. Our next speaker will be Lynn. Just has arrived. We'll need to start in a couple of minutes. I will hold this call here for a minute, and soon we will have Lynn. Thank you so much, and please stay with us. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for patience and thanks for being with us. We have Lynn. Lynn just have joined us, and hi, Lynn. Welcome.
Hi.
Lynn, Lynn is a Microsoft MVP from New Zealand. We are really good to have you here. By chance, Lynn, before you, we have Rami. Was also from New Zealand. So that's another great speaker and community contributor from New Zealand. Thank you so much for joining us, Lynn. Really appreciate. And stage is yours. Please share your screen. And I will
Okay.
be here on backstage and I will be helping after your session in question answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for our interaction. Okay. Good day, everyone. The session that I would like to present today is about debugging the flows and how to get a flow run when we want to find out a particular flow run related to this record or a row using the GUID. So before we get started, let me introduce myself a little bit, just in case if you're not aware of who I am. Um, my name is Lin Win. I am currently working as a technical architect in the Delta Insights, and I'm based in the Wellington, New Zealand. So the same as Rami, who was present from the previous session. So I'm Microsoft Business Application MVP, and my main focus is Dynamics 365. And after that, I use the Power Automate Cloud Flows to automate the systems and replace the classic workflows. And I use, obviously, since we're users of Dynamics 365, I'm familiar with the more driven app, and I started using the Canvas apps to enhance the user experience in the systems. While I'm not working on all these stuffs, I do the community contributions by blogging. I do the forum participations by answering forum questions, and also speaking at the user groups and the conferences like this. So you can follow me on my Twitter, and if you want to find out more about what I'm up to. And if you are really keen to get the slides before the the organizers shares with all you all, so you can just download from this URL, shorten URL. You can scan this QR code and download the slides, because some of the slides contain the links to my blog post, which is more detailed step-by-step solutions for this kind of um, approach that I was trying to explain and demo in this session. And while I'm not doing work or when I'm not doing any community contribution, I play games, mostly solo games, not online games because I suck at it. And I watch anime. I like anime. It is my guilty pleasure. I can binge watch 2, 3 seasons without doing anything. Okay, let's move on with the session. So as we briefly explained, we have already done the speaker introduction and what's the session is about. And the first part of this session is the debugging tips and what are the tips to test with the recent flow runs, and how to log and how to do the some mostly around tips and tricks for the debugging all the flows. And the second part of this session is about finding the flow run. As I mentioned, is when we want to try and debug, when we want to find out what happened with this particular record or row, and we want to see what are the changes and what is the flow run particular to this flow. So this record, so that we want to figure out what happened in this particular flow run. So there are multiple approaches, like finding out the manual and exporting the history or on the main flow. So I'll try to explain all in this session, and we'll conclude with the Q&A session. So if you have any questions at the end, you can ask me in this chat box. Okay, so the first session is this about the debugging tips and just tip and tricks, especially around the Microsoft Dataverse connector because I came from the Dynamics 365 developer background. And hope you all are using the recent flow run um, history. Like when you want to re-trigger and test your flow, you normally use this test instead of trying to re-trigger the tree. For example, if your flow is triggering on create of the account and you want to test and some things is not right, you want to do it again instead of creating another account, you can rerun the previous step. And if you're doing that, you don't have to like save. You can just go and test and select and click save and test. That will basically just save your flow first and then test it at the same time. So you don't have to just do it um, like you know, one step after another. So the second step is that using the compose as a logging. So what it means is when you want to, sometimes you want to see what goes wrong in your flow. For especially, for example, this in this particular flow, you have two conditions. The first one is we're having the listing all accounts and checking how many accounts and records are there. And the first account is let me share the flows to show you the condition. Okay, so the first one is um, like first is the length of the list records is greater than 0. That means it will run if there's any more than one record in the result. And the second condition is checking the owner value of the first records account is equal to this particular GUID. And in that case, if you just have run this flow, sometimes it goes and sometimes it goes this way, and you don't really know like which parameter, which condition goes wrong. And it is especially it is if it is a simple formula, simple expression, you can just look at and go through the output of the previous step and check what could go wrong. But imagine if you have a big chunk of expression with a 4 or 5 formula, and it will be a bit hard to check which ones go wrong. So you can create a compose like this to check what happens. So if you run this, you can see the count is particular value, and this if I go and check in the flow run history, I have a value for a flow run for this particular one. Okay, so if I run this, and you can see this account is 0 and this particular flow run GUID, and we can check why it is not going into this false condition because the GUID is empty, and that's why it is going to the other condition. So that is how you can use as a compose as a logging functionality, but make sure that you just remove this after your developments because having those unnecessary steps in your flow will consume the API consumption. So uh, it's unnecessarily calling one API request. So just in case if your organization tenant is exceeding the API request limits. So another one is show raw outputs. So let's go into and check this one. For example, if I see list all accounts, and if I want to see the output of this particular step, there will be a hyperlink. And if I click on it, I can see the JSON output of this particular step. Simple. But sometimes the flow designer doesn't show, and it just show as a status reason 200. In that case, you don't know like, okay, what is the output for this particular step? It happens mostly when the result return from the flow step is very low, like 1 or 2 records. That's what I observe. And they have added this functionality, the show raw outputs, where you can see the actual JSON output of this particular step. So this is for just in case if you are stuck with this data series in 200, you can see, click on the show raw outputs to see the actual flow, the output of this flow step. And another one is my favorite, where I use a lot as I developed. When I do the flow development, imagine if have this kind of steps. Okay, so let's say we have this flow. Okay, we will list all accounts and we will just delete, and we will just do the rest. And if we want to make sure that the list step returns all data, because once you delete it, you can't you'll have to recreate all these data. And so we just want to make sure the first few steps are correct before we move on to the next steps. So in that case, I just put a terminate step, and terminates the steps with the succeed states, so that the flow will stop working. So the rest, it will not process the rest of the steps. So you have to take care, beware the using the terminate steps if you have a parallel branch in your flow step, because once the flow hit the terminate step, it will just stop. So even if the other parallel branch is still running, it will just stop, and you might not it might not be the desired outcome that you're looking for. So um, if you're not fine with running the terminate action because you have the parallel branch or something, you can use this configure run after. So configure run after is, let's imagine we have this 3 steps. We have list all records, and we have this long running process, for example. Instead, we have some steps which are taking 3-4 minutes to run, so you don't want to debug it that step. So you put all of these into the one scope, and you want to run the rest of the steps, for example. In that case, what you have to do is you have to change the configure run after of this scope to like something else, so that we know that these steps will be successful, so that you choose something else like fail or timeout or escape, so that it will just skip this long running process. And once it's skipped this long running process, what we want to do is we want to also run the next step to make sure that we will run this when the flow step this skip from long running process. So we change this to is successful or is skip. Okay, so let's try and run this flow. Okay, so as you can see, it just ran all these steps, and this step has been, the whole step scope has been skipped because it has been set to long after run after this one is skipped, but it didn't skip, so this one has been skipped, and it processed the rest of the steps. So that's another way of skipping the flow step for during the testing. Another one is conditional control. The conditional control is simple. You want to let's just so let's say if we have this delete step, right? So we don't want to run this delete step in um, for temporarily during the testing. So just create a dummy condition. So let's say 1 is equal to 1, so it will always go through this yes route. So you just put it into the no step so that this step will never run. So it is more like for developers, you're commenting the code so that the compiler wouldn't run this part of the code because it's never gonna meet this condition. And the last one, the second last one is copying to the clipboard. So copying to the clipboard is a bit dangerous, as in I just want to, let's say, don't want to run this one, so I can copy this to a clipboard and delete it. Okay, so, and once I delete it, I just try the TensorFlow, and when I come back and I want to re-edit this back, I just edit back from the clipboard. So this is a bit dangerous, as in, let's say your browser crash and you move away from this step suddenly close, you might not be able to re-edit back. The clipboard in your flow, the memory in the flow step has lost, or sometimes what I notice is my clipboard editing from the clipboard is sometimes inconsistent. It is sometimes show as a gray out, and I'm not able to add this particular step. So it might be tricky to use this way. And the last one is the static result. So the static result means you're setting this particular step as a return a static value instead of actually running. So if you don't want to run this list all accounts, you can say it as the static result. So once you enable the static result, this flow step will always return as a succeed status, and it will just uh, bypass this step because it's always successful, but without actually running and without actually returning the output of the result. So you can see this icon. So that means this action has been static result has been configured for this step. Okay, that's all regarding with this debugging flows. So I'll move on to the next session around finding the flow run. So finding the flow run is the first one is just simple. It's just manually. So let's say if I want to um, let's find a record and we want to find a flow run. Okay, so we have this records. Oh, this are the contact records created. Let me go to the account one. Um, so this particular flow run history, if you go into this edit mode, you can see this flow runs when the contact row is added. Okay, so if we want to find when the contact row is added, and what we want to do is that there are like, so 8 flow runs happened on the last 3 days ago and July of 29, and we want to find out the flow run particular to one of the contact that created on that day. So let's find the contacts created on, it was 29 of July. Okay, so we have this records, right? Imagine we have this 8 records and there's 8 flow runs. Sometimes if they're just a few minutes apart, we can actually figure out based on the time. But now that everything is on like 23, 22, 24, we can actually say which one is which. In that case, let's say if I want to find out the desk contact 10, if I want to find out this records, the GUID of this record. Okay, so just copy this record GUID and we'll try to find, let's say, start from here. Wow, run history is a bit slow today. While I'm loading this, let me just open up a few others in the background so that we can just go one after another. So what we're going to basically do is in the flow run history, if you expand the output of the trigger, you can see the particular record UID. So if we have this contact UID, the contact UID will be contained in the GUID of the. Okay, so when we go and find there's no result. Okay, so if we go that and find over here, you see, and there's a contact. It is contained in the contact UID as well as the item internal ID. So item internal ID is the just for their internal use, but it is always the main GUID of the role, no matter if it is a contact ID or account ID or incident ID. So that is how you can manually find based on the GUID by triggering that. But it can be a bit tricky if you are like dozens of flow runs. In that case, what you can do is you can just download the flow run history and find it. So let's go to this all run, flow run history, and get the CSV file. So the logic is the same. Instead of we're just going through one by one flow run, what we're going to do is we will find this GUID in the CSV file. So before we run this CSV file, expand the headers a little bit and make the freeze the top row so that we know which row that we're looking for. So what you need to find is this run link, so the column F. So once you get this run link, what you can do is you can just open up this URL, which will basically the same one that we found over here. So that is how you can find the flow run using the exporting the history of the CSV file. So yeah, there's containing the slides. So even if you review the slides, you know what I was presented in the session, and you can find out more details in the blog post as mentioned in the bottom of this slide. And but this finding this flow run using this way is a bit limited because sometimes it can be the flow run may not be like some of this is only allows you to download like 100 or a certain number of flow runs. So if you are looking way back from the flow run history from like 3 weeks ago, you may not able to achieve with this approach. In that case, another solution that I have is the finding flow run using the on-demand flow. So if you want to set it up by your own, you can just follow the steps mentioned in this blog post. For now, I will try to explain that particular flow. So this is what the parameters are, just the flow name, the name of the flow, and this record UID. So record UID can be um, the, the 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 GUID of this contact records, something like this, and so if you want to manually test and run, so the GUID of the record will be something like this, and the name of the flow will be something like this, right? So this is the parameters for this particular on-demand flow. So the first thing it does is actually just getting this flow, the name of the flow, and find the raw flow unique ID. So the unique ID of this particular flow. And after that, what it does is it populates the environment name. So the environment name is something like this one, but you don't have to worry about it. It contains in the workflow the text parameter, and this flow name is this workflow unique name, a unique ID that I retrieved from the step earlier. And I want to try to explain this is a custom connector. So I just referenced this custom connectors from Stephen's blog, and you can also find out how to set up this custom connector in the in my blog post. So mostly it's just a host calling this API flow. One disclaimer: this particular custom connector and this API, it is not documented and officially announced by Microsoft. So you have to use it at your own risk. You can still use it as debugging and um, investigation of your flows, but probably definitely not for your production use for certain mission critical stuff. So they may change it anytime, and it may break if they have changed. So it is just basically calling the API flow.microsoft and just pass the environment name, the GUID of the environment, and this flow name, the workflow ID, and get the runs. And the API version is currently hard-coded. And once you're there, it just passes the output parameters in the JSON. And for each flow run, so the flow runs only contains like a trigger. So it doesn't contain it only contains this kind of URL. So it doesn't contain this trigger input or trigger output. So once we get this URL, what we have to do is we have to call to the HTTP request URI. And then once it returns and it contains the value of the internal item ID, the ones that I mentioned just now, the internal ID is the ID, the GUID of this trigger record. So this particular one. So if it is matching with the one that we're looking for in this particular GUID record ID parameter, and then it will just add it into the array. So what that means is if you have a multiple flow triggering for the same row or same records, it will just be added into this array. And towards the end, you can just compose or you can just log it somewhere and try for your troubleshooting purpose. So this is how you can find the flow run with another on-demand flow. But sometimes where it's quite troublesome to set these up and do the troubleshooting, and we wish we had the ability to have the background uh, process history, just like how we had used to have in the classic workflow. And we can actually run it, like log it by our own before Microsoft provide this kind of functionality, but it involves around a lot of flows and a lot of steps to achieve this kind of thing. And we can use it as a custom activity so that it can be related to any regarding to any record type or table. So the first one is the logging flow run history, which is logging like everything, whether it's a status successful or fail, everything. So this is just a demo purpose, how it can be achieved. But so there are two steps. One is the having the whole thing built in each and every flow, and the second one is just create a child flow and reuse it in the your your multiple cloud flows. Okay, so the first one is so let's imagine we have this kind of logic and put all this logic in one main scope, and we'll branch it out to the three, whether it's a successful or fail or timeout, so that it will just log the status accordingly. And this step is just to like check the error log from this scope. Let's sometimes this particular step throw an error, sometimes this particular step throw an error, but the scope doesn't have like the static parameter to show all types of error. So I had to like get the multiple ways of getting the errors by looping through the result array. And if there's any error message, I just log it into the error. And another one is just to check based on the trigger STA message log, whether this flow trigger based on the create, update, or delete action. And then we create the new flow run. So it will create the new records, something like this. So it will create a flow run record. So this is the custom activity. And if the flow is triggered by the user, so let's say the user ran the on-demand flow and all this stuff, so it will just add this user as the owner. If it is not a delete event, so the record is still there, the creator event, update events, then we will set the regarding of this flow run so that it will show up in this the subgrid for this particular record. And then we end with the same status. What it means is if the flow step above fails, so it goes to this route, just run here also we have to end with the fail status. Otherwise, all of the flow run history that you can see, you will see that as everything is successful because we handle that error exception in the steps earlier. So another one is using the child flow. This one is a little bit more simple. So it is just quite similar step. It get the SDK message and try to check whether what is the trigger for this flow, whether it's a create, update, or delete. And and the input of this flow is the workflow and the trigger. So these are the two main inputs, and we're just parsing the JSON, and we create the flow run just like in this particular one. We just create the flow run, and the same thing, we just check if it is a triggered by the user, and then return the result back to the main flow. So how we're using this is this is the actual flow, and we have this flow and the steps below. We just need to add these two steps. So if you have 10 flows, instead of going at this big chunk each and every flow, you just add these two steps in this flow, which is going to log at the beginning of the flow. So since it is logging at the beginning of the flow, it doesn't really log the status of the flow. So let's say um, your flow has a fail from here, it's fail or it's just timeout. It can capture because this is making it as a generic and it is running at the beginning of the flow. But what it does is, so just the first one is calling the child flow from this step, this child flow, and the second one is setting the regarding of this child flow. So this is just because Dataverse connector have multiple fields for each table types, so that we can really make it generic. So we have to include this step in this um, in the main flow instead. We can make it generic, but that will involve a really big expression. So, well, yeah, that's all about in my presentation, running with the chat flow. And okay, thanks for coming here today and attending the session. So if you have any questions, I'll look through the comments and I'll answer them all. Okay, I don't see any comments for this session. Okay, let's just wait for the organizer.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Mustajab is here, and from here to onward, I will be handing over to Mustajab. Uh,
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for
that was really
handing
awesome
it.
session. I was following your blog posts about flow history, maybe of last week.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I was looking have a similar issue. I was thinking basically to develop something, and I
Mm.
searched and found your post. That was really nice, and I found it really helpful. Hi, Mustajab. Mustajab has joined us and Mustajab will be taking care of the if there are any questions and rest of the sessions. Over to you, Mustajab. Thanks, Lee, from my side. Over to you, Mustajab. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Mm. So we will be having, thanks Lee for a good session on debugging Dataverse, Cloud Flows, and getting run history. It was really helpful. We will have a 15-minute break now, and we will be back again with another session. And it will be a good session by Yavrik Pal for sure. So let's take a 15 minutes break, everyone, and have some coffee. Hello, everyone. We are back with the second session, and after the break, and I have the speaker line with me. I'm adding Yavar to the session. Hey, Yavar, can you hear us?
Hi, Mustajab. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Mustajab?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
That's great.
So the stage is all yours. Can you share your
Thank you
screen as
so
well?
much. Sure. Let me share my screen first.
Yep, we can see your
Yeah.
screen. So over to
Yeah.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mustajab. Uh, Thank you so much, everyone, and thanks for joining. Really appreciate wherever you have joined, and greetings depending your time zone and country. I am presenting accessibility in Power Platform projects. This is a topic I'm really close to my heart. The reason is because this topic, I believe, can contribute to a few people's life, and we can help a few human beings, and we can make a difference to their life. So that's it about the topic, and let's begin. Agenda for today is, okay, let me quickly press hide. Agenda for today is, basically, this is really a brief introductory level session about accessibility, what accessibility is. Basically, I have divided this session into three subtasks. First one is what accessibility is and why it is important. Second is how to achieve accessibility or make your projects accessibility compliant. And the third one is what is importance of accessibility in Power Platform projects, or which or how we can make our Power Platform projects as per accessibility standards. I think it will be a good idea if, before proceeding further, I introduce myself briefly. My name is Yavar Iqbal. I live in Melbourne, Australia. I was born in Pakistan. Since this event is run by Pakistan User Group, my explanation to this topic will be a little in the context of subcontinental countries like Pakistan, India, since in terms of infrastructure, these countries are a little different from West or developed countries. So I will be basically focusing on subcontinental countries. Back to my introduction. My name is Yavar Iqbal, and I'm living with my family in Melbourne, Australia. I have around 13 or 14 years experience in software development. I'm on daily basis. I'm working with Dynamics 365 Power Platform and Office 365 projects. Also, I've used sometime work with Azure and AI applications. I am a little involved in community work, and I sometimes do blogging. I am also actively involved in a few user groups, including Pakistan User Group and Microsoft Power Apps User Group in Melbourne, Dynamics 365 and Power Platform User Group Melbourne. And yeah, that is quickly about me, and these are my connection details. Please connect if we are not connecting. And before proceeding further, I will encourage everyone to get involved. Please use social media of your choice. These can be hashtags, and please be social and let community know what we are doing today. Let's begin to topic. I will start from the first story or first part, which is what accessibility is and why it is important. To describe this topic, I have created next slide, which basically have some thumbnails, and these are people. Some of the faces you will recognize. Some of them are community leaders, and they are working for they all work and they all love Microsoft Power Platform and Dynamics 365, these products. And you will recognize some of them are they basically belongs to different geographical locations. They speak different languages. There may be their race might be different from others, and there is a diversity of in term of genders. So these are differences basically in this slide. Using thumbnails of all these wonderful amazing people who are our community leaders, I have tried to try to draw a message like, as a human we have differences, but still this group of people, even though these there are differences, they are working for a single cause, and they are trying to promote, and they are trying to help people and help community. By this, by no means that's the only list of people who are working in community. And also it is not a sort of ranking like, whoever is doing more. Of course there are many individuals who are doing marvelous things. In this slide, some of the peoples are have done more contributions than others. I will go to next slide. In this slide, again I have collected some thumbnails, and these are individuals. Some of these are very famous people, but you will see there are also some differences between these humans. And these differences are not just limited to their language or culture. Basically these differences are about abilities, and more specifically and painfully these are about physical abilities, which naturally we have received. So the first differences are very healthy, very encouraging. In our business, we have businesses, in our organizations we have specific idioms to describe these, like diversity and inclusiveness. But on the other hand, we also have some differences which are painful. Why care for accessibility? It is really important to understand, like, why it is important to consider accessibility. The reason is it is said, people who use some sort of accessibility aids or some sort of accessibility apps, they are the biggest like minority of the world. So almost 15% of world's population use some sort of aid to do their day-to-day job. And it means 1 in 5 individual have some sort of accessibility requirements. These access basically these disabilities can be categorized in different areas, and these can be visual, cognitive, physical, auditory, neurological, and speech related. These can be like, completely absence of ability, or it can be partial. And so people who has any type of disability, they use different devices or applications to perform their day-to-day job. Okay. In this slide, I have basically tried to present, in a few countries, specifically in West, services are designed considering people who have additional requirements. For example, trains, buses, even public toilets, like walking areas, parks, and the way people can access facilities, all these things. Unfortunately, we in some of the countries we lack infrastructure and resources, so these sort of facilities are not available there. Of course, we as a developer, as a solution architect, or as a consultant, we can't do much on that end. But it reflects this is a known phenomena, like already throughout the world people develop services considering people who have additional needs. That's right. Like in some countries, we can't, as an individual we can't develop these sort of infrastructure, but at least having the knowledge of accessibility, we can do whatever is our area of working, and that is basically IT and delivering projects or developing projects. When we talk about accessibility, not only people who have disabilities get benefit from accessibility considerations, because sometimes these issues can be temporary. Sometimes people can have temporary disability, maybe due to an accident. Sometimes there are situational limitations, one maybe in noise or geographically somewhere where there is some limitation. It also help older people with changing abilities. That is another big area of population where for them we need to consider accessibility. Mobile and small screen users and inexperienced technology users are also another type of users. So, and there are a few more details, like people consuming information with difficulty or specialized terminology, they also get benefit from accessibility. So basically, accessibility is really important consideration. Not only people who have disabilities get benefit from them, but also generally our population also get benefit. Let me recap what accessibility is. Basically, in short term, if I can describe, I will say accessibility is making and developing services and products considering people with additional needs, and try to make our services and products, create them so maximum people can get benefit of those services. Why care for accessibility? That basically all over social norms, social standards, all over cultures, religious theologies, and over law. All these basically prohibit us to do discrimination on base on uh, maybe based on some disabilities or absence of ability. So that is generally a reason for this. We should be considering and we should be promoting accessibility. But there are some business advantages, business benefits as well. And if a business is paying attention or trying to focus, or if they are investing in their infrastructure and applications, they get some benefits as well. And these benefits are they are covering wider audience, better services, and they are of course getting a better PR, and they are doing less discrimination, and of course reducing number of complaints. So that was overall first part of my presentation, and I was trying to explain what accessibility is and why it is important. Now let's begin to second part, which is accessibility how, or how we can achieve accessibility in our IT projects and specifically software projects. WWW consortium is international community for web standards, and W3C, same organization, basically look after and take care of accessibility standards as well. WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or which and its short is WCAG, is main standard which is widely adopted and accepted for accessibility standards. It has basically until 2008 standard was WCAG 2.0, and its focus was on content like it was basically more around having making web browser accessible and minimizing browser sort of issues. But due to recent developments and recent devices, WCAG 2.1 is released. It was released in 2018, and its focus is on devices like mobiles and cognitive and other devices. One thing I want to mention here, it is not like WCAG 2.0 is deprecated. Basically, in 2.1 there are some additional standards. So to if we someone is trying to follow WCAG, they will first need to follow 2.0, and then there is additional set of WCAG 2.1. Under these WCAG standards, there are three different levels: A, AA, and AAA. We can see visually here, A is easy to achieve. There are more standards in AA, and in AAA there are further standards. Let's see how many basically standards or guidelines we will need to follow. If I try to do maths, like in WCAG 2.0, for A there were 25, double A 38, and triple A 61 standards. So if some organization is following WCAG 2.0 and they are trying to achieve level A, they will need to follow 25 standards. But if they are following WCAG 2.1, to achieve A, they will need to achieve these 25 standards, but also five additional standards. So this way, 2.1 is a further enhancement. The highest one will be WCAG AAA, and to achieve that standard, organization or project team will need to achieve 66 standards. I will take a sip. Okay, let's discuss. We have discussed about WCAG standards. These are basically documents which are available online on W3C website. Now, let me explain what those documents contain. These are really user friendly sort of guidelines, and anyone like a developer, a consultant, tester, they can follow. Basically, those guidelines tells this is the standard, what is intent of that standard, what are benefits of following that standard, examples how that standard can be achieved, some related resources, techniques how those standards can be achieved, and key terms are also explained. When we are trying to work out and achieve our WCAG standard, as a part of process we need to test our applications. And here I'm just giving a little overview. For testing, there are 100 plus tools available. Some of them are free tools, some of them are commercial tools, and similarly there are desktop browser add-ons and SaaS based services available. And of course there are manual and automated tools as well. So that was a little brief how we can achieve standard of accessibility. Now if I try to summarize whatever I have explained already, if I try to connect dots, to make a application accessibility compliance, WCAG is the guidance. WCAG 2.1 basically extend 2.0, and both of these versions have three levels: A, double A, and triple A. To make a application accessibility compliance, we need to test, and for testing we have a good variety of tools available. Usually in projects, specialized companies are hired, or specialized testers who have got training, who understand accessibility, they are hired. They basically test and then they raise bugs, or they identify and tell these are areas of applications which are not as per accessibility standards. And then developers or consultants, they try to rework and overcome those issues following WCAG guidelines. So that was pretty much it. If someone wants to learn more about WCAG standards, these are two resources: Web Accessibility Initiative and Web Content Accessibility Guideline. These are really main and very informative resources, and they give a good, they cover a good details, like similar to what I have explained, and furthermore details how we can do testing, how we can achieve those standards. And now let's link whatever we have covered until now to Power Platform. We have learned why accessibility is important, what role it plays, and we also have discussed how we can achieve those standards. Now let's link these things with Power Platform. I got a chance a few years back in Australia. I was working with a government department, and there I got luckily this opportunity to make Dynamics 365 customer engagement app accessibility compliance. And that time I faced a few issues. I will show some of the screenshots like what those issues were. If you have worked with classical user interface, you will remember if we name is long, or if we try to make a bigger zoom, usually that sort of thing happens and it cut out the text. That was against accessibility standard. Another issue was that this type of user interface where we have we got a further a widget, and if we try to press tab, basically tab just keep looping. If I press tab, it will go to next element, and again if I press tab, it will go to button. On fourth time, it should be expected to leave this area and go to the next field, but tab order just keep repeating here in this user interface. So that was also another issue. Next issue is really nice. I am sure most of the people will not be aware of it. That was something happens if you with old classical interface. If we try to tab, if we select the grid and just try to use tab to go move cursor, after pressing a few tabs, that sort of things happen, like headers, they become apart from rows, and this situation become very funny. That was another issue reported. And this was something like sometime if we have empty value or there is no data, old user interface used to still show some sort of character. These are not readable character, just maybe HTML character, but that was the issue reported for people who will be using devices to use this, because device will not able to understand this is a basically empty HTML element or there is some text. And as a result, we contacted Microsoft and asked for support. And Microsoft said, basically, we Microsoft can't do much in terms of legacy web client. So they just advise us maybe go for next user interface, which is unified interface. And luckily, with unified interface, all those issues were automatically fixed, which were reported to us before. I will show some screenshots of same issues which we were having previously in classical web interface. For example, this is pretty much a big 300% zoom, and you can see still it is visible, no cutting out of text. If I try to press tab same way, headers of columns remains with columns, they don't become apart from each other. And third one, if a row is empty, it just show like these dashes, but it was machine readable. And there were a few more examples. So basically, unified interface, luckily, because now most of the projects are unified based, so it has resolved a few issues which were traditionally part of classical web client. There are a few highlights with unified interface. It has around 100 keyboard shortcuts, and it works better with screen readers, and its UI is better for rendering and downloading. Next slide is what we can do if we want to achieve accessibility in Power Apps. We know we have two type of Power Apps. With model driven apps, we have solution checker, and solution checker have a few things. Generally it checks for uh, some codings and some other standards, but it also have a few things relevant to accessibility. So for model driven apps, we can rely on solution checker. We can use it. It may not be 100%, but it certainly covers web resources. For canvas apps, we have app checker, and app checker is really nice. It basically show details what sort of things are, it basically specify for accessibility what things are missing, and it also tells what we can do to what we can do to fix those issues. As a Dynamics 365 consultant or developer or architect, uh, you may receive this question like native apps what accessibility level they support, or are they A, double A, or triple A? To answer this, I will refer a resource here, and that is Microsoft Accessibility Conference reports. These reports are recently updated by Microsoft. I think until maybe last year, these reports were following WCAG 2.0, but now these reports are complete and up to the latest standards. But there is still an issue. Basically, these reports not clearly tells this application is for on A level or double A level or triple A level. Basically, it tells what are a few things not relevant to a product, what things are not applicable, and what things are like maybe exception. So that's the thing. And going here, we of course we can search here whatever product we want to check, and that cover basically almost all Microsoft products, not just Dynamics 365. Okay. Next slide is what should be tested, what we should test when we are talking about accessibility. We know, of course, portals, because portal are basically websites linked to our dataverse. Similarly, web resources if we are working in model driven apps, and canvas apps. And for canvas apps, I have explained uh, that we can use app checker. Similarly, model driven apps and native apps. Native apps are available modules and applications. And last but not least is Power BI reports and dashboards, because that is another area like which many people use, and it is often used on multiple locations. So that was pretty much what we should be testing. I will quickly have a look in terms of timing how we are going. Mm, I think we still have 10 minutes, so I think I will be able to cover everything.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes.
Thanks, Mustajab. And if there are any questions, I will request Mustajab later to help me and read out those questions. And I will request audience, if there are any questions, please feel free and post those questions in our pages, which are on Facebook, LinkedIn, or I forget what is third resource. Whatever page you are looking, if you post your question in comments, we will receive those questions and I will try to cover those. Let's begin to our next slide. Next slide is making project accessibility compliance. What we can do to make a project accessibility compliance. So there are a few guidelines. I will tell my experience. Basically, the project which I was working, and first time I have to work on accessibility and make that project accessibility compliance. It was a almost 3 year implementation, and almost on the midway, when half development was done, we came to know, okay, this project is going to be accessibility compliant. So that was a really difficult time, because no one among us was aware, neither developers nor testers, and none of us. So it becomes a little hard. So first step is, if a project is going to be accessibility compliance, make early decision, decide it, and train your team as per that. By team training, who should be trained? Of course, consultants, developers, testers, even project managers. I mean whoever is involved. Even if business analysts are preparing some stories, they will need to understand what accessibility is, so they can refer correctly. So all teams should be trained. It 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 don't need to be a very massive or a very long sort of training. I think a session similar to what I am presenting now, that can help. A training similar to this one, But of course, some people who will be working uh, more closely in implementation, they will need further assistance or guidance. Uh, next step is definition of done. Initially, we were struggling like what to do. Someone was trying to fix, and those accessibility issues fix were being skipped again and again. So it was becoming difficult. We learned one thing, and we made accessibility standard as a part of our definition of done. We were of course implementing using Scrum, and we made it should be accessible as a part of definition of done. So from the beginning it was clear to everyone that will be implemented, that will be tested, and later it helps overall. Next step is progress gradually. Uh, Basically, this point says we, of course, we should have a high aim, but we should not try to directly reach to AAA level, because there are more standards and it can become difficult. A easier approach can be if we try to start with just A standard, then maybe try to achieve AA and then go for AAA. Ask for help. There are many uh, community resources available, many commercial resources available. If you are not clear or your team is not clear, please ask for help, and that will be the way to proceed and make your Power Platform project accessibility compliant. And in next, I have compiled a few links. These links are what I already have discussed: web accessibility initiative, WCAG guideline, and accessibility guidelines for Canvas app, Windows 10 narrator, disability answer desk. That is really another great resource from Microsoft. It basically, there is a specific team which deals with accessibility. If you want to ask a further question about Microsoft products, or if you are not sure how to go further, or if you need any further help, that is a dedicated team which just deal with accessibility, and they are not just for Power Platform, they are overall looking for all Microsoft products. Microsoft accessibility conformance reports, these are from Microsoft. I have provided this URL, and in case you can't note it, you can just search that on your search engine, and you will probably able to find it. Create accessible web resources. That resource is specifically relevant to model driven apps, like using when we are using web resources, how we can design in a way that they become accessibility compliant. And that is it. With that, I will say thanks to everyone, thanks to all audience, thanks to organizer of this event, all supporters, volunteers, and sponsors. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, I'm available. I will love to have those questions. And these are my connection details. If we are not connected already, please feel free, connect with me. I will love to connect and hear if you have any questions or experience or something relevant to accessibility or in general about Power Platform. That is all from me. Thank you so much, Mustajab. And now we can see if there are any questions.
I don't see any questions right now, but from perspective of accessibility, I do come across one question that it's really important that uh, आज like the way world is working, हम make sure करें कि that everyone is able to use that app, including colorblind people and everyone, like even reading problem पहले ये होता था खासतौर पर product development में कि there was a standard of things that was managed. They don't have anything else, but that's good कि Microsoft is defining those standards, and it was a good
That's right.
to know that. Yeah. So
और
I don't. Please go ahead.
जी, प्लीज कंप्लीट आप करें पहले.
And I think it's good that Microsoft is providing on managing those standards, ना, ताकि you know uh, people are following them.
That's right. Or Mustajab, this is also important because I mean, if we see overall, like discrimination is really bad. I mean, I know, like I'm living in Australia. Even in West, there is a lot of discrimination. Many things happens, and I know in underdevelopment or non-developed countries, this is more a factor. So overall, like if we can just try to stop discrimination based on these things, like if someone is have a disability or any issue, that they should be discriminated. So I think that will be a better thing to do. And just by over understanding, if we can contribute and make life better even of a single person, that is, I think that is a big thing for an individual.
That's perfectly fine. So I think we don't see any more questions here, so we can ask and bring the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Mustajab.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avar, for your time.
Thanks.
Bye. So, guys, calling our next speaker. That is Prague. He will be joining us soon. Just give us a minute or so. Ah, okay. Hey,
Thanks to all
Prague.
of this event,
Hi.
all
Can
supporters,
you hear us?
volunteers, and
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect, perfect. So, can you share your screen? And after that, the stage is all yours.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Screen two. Can you see?
Yeah, I think, yep, I added your screen. So, I'm removing myself. The stage is yours, Prague. Please proceed. Best luck. Best of luck.
We are going to start now the session.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can start, Prague.
Okay, let me share my screen. Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. My name is Parag Chapre. I'm working as a technical solution architect for Dynamics HR, Finance and Operation, and Power Platform. Let's start the slide. Basically, I'm from India, but currently I'm working in Netherlands from last 5 years, and I'm staying with my family. I have 13 years of experience in Microsoft technologies with different versions, and currently I'm working with Microsoft product team for the development of leave and absence, sickness, and timesheet module in Dynamics HR. So in this session, I'm going to talk about integration between Dynamics HR and Azure AD. So let's go to the next slide. In today's session, this is our agenda. First is about the introduction. What is Azure AD? What is Dynamics HR? Second is how to create a user in AD when a new worker is hired in Dynamics HR. Update a user in AD when a worker is updated, such as the first name, last name, employment information. Disable a user from AD group, and then demo, and at the last we will have a Q&A. Introduction. What is an Azure AD? So in simple term, we can say that Azure AD is a Microsoft cloud-based identity and access management service, like where employee can sign into external resources such as your Outlook, your Teams, and other SaaS applications. For example, when you want to access different resources like in Azure portal, your admin team has to create an account in Azure Active Directory,
so that you can access all the external resources. Next slide is about what is Dynamics HR. A lot of people knows about Dynamics HR. In 2017, Microsoft announced a new product called Dynamics Talent, and later they renamed as the Dynamics HR with new feature. Especially, they introduced this feature as a subset of Dynamics HR capabilities. Like in finance and operation, we have a different modules like sales, purchase, and HR. So they carve out HR from Dynamics F&O and make as a new product, so that it is especially for the people who are working in the human resource industries. Dynamics HR is a true SaaS application. That means it's a sealed product. You cannot extend the functionality which is available in HR. But the good news is, as per the latest announcement from Microsoft, we can extend Dynamics HR just like a finance and operation. If you want to know more about this announcement, you can just check this reference URL. What are the different features available in Dynamics HR? So here we can see we have a compensation, benefit, leave and absence. Under employee self-service, we have my information, manager self-service, absence manager. And we also have the features about compliance, payroll integration, performance feedback, and training and certification. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Create a user in Azure AD. To create, update, and delete a user from Azure AD, we should have admin access to the Azure AD connector in Power Platform. And second is we should have an access to Power Automate. There are some assumptions while creating this Power Platform for creation of user in Azure AD. We should, in the system, employee should have a unique primary email address and assigned position. To create a user in Azure AD when an employee is hired in Dynamics HR, these are some steps we have to follow. First is we have to create a Power Automate with Azure AD and SMTP server settings. And second step is we have to hire a new worker in Dynamics HR with a unique primary email address and position. Third step is we have to run the Power Automate. Step 4 is we have to validate whether the user has received the email with new credential. And step 5 is we have to validate the data in Azure AD. So let's check these steps in detail. Okay, how to create a Power Automate in Dynamics HR. Like first we have to log in with flow.microsoftdynamics.com, and then we have to use the event from Dataverse. Like in Dataverse we have a different events, like when a record is created, updated, or modified. So in this case we will use the event when the record is created. We have to provide the environment URL, and then we have to get the entity from Dataverse, such as workers. Its technical name is CDM underscore worker, and we have to define the scope as organization. Second step is we have to create a password for user. So in this case, I used a variable called create user password of type string, and this is a just a dummy password for the user. After first login, user has to change their password. Third step is we have to get the worker details based on the step 1. Here also we have to provide the environment, we have to provide the table name, and item identifier we are using as a worker from the step 1. The step 4 is we have to list all the records from position worker assignment based on the worker created in HR. So we here in the filter query we are providing a condition, like from position worker assignment we should get the record which is created in the step 1. And then in next step we have to apply the same logic to job position to get the information such as department, cost centers, job title, job function. And then we have to create a user in Azure AD with first name, last name, email address and other position information, and then we will trigger an email to user saying that a record has been created for you in Azure AD. Next step is we have to hire a new worker in Dynamics HR. We have to provide first name, last name, employment start date, employment end date, and then we have to provide a unique email address with primary. And once we entered all this information correctly, then it will run a flow and it will give the status whether it's succeed or fail. And then user will receive the email something like that, a new can has been created for you. So you can see your email ID, you can see the password, and you have to change your password after your first login. And then we can validate the information in Azure AD. So you can see there is a new account is created for you. So we will go through the steps in Power Platform how we can create this one. So let me share my screen again. Okay, I will not create a new flow. I already have the template, so I can just follow the same template in Power Platform. So first you can see I logged in environment called sandbox, and then you can just create a new flow or you can just edit the existing flow. So this is the event from Dataverse when the record is created. Here I provided the environment of my sandbox. I use the CDM underscore worker entity here, and then I created a password for user to log in Azure AD. And in next step, you can see I'm getting the worker information from worker entity based on the step one. Here it will list down all the informations from worker position, worker assignment, such as the parent position, child position, and based on position worker assignment, you will get the information from job position like department, job title, job function, and then it will create a user in a Jaredi. So you can see here it's like first name, then it will provide the password here. In user principal name, it is taking the primary email address and given name and the last name. And once this is okay, then it will trigger an email to user saying that a new user has been created for you. So this is our Power Automate. So next step is I will hire a new employee in Dynamics HR. Okay, so this is the Dynamics HR application. I will go to the personal management first. Links, employees. Okay, I will hire a new employee. Oh, before that, I need to create a position for an employee, or I can use a existing position, but let me create a new position first. We have to provide the activation date for the position. So in this case, I will consider as the 1st of July. The position has been created, so I will hire an employee for this position. Okay, let's say I give Rosa. I have to provide the employment start date for this employee, and then I can say hire and add details. Okay, so here I have to provide the unique email address for this employee. So I'll say in the contact information, click on add. select the type as a email address, and then I need to use maybe something like this one. Primary, yes, and then click on save. So once we saved the record, we have to run the flow. So you can see your flow ran successfully. So you can see all the data is here now. Sometime it takes some time to update the information. So let's wait for some time. Let's wait some more time. Sometimes it takes 3 to 4 minutes depending on the database. Okay. It's taking a lot of time, but yeah, you will get such kind of email saying that a record has been created for you. So meanwhile, I will go to the further steps and then we will come back to here. Let me share again. Okay, so next step is update a user in Azure AD. So in this case, what will happen? We have to follow the same step, but we have to use the update event, not the create event. And we have to, and then next, we have to update some information in Dynamics HR. So let's see how this works. So in the previous step, we use a create event, and here we are using the update event. And here will be the same, we have to get the record from the workers, and we have to list down the records from worker position assignment. And here only thing we have to add a condition. We have to only update the current worker, not all the workers. And then in the we have to go to the Dynamics HR. We can update any of the informations such as the first name, last name, or position information, and then it will again trigger a flow, and then user will receive an email saying that a record has been created in Azure ready for you. And in the same way, you can see here for Adam, the record has been updated in Azure ready with first name Mr. Adam. So let's follow these steps in Dynamics in Power Platform. I need to check why it's not triggering, because it takes a lot of time sometimes. So till the time, I'll just close this one. I'll go to my solution. Okay, so here we have to use the dataverse event as when the record is updated, provide the current environment, use the worker entity, get the record from the dataverse based on the step one. And here we can list all the records from position worker assignment based on the worker entity. And we have to apply this loop to all job positions. So from here we can get the position information such as department, job titles, and then here we can get the user from Azure. And once this condition is satisfied, it will update the user in Azure. So in this case, I'm just updating the given name, last name, and the display name in the Azure, and then it will trigger an email in to the user saying that user information is updated in Azure. So let's go. So before that, I need to check whether it's still doing something. Hmm, okay, I need to check. Let me see again. Hmm. Let me try once again whether the record is created. Okay, so this is how it works. So you can see here a new account has been created for Rosa, and sometime it takes some time, and we have to run the flow again and again. So the record is created in Azure AD for Rosa, and if you go to the Azure AD, if you refresh now, you can see the record is created, Rosa, and this is the email ID. This is the first name, last name. And now if you want to update the information of Rosa, let's say I'm going to change Rosa's name. I'll say then I'll go back to Charity saying that taste again. Again, we had to wait for some more time. Let me check whether user received the email. Okay, so we will receive the email something like that. And now if I go back to the Jaredi, and if I go here, refresh. So here you can see the first name is updated for Rosa to Mrs. Rosa, and same you can see here on the top. So in this way, we can create and update the user in Azure AD with Dynamics HR. Moving back to my slides. Okay, how we can disable the user from Azure AD group. So for this, we already have a standard template in Power Automate. We can follow the same template. Like we have to create a template from Power Automate, and we have to provide the name of the user where we have to disable from the AD group, and then it will run the Power Automate, and user will receive an email saying that okay, that record has been removed from the Azure AD group. So this is the same template from Power Automate, and we have to follow this document again here, and then we can see all this information. I'll not go much in detail. I'll directly go to the Power Automate. Let's see this one. I'll go to my flows. So we can use this template, the template name called click a button to remove a user from all AD security groups. So if you click on edit, this is a manual trigger flow, or you can make automation. That's possible. So you can use the email address, and you can, based on the email address, you can get the information from Azure AD, and then this will remove from the all the AD groups, and it will trigger an email to user saying that user has been removed from all groups. So if I want to remove this user, I can say create manually, and here I have to provide the user email ID. So in this case, I'll use this email ID. Okay, so it triggered an email to user. Let's see the email. So we will get this email saying that Rosa has been removed from all AD groups. Okay, so this is how we can create, update, and delete AD groups with Dynamics HR. Well, let's go back to my slide. Okay, any questions about this one?
Yes, Parag. We have not received any questions yet. I think we are good.
Mhm.
And in term of just, I was just looking. In term of do you have any thoughts if we try to? This is something we have seen triggering from dynamic side, but can we automate as well? Maybe running a script or anything like this, and using flow. Can something like this be done?
Yeah, if you are saying something as a PowerShell, I think that's, I'm not sure whether it's possible, but with Power Automate or Logic apps, you can make it very easily. And I think Microsoft is planning to make it available in finance and operation also, same feature.
Yeah. And do you know anything like this further is coming from Microsoft side? I know, I mean, Flow is of course that is also from Microsoft, but anything out of box, which have you heard anything which is planned or?
Uh, yes, actually, I heard because they're already working on such integrations,
Yeah,
but that's going to come in future.
yeah, yeah. I think we are good with questions. I don't see any other question.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we
good.
are good. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. I
yeah,
really
thank
appreciate.
you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and presenting. Thanks for supporting this community event. So nice of you. Thank you. It was really informative. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We our still show is still continue. We have a few more sessions to present today. For until next speaker join us, we will take a couple of minutes break, and please stay with us. Thank you. Hi again, everyone. Just noticed the last session, Prag, that was finished a little sooner than expected. So we for next speaker, we will need to wait for a few minutes. Please stay with us, and we will be back. Show is still on. We are here, and we just need to wait for a few minutes until next speaker join us. Please stay with us. Thank you.
आमना
जी, आई एम हियर। ओके।
ठीक तो अभी तो उन्होंने किसी ने गेस्ट ने ज्वाइन नहीं किया ना अभी तो ठीक है तो मैं मैसेजेस देख रहा था
हम लोगों को बस ये एंजेलिक है ना, जस्ट से कि वी हैव विद अस एंजेलिक टू प्रेजेंट और उनके टॉपिक का नाम द जर्नी ऑफ अ बिगनिंग सिटीजन डेवलपर। दैट्स इट।
हाँ जी जी ये हम लॉबी में ही है ना
आई गेस ये लाइव का है।
So we have Anjali with us. I'm adding her. Hey, Anjali, how are you?
Hi everyone.
Hey. So I think you're pretty much ready. I can add your screen as well, sharing.
Yes,
So okay. So the stage is all yours. I'm on mute now.
yes. Thank you. Thank you for having me at the Urdu Hindu Bootcamp today. And also, I thank um, every sponsor that made this possible to have this great um, event. Sorry, there was some difficulties. And I want to also welcome all the attendees and thank you all for joining my session today. Today it's my session about the journey of a citizen developer, the beginning of that. My name is Angelique Grootmoer, and I am from the Netherlands. I work for a company, Vierleeuw Zakelijk Incasso. That is a debt collection agency that does different things everywhere for mostly debt collection from business to consumer. But that's for the main course, and the other main course is business to business. That I will have more later on what I will do for work and what I do for the company. You can also follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. If you do the scan me, you get both of my links in one app, in one screen. So there you can see everything of on Twitter. You see basically what I do with my free time. Basically building Lego. As you see behind me, I have enough Lego to build and stuff like that. I love to do that. I love also do the traveling stuff to other countries, stuff like that. And on LinkedIn, you see my profile for work stuff and that kind of things. So how did it all this start? I was on school. I was always helping people at school with IT problems. For example, when I was in school, people asked me, "Yeah, how do I do this for PowerPoint or for Excel or Word?" Or there's another different kind of thing they have problems with. I was always the person they go to for before they go to the teachers. Even the teachers were always asking my help if there were problems. For example, with the streams or stuff like that, like for the presentation they have. And I was always helping them. And I didn't go to school for IT at all. So the people at school asked me, "Yeah, why are you not going to do something in IT?" I was always saying, "No, not for me though. For me, it's like, I have a husband at home, and he will help me if I have problems with my computer or stuff like that." And they were all saying, "Yeah, but you're so great at it." I said, "No, it's not for me. Nothing for me. It's okay. I will do this instead of going for IT." So after a few years, I also went to work, and at work, it's the same thing happened. If there's problem with something with computer or with the laptop or stuff like that, I was always like, "Maybe I can fix this for you. Let me check and I will look if I can fix it so that we don't need to disturb the IT department." They're saying, "Yeah, sure. Okay, that's great." So that's also in my company I work now for. It's Filia Recycling Incasso. And they are for debt collection, what I already told you guys. And for debt collection, we have different kind of systems. But we have two different departments. We have the debt collection before court, and we have debt collection before it even go for the next step. So that's main things like outsourcing stuff for getting the invoices from the customers from the company we work for. Also, there is like we have a department for the outsourcing. We have a department for debt collection before court, and also a department for the debt collection after court. But I will mostly work I had before the all court stuff, suing people before that all stuff. So I do the main thing before everything. And also next to that, I work also for them for a sister company, help them to import payments they got from from their clients. And then we need to book the imports, the payments in our systems so that we can call out to people, "Hey, you have not paid your invoice yet," or "Hey, when can we expect the payment?" or "What's wrong with this invoice?" So we can collect all the data from our clients' clients So it's but after a while, my boss also told me, yeah, you need to write down the time you do for for every client you have, because then I know how many time you are um, working for every department you work at. I was like, yeah, sure, I do it in Excel form and I will put it there and I will let you see the main things I do, the time, schedule, stuff like that. But in the meanwhile, I was also working and thinking about, yeah, maybe I need to do something else because my husband is looking for to get a job at another company, but not in the Netherlands. Everything I know for work here in the Netherlands has to do with the law of the Netherlands, and I cannot do that basically abroad, for example, USA or wherever we go. And last year was almost time that we got almost the opportunity to go to the abroad to another country to work. At least he could. I could not yet. So I was like, yeah, do that when I'm abroad. I cannot do my work, what I do now. So I need to think something else to do. So in the meanwhile, while traveling, also with my husband, he's also a speaker at different conferences and stuff like that. And I'm trying to go with him most of the time. But also one trip, we met people in the Power Platform community. And yeah, we became friends. I went to their virtual bar and stuff like that. And while I was in the bar, they were telling me how they went to our platform. There were people that were some different else, something else before they went in the IT, with no knowledge about IT at all. And I was like, they can do that. Maybe I can. But then there was the big question: where do I start? Yes, that was the question I asked one of my friends, Chris Huntingford, well during a call, just virtual bar call, and he told me, "Yeah, let's meet up later on, and I will give you tips and tricks where you can go, where you can learn more." So I was like, "Yeah, sure, let's do that." So we met up later on. He told me we have from Microsoft we have Microsoft Learn. And there you can all do courses to learn stuff about everything IT related, like Power Apps, Azure. I think most things you can find there. But so I went there for the Power Apps course because yeah, there's no code, low code. So I think it's great for me to go start there. So I went to a few courses and then I was like, maybe I need to build something. And then was the time, okay, I want to build something, but what do I want to build later on? And I build it like, okay, what kind of app? Like something at work that I can improve. I can improve my schedule down or my writing down of my time I do for my clients. Like, do that. Source all the applications, all the Excel documents I have for different clients we have. The client was like, yeah, you can use this. Why not? Also, my boss was like, yeah, you can use this if you want, if you know what to do and it takes with you. And yeah, it's okay. So I was like, okay, then I will start building it. And I was building it or thinking about it, how to do it, was like, okay, I need to think what I want to in there. I want to have an overview. I want to have more data in there. I want to have easy access that I can write down my time for every client I do work for. So after a while, I was like, okay, let's put all the Excel forms in one Power Canvas app. So I put 3 different Excel forms in one app. And was the first page what I saw. The overview of all data. You see week numbers, total time, only the week numbers you see per day. It's not quite neat what you see here, but it's still work in process. So I went with that, and then I was like, yeah, but I want to see more of the data behind the data you see here. And also I need to put somewhere my information and stuff like that. So, and I want to go from an index like, yeah, where do I go from which company I want to go or to which page I want to go. So I made an index, and also I have also a grading page. That's almost easy. I mean, most people know to build that. It's easy to make a click button like, yeah, go here. You go to the next page. Then I'm coming to here to the index. In the index, you can also go to the overview all data or to the client you want. So building this, the index, I went for list of data of a client I made. So from one client, you see all the data. If I click on client name, you see all the data from their Excel sheet. And also you can change your layout, how you want to let them see it. For example, I made here the date, the time. The time is not, I wanted to remove that still, but it's still a work in process. I mean, I do this after my 40-hour a week work days. So I do this in my free time building the app. So it's kind of hard to do everything in one go. So it's a work in process. So also you have, if you go click on a date, you get an overview of that date. For example, the date of the list you got from the customer that you are going to input in your system. And then you have to notify who is the employee that does the work. Also, you want to have a starting time for when you do the actual work. From date and time, and if you take a break for in between for example, a lunch or a coffee break, or you're going for a little walk outside because you have too much information in your system. But you want also to see the whole time you work after the break. Without the break, you want to see how many times you work for it. So that you can see in the data overview of one date of the customer. So after that, you want to also add dates or change it. Therefore, you made a plus button. You can click on the pencil button that you right there, and you can change every information you see here. You can still change it. It will change also back in your Excel form. I mean, that's the nicest part of it. You can add it and change it, and it will still go back in your main source. And in this case, in the main source was my Excel sheets. And then the Excel sheets for that customer or for the other customer, you made it Yeah, so you can change or add data. Also, to add or change it, you get a fill-in form, and there you can notify what do you want to know, how do you want to know it, and you can fill it in, and it's easy to make. And you can also add a calendar or stuff like that, or the beginning time, week numbers. I'm still working with that. Week numbers is a big trouble to make for me still, but no, during the way you will learn, of course. So after you make this page and you want to have a process in your system, you can go click on the OK button. But yeah, do you know if it worked, yes or no? So there I made a little bit of a two pages, for example, and this one was successful and was completed, or there was an error. And if it's an error, you go back to the page for the fill-in form and you can change the data you still need to add or change. Because sometimes you have some data you can write down and then it won't take because you write it down wrong. For example, you put in a dot instead of the double dot, so to say, or something else that could go wrong. So basically, that was the whole. Yes, it's a success thing or not, but after a while I was working with this app to build, I was like, yeah, but I want to have more in it. For example, I wanted to have an automatic report of my Excel, automatic report of all the data I collected in an Excel form, because this was a question for my boss, like, yeah, I want an overview of the whole data you put in there, but I wanted to have an Excel form because then I can send it also to the customer for the billing part. I was like, yeah, I can do that sometime. Yes, I will make that for you. Also, every week, not every week, every month, I needed to send this to my boss, the whole overview part. And I was like, yeah, but I do now it manually. But there are options to make it automatic. So why are not looking to that? To send the report automatically every month on the first day of the month to my boss, like, okay, here you have my report from this month for the payments for that, or for the time I work for that. Also, the week numbers are still a big issue, what I told you already. So that is the future of my app. But after a while, you will think about every other app you want to build. And then there's still the future of my own. Like, yeah, I know my husband wants to move somewhere else abroad. I want to go with him. And I want to have also a future there in working space, because what I'm going to do if I'm every day within four walls of your home and like tidying up, like, yeah, I can clean, but I can also work and get money and do fun stuff with it. So yeah, after a while I was like, yeah, I need to go for a certificate. So certificate, I did it one time now. I found it hard to do it because it was the first time I did a complete exam in IT. Um, and yeah, and I had problems with that. So I asked also friends of us, like, yeah, I need to move forward, except my workplace, what I do now, because in the future, maybe the nearby future or in a few years, we will be moving from the Netherlands to another country. And I want to work there also. So I need to reschool myself. So I want to have also work there. But then I was like, yeah, but if you look out at my page on LinkedIn, for example, you don't see anything about working in IT. So I was like, yeah. So that is the main thing for the certificates. If you go for that, you could get opportunities to go looking for a job there. And I'm now in working process of to do my exam again. And then I went like, oh, this is a lot of work to know, and it's the basic things I want to learn. And after that, I want to go further. I mean, there's so much more you can do in Power Platform. For example, you can build an, the app itself, or you can build an overview, so Power BI app. You can make a place where you can put in the invoices, you can collect there and then put in the information, or you have questions about an invoice, for example. So you can also build that kind of stuff, but you need to learn somewhere. So Microsoft has helped me a lot with stuff like that, but also in the community. If I have a question about anything, for example, I had also help with my app building, because I know I told you already, it was the first thing for me, first app I built at all. And I was like, yeah, it's a strong, hard one I want to build. So I need some help sometime. So I went to our friends, or I could go on link on Twitter and saying like, hey people, I need help with something. I want to build this. Can someone help me? There's always someone that could help you or refer you further to another person that can help you with your problem. So after a while, you can just make sure you can go for that or another one. Also, for working spaces, you have a lot of companies now looking for people in Power Platform, because Power Platform is booming now, because everyone wants to have a simple question, or you don't need a high skilled difficulty of a hard code after your apps or whatever you want to have built for your company. So Power Apps is a great thing to do that for. And I was like, yeah, I want to go work there. So I'm still learning. I'm still going to search for work and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's also a great opportunity to go talk about this. You can go talk about this in kind of this setting I do now, because it's a great opportunity. You learn a lot of it. You can learn a lot of joining sessions also. And that's what I do most of the time. And yeah, this is this was my journey. For example, for now, I set here again my links. It's a short session because what I tell you, this is one of my first sessions ever. This is my fourth session, but I'm still learning also in speaking publicly and stuff like that. But it's a learning curve. And if you want to know more about this, don't hesitate to contact me or ask questions. If I cannot answer them, I will definitely get to you to another friend of mine, or for someone I know that could help you with this. Yeah, and I want to ask, has someone else questions for me today? Because I know I'm very fast today. Um, because I'm nerves, my nerves and stuff like that. Um, if there are any questions, I can answer them now.
Okay. Hi, Angelic.
Hi.
I was enjoying your story. So, can you just tell me briefly how much time did you take, like, for learning this, like, from being a non-technical and then moving to this Power Platform, everything? How
Um,
much time did you take?
I did for before I started with my app. What was like not 2 weeks, but I didn't learn a lot of it. Then I went with working with my app, and in my app I built like 4.5 years already. And I think a month ago or something like that, I was put in a position at work, and I wasn't put in like also privately, like we could maybe go this far already, so you need to start thinking about your future now. So I started this month, last month, to work also more time for my study. And I did my exam 2 weeks later. I failed that one, but in my when you fail it, you get a lot of information on what part you failed, and
The more you
from
learn, I
there,
think it's the more you learn that way.
so you got also percentages as where do you need to learn more for your next application for the exam, because otherwise you will learn everything again, again, again. But that's a lot of trouble with that. So they said, we can give you an overview from where you failed and what you did great, so you can learn from there on. And
But
I do.
I think that was pretty quick. Like the learning that you did, I think that's pretty quick.
Yes, but I was like, I will know it, and this is the first try I did everything for to learn it exactly. And I was like, it's a learning curve, so I will go for it. It's not expensive. You pay a little bit money, but I could do that because my husband works already in the IT and stuff like that, and was like, I can do it. And I see now how the whole exam works, and then I can learn more from there and go work with that.
Right. That's good to hear. And also, I would like to ask. There's one more question. Someone is asking if anyone wants to work with you remotely to learn practically. Any opportunity?
Yeah, I will definitely look up for that, and I'm open for everyone to ask me questions for how to learn or where to go or stuff like that. Or I want to also learn with other people if they give me an opportunity to learn more. I'm open for that, because what I'm saying, it's like I know for sure we will definitely move sometime to another country, because we are working hard for that, and we want to have I want to have an opportunity to work there also. So I'm open to learn a lot of stuff for the Power Platform and go also work in the IT. And also for the people that want to learn with me, I'm open for that also. And I know in 2 weeks, I think there is a free chance to learn a Snell course, I think, for one day. I signed myself there for, and if you want to have the link, contact me, and then I will send you them. I let you know where I go for learning more information.
Yeah, that's so nice of you. I think this answers your question. Okay, so are there any more questions? Do we have anything more to ask? Okay, so
The only
I
thing
think
is,
that is
like, if you want to know more or you have questions for me, you can contact me by LinkedIn or by etc. And I will definitely contact you again. So
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so
so
much, Angelique. That was really nice to have you.
thank you for having me, and it's a great opportunity to talk in another country while I'm in the Netherlands, though. So that's the easy way for speaking virtually. And thank you for the opportunity that you let me join it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's have a little break. We'll join you shortly. Welcome back after the break. Now we have with us Mustajab presenting about Power Platform, Power App components. Assalamu alaikum, Mustajab.
थैंक यू थैंक यू बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शामना आई थिंक मेरी वॉइस क्लियर है राइट सो
Yes.
आई एम शेयरिंग माय स्क्रीन जस्ट अ सेकंड शेयर माय स्क्रीन ओके try screen okay let me know if you guys ये स्क्रीन अगर नजर आ जाए आप सबको sorry not this can you guys see my screen okay so starting off with the that's good so कैसे हैं आप सब लोग गुड मॉर्निंग गुड इवनिंग आई नो मुख्तलिफ जगहों से लोग आए हुए होंगे ऑनलाइन और डिफरेंट टाइम जोन में होंगे और बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जो जो ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है अभी स्पेशली ओवर द वीकेंड अटेंडिंग दिस सेशन है स्पेशली बिग थैंक्स टू द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स और साथ में हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स को जो जिन्होंने मेक श्योर किया कि ये इवेंट सक्सेसफुली कंप्लीट हो I am planning to deliver today. It's okay. मेरा नाम सुजाब है एंड आई बीन वर्किंग इन CRM डोमेन स्पेसिफिकली अगर मैं बात करूँ तो लास्ट 11 ईयर से वर्क कर रहा हूँ और जिसको आज हम कस्टमर इंगेजमेंट कहते हैं और उसके वेरियस नाम और अब हमारे सामने नहीं आने लगे सो और इसके साथ साथ मेरा वर्किंग एक्सपीरियंस में सोल्यूशन डिज़ाइनिंग और CRM के परस्पेक्टिव से ज़्यादा रहा है जिसमें फ्रॉम पास्ट कपल ऑफ ईयर्स मैंने और प्लेटफॉर्म में भी इंटरेस्ट लेना शुरू किया और जाहिर बात है उस पर भी डेवलपमेंट की थिंग्स आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स नो मोर CRM सेंट्रिक और फिनॉप सेंट्रिक बल्कि अब ज़्यादा चीज़ें सेंट्रिक होने लगी हैं डायनामिक्स सेंट्रिक डायनामिक्स अम्ब्रेला के अंदर मोस्टली चीज़ें आने लगी हैं तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव से जो है अब एक सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसपे आपकी बिजनेस एप्लीकेशंस भी रहती है और साथ में आपकी कस्टम लो कोड नो कोड का ऑप्शन भी अवेलेबल और साथ में प्रो कोड का सारी बात एक लो कोड नो कोड बहुत फ्रिक्वेंट होते हैं और आप बिजनेस एप्लीकेशन जब इंट्रोड्यूस हुई थी तो इसमें कोडिंग से बहुत चीज़ें हम रिड्यूस कर रहे थे
मुस्तजाब आप थोड़ा सा माइक प्लीज एडजस्ट कर लीजिए
तो क्या अब हमारे पास ओके सॉरी इज इट बेटर नाउ मुझे बताएगा अभी मेरी वॉइस अगर बेहतर ओके दैट्स गुड थैंक यू अमना
जी जी परफेक्ट थैंक्स
तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव से हमारे पास जो है ना फिर क्वेश्चंस हमारे जहन में आने लगे थे कि यार वैसे ही जब बिजनेस एप्लीकेशन का दिमाग में आता था तो कोड डेवलपमेंट वैसे ही नलिफाई हो जाती थी और साथ में अब जैसे ही लो कोड नो कोड का कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया तो क्या बिल्कुल भी प्रो कोड डेवलपर्स के लिए कोई भी ऑप्शन अवेलेबल नहीं रहा है क्या वो बिल्कुल भी दे कैन नॉट वर्क ऑन एनीथिंग एनीमोर तो इस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आज का सेशन है कि ऐसी बात नहीं है कि पावर एप्स कंपोनेंट फ्रेमवर्क एक एरिया है एक रीजन है जिस पे हम लोग जो है वो मेरे हिसाब से प्रो कोड डेवलपर्स के लिए काफ़ी ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है और वो प्रो कोड डेवलपर्स उसको एक्सप्लोर करके उस जगह पे अपने पर्सनल लैंड पे कंपोनेंट्स डेवलप कर सकते हैं तो सेशन का एजेंडा स्टार्ट करेंगे पहली बात वही कि जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि इंट्रो टू पावर एप्स ठीक है कंपोनेंट फ्रेमवर्क क्या होता है इसके साथ साथ मैं थोड़ी सी कवर करूँगा कि यार पर यानी क्या क्या चीज़ें प्री रैक्स क्या है जाहिर बात है एक चीज़ अवेलेबल है तो इसके प्री रैक्स हमारे क्या क्या हैं और उसके बाद फिर हमारे पास अगला ऑप्शन ये है कि हाउ वी कैन यूज़ इट कहाँ इसकी यूजेज हो सकती है और प्लस Q&A इफ एनीवन हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस तो पावर एप्स कंपोनेंट फ्रेमवर्क जैसे कि नाम से थोड़ा सा अंदाजा ही हो रहा होगा हमें इट्स इन द सेम रीजन जिसमें आपकी पूरी पावर एप्स लाई करती है इट्स नॉट समथिंग सेपरेट कोई एक ऐसी चीज़ नहीं है कि कहीं सेपरेटली मैनेज हो रही हो ऐसा नहीं है बल्कि ये पावर एप्स के अंडर ही एक छोटा सा एक्सटेंशन एरिया कह लें आप छोटा सा जिसे कह लें कि एक ऑप्शन दिया है कि जैसे आप मज़ीद जैसे जहाँ पे आपको एनहांस कोडिंग, एनहांस कंपोनेंट्स लाने हैं, वो आप ला सकें। तो उस चीज़ के लिए जो है ना आपके पावर एप्स कंपोनेंट फ्रेमवर्क आता है। तो ये करंट इकोसिस्टम के अंदर ही है, बट ऑब्वियसली इसको इतना मैं आपने नोट किया होगा कि बहुत ज़्यादा इसको जो है वो यानी अगर टेक्निकल फोरम्स के या मुख्तलिफ जो आज के लिए फोरम्स चल रहे हैं उन पे ये या सेशंस होते हैं उनमें ये इस पे बहुत कम कवरेज दी जाती है। उसकी रीज़न भी ये कि बहुत ज़्यादा ये टेक ओरिएंटेड या कह लें डेव ओरिएंटेड चीज़ है। तो अगेन इट्स समथिंग दैट वी कैन यूज़ इन मॉडल ड्रिवन एप्स। इसको हम अपने कंपोनेंट्स फ्रेमवर्क्स बना के हम अपने उसके अंदर यूज़ कर सकते हैं, कैनवस ऐप्स के अंदर एंड सो ऑन। सो इसके लिए हमें चाहिए क्या-क्या होगा, ठीक है? कुछ एरियाज़ ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज़ है जो हमें रिक्वायर्ड होंगी। ज़ाहिर-सी बात है नोड जेएस एक वन ऑफ एग्ज़ाम्पल है, टाइपस्क्रिप्ट और ज़ाहिर-सी बात है विंडोज़ टर्मिनल। विंडोज़ टर्मिनल लिखा हुआ है वैसे विंडोज़ टर्मिनल ऐसी ज़रूरत नहीं होगी, बट ये कि एमएस डॉस की अगर आप लोगों को याद हो, आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हेन आई एक्सपेक्ट कमांड और यूज़ करना। सो सेम मोर और लेस आपको थोड़ी बहुत कमांड्स और लिखना आना चाहिए ताकि आप उसके उसके विंडोज़ टर्मिनल पे भी यही ऑप्शन होता है, आप एमएस डॉस ही यूज़ करोगे। लेकिन एरिया ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज़ है आपको रिक्वायर्ड होंगी वो होगी नोड.जेएस और टाइपस्क्रिप्ट को सीखना, ठीक है? जो कि अगर जिनका जावास्क्रिप्ट पे एक्सपीरियंस है तो नोड.जेएस लर्निंग उनके लिए कद इट्स नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट टू अडॉप्ट, बट ऑब्वियसली इट्स एन एरिया दैट दे नीड टू वर्क ऑन। और ऑब्वियसली उसमें उनको टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट थोड़ा सा इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा अगर वो न्यू है। और ज़ाहिर बात है इसकी जैसे कहते हैं ना बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस क्या हैं, इसकी हाउ यू कैन डिज़ाइन अ पर्टिकुलर रिक्वायरमेंट, उस तमाम पर्सपेक्टिव से आपको नोड.जेएस और टाइपस्क्रिप्ट पे वर्क करना पड़ेगा। तो एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल आती है ज़हन में कि यार क्या कंपोनेंट्स? कंपोनेंट्स किसको कहते हैं? पीएसएफ एक कंपोनेंट यूज़ करें तो हम कहाँ हैं? तो देखिए नॉर्मली अगर आप लोगों ने कैनवस ऐप कभी भी डिज़ाइन की हो तो एक आपके पास जैसे इस राइट साइड पे इमेज में नज़र भी आ रहा होगा आपको, टॉप पे कुछ ऑप्शंस आ रहे होते हैं जो कि कहलाते हैं डिफाइंड प्री डिफाइंड क्या कहते हैं कंपोनेंट्स, जो कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट आपको किसी भी कैनवस ऐप और मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप्स के साथ प्रोवाइड करता है। सही है? और उसमें आपके पास ये ऑप्शन अवेलेबल होता है कि आप उसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं और अपनी ऐप्स को जल्दी से बना सकते हैं। लेकिन बहुत सी जगहों पे हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऐसी होती हैं कि जिसमें हमें लगता है कि ये शायद इससे अचीव नहीं हो सकेगा। वी मे नीड सम मोर वे, सम मोर एनहांसमेंट टू हैंडल इट। तो उसके लिए फिर हम कहाँ जाएँ? मतलब फिर ये आती है यही चीज़ जो मैंने आपको बताया, पावर ऐप्स कंपोनेंट फ्रेमवर्क आता है। और बहुत से लोग ये जो ख़ास तौर पे ये एक पॉइंट मैंने यहाँ लिखा, पीएसएफ गैलरी, तो काफ़ी लोग मुख्तलिफ कंपोनेंट्स बना के यानी नॉर्मल कंपोनेंट्स ऑप्शन सेट्स के अंदर सर्च करने का ऑप्शन हो गया, स्लाइडर्स हो गए, और लुकअप्स को या मल्टी स्लैग बॉक्सेस, इस तरह के और मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप्स और कैनवस ऐप्स के लिए लोगों ने पहले ही डिफाइन कर दिया और मजीद एडवांस वो क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। तो इट्स रियली हेल्पफुल कि जहाँ पे आपकी कम्प्लेक्स रिक्वायरमेंट्स आती है, कुछ ऐसे कंट्रोल्स होते हैं जो कि स्टैंडर्ड रेगुलर कंपोनेंट्स में नहीं अवेलेबल, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया। तो उसके लिए आप ज़रूर डेफिनेटली इस पे पहली बात तो पीएसएफ गैलरी विजिट करें, वहाँ देखिए लोगों ने बहुत कम्युनिटी, इसी बात जैसे कहते हैं ना कम्युनिटी रॉक्स के, बहुत से लोगों ने बहुत से काम ऐसे किए हुए जो आपको रिपीटेटिव रीइन्वेंट द व्हील वाला सिचुएशन नहीं होगी, बल्कि यू कैन स्टिल वर्क ऑन। सो कीपिंग दिस इन माइंड, आपको अगर फॉर एग्जांपल कोई नया कंपोनेंट बनाना है तो उसका मैं तरीका अब आपको नेक्स्ट फ्यू स्लाइड्स के अंदर डेमोंस्ट्रेट करूँगा। अब एक क्वेश्चन तो ये आता है अब जैसे कि यार पीएसएफ है क्या? किस चीज़ के कंपोनेंट है? और मैं ये जो मेंशन किया हुआ है इसको मैं मज़ीद ब्रेक डाउन करके दिखाऊँगा कि ये पीएसएफ बनता कैसे है। तो इस पे 3 एरियाज़ होते हैं जो मेन एरियाज़ हैं, जिनको आप कहते हैं। एक इसका मैनिफेस्ट होता है जहाँ पे आप बेसिक मेटा डेटा की प्रॉपर्टीज़ कह लें, यानी जो जो आप कंपोनेंट बना रहे हैं उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशंस कह लें, वो आप डिफाइन करते हैं। फिर दूसरा आपका होता है जहाँ पूरी लॉजिक यानी कंपोनेंट्स इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है, जिसमें इंडेक्स.टीएस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिसमें आप सारी अपनी चीज़ें डिफाइन करते हैं, लॉजिक्स डिफाइन करते हैं। और लाइफ साइकिल के लिए पूरा जो आपका कंपोनेंट है, जब लोड होगा, लोड होने के साथ जब वो डिलीट होगा, जब वो होगा तो उसके क्या-क्या एक्शंस होंगे। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें आपको कंपोनेंट्स इम्प्लीमेंटेशन मिलेंगी। और साथ में रिसोर्सेज़ जो कि सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी, ज़ाहिर बात है आप कब कंपोनेंट्स बनाएँ CSS तो ऐड होंगे, तो you have to सब कुछ in the resource file. जी, just to, one more slide, then I will hop on to my other screen and show you कैसे ये क्रिएट होती है। तो अगर आपको ये दूसरी स्लाइड ये नज़र आ रही है, तो इसमें कुछ बेसिक कंपोनेंट्स की बताया गया है कि जो ये फंक्शंस बनते हैं, ख़ास तौर पे जो मैंने आपको बताया था ना, लाइफ साइकिल से रिलेटेड, कि पूरा एक जब आपका कंपोनेंट क्रिएट हो जाता है, तो उसकी यूज़र इंटरेक्शन, उसकी क्रिएशन, उसकी कैसे हाउ इट विल फ्रेमवर्क से रन टाइम पे कैसे इंटरेक्ट करेगा और क्या आउटपुट्स होंगी उसकी, एक्सेस आउटपुट्स, ये तमाम चीज़ें होस्ट से, ये सब कुछ इनके ये 4 फंक्शन जो आपके हैं, ये सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट। तो ये प्री डिफाइंड डेफिनेशन है जो कि आपकी एमएस लर्न्स पे मौजूद है, एंड फ्रॉम देयर यू कैन लर्न। अगेन, अगर किसी का क्वेश्चन ज़हन में ये आता है कि फ्रॉम वेयर आई कैन स्टार्ट लर्निंग एमएस पावर कंपोनेंट्स फ्रेमवर्क, तो एमएस लर्न, रिमेंबर द नेम, ऑलवेज एनीथिंग, कोई भी पावर प्लेटफॉर्म से रिलेटेड बात चल रही है, कोई भी चीज़ें चल रही हैं, तो देन फर्स्ट थिंग वेयर यू कैन गो एंड लर्न इज एमएस लर्न। वहाँ पे जाएँ, ओपन करें, उसके ऊपर अपनी जो भी क्यूरी है उसको सर्च करें, ईजी टू यूज़ है, और उसमें रोम अराउंड करके आप अपनी रिक्वायर्ड चीज़ों को लर्निंग के लिए पॉइंट ऑफ से खोल सकते हैं। अब आप देखिए पीएसएफ साइकिल है। अब मैं थोड़ी स्क्रीन चेंज करता हूँ और होपफुली मेरी कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट आपको नज़र आ रही होगी। राइट, तो मैंने जैसे जैसे कहा कि कुछ कमांड आपको जो है वो याद करनी पड़ेंगी, जैसे ये मैंने सीडी का मतलब होता है चेंज डेस्कटॉप, मैंने आगे स्लाइड में मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा भी, और क्या कहते हैं वो जो है उसमें अवेलेबिलिटी हो जाएगा। अब देखें मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, एक कोड की यहाँ पे बनाई हुई थी, ठीक है, और इस फाइल के अंदर मैंने ये पीएसएफ का एक फोल्डर ऑलरेडी क्रिएट किया हुआ है। तो मैं इसमें जाके अभी देखिए ये एम्प्टी हुआ हुआ है, इज नथिंग देयर। अब होता क्या है कि अब यहाँ पे जाके जब आप स्टार्ट करते हैं तो आपको पहले एक कुछ फाइल्स क्रिएट करनी पड़ती है जो सिस्टम जनरेट करता है। तो आप यहाँ पे चलते हैं, जो कमांड्स हैं अवेलेबल, जैसे कि रिमेंबर वाली है, सॉरी एक सेकेंड रखिएगा, यप, ओके, सो पैक पीएसएफ एंड इनिशिएट, ओके। अब आप इसमें डालेंगे नेम स्पेस। अच्छा, अगर आपको यहाँ पे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा, फॉर एग्जांपल मैं भूल गया कि पैक क्या है, तो पैक और हेल्प आप कर सकते हैं। मैं भी रिलेटिव न्यू हूँ तो नया लर्न कर रहा हूँ, तो लेकिन अगर आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम हो जैसे कि भाई इसके बाद क्या आना चाहिए, तो आप ऑलवेज कैन गो इन एंड राइट पैक हेल्प, ठीक है। फिर मैंने जैसे कि प्लीज, जैसे आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि पावर कंपोनेंट फ्रेमवर्क जो मुझे चाहिए, अब मैं यहाँ पे अगर हेल्प फिर लिखूंगा तो ये मुझे फिर और कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देगा कि मैं देखें इसके बाद आपके पास इनिट क्या है। तो अगेन कोई मसला नहीं है, इफ़ यू आर न्यू, क्या नाम है, इट कैन हैपन, यू डोंट नीड टू लर्न एवरीथिंग, बट ओके, पीएसएफ स्पेस इनिशिएट। अब अगर मैं फिर अगेन यहाँ पे लिखूँ हेल्प, तो मुझे क्या होगा, यहाँ पे वो मुझसे बोलेगा देखो भाई आपको ये चीज़ें देनी। असल में ये मेन कमांड है जो आपको क्रिएट करनी होती है। आप नेम स्पेस डिफाइन करते हैं अपनी, ठीक है, मैं इसको कह देता हूँ पीएसएफ नेम नेम, और इसके बाद आप डिफाइन करते हैं, आप कहते हैं पीएसएफ, ठीक है, और इसके बाद आपकी होती है टेम्पलेट। टेम्पलेट बेसिकली इज नथिंग, एक मैं आगे आपको दिखाऊंगा, इसके अंदर आप दो वैल्यूज दे सकते हैं, फील्ड और वो जरूरत पड़ेगी तो। अब मैं आपको देखिए इनिशिएट किया मैंने, तो इसने मुझसे क्या कहा, इनिशिएट हेल्प, सॉरी मैंने हेल्प का कमांड जो रखी this was a mistake, okay, से जाके हेल्प रिमूव करता हूँ, तो उसने मुझे हेल्प ही देके दे दिया, ठीक है। अब अब ये देखिए पूरा इस चीजें प्री रैक्स होंगी जो आपको चाहिए, जैसे आपको मेक श्योर करना है कि आपका विंडोज टर्मिनल, ठीक है, जो मैंने अभी आपको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया। फिर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पावर प्लेटफॉर्म या तो प्लेटफॉर्म CLI, ये ऑनलाइन एस आई सेड एमएस लर्न पे मौजूद है, इनके यूआरएल रिस्पेक्टिव आपको जाके डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। देन आपको रिक्वायरमेंट में है नोड पैकेज मैनेजर, ये नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग है कि इससे कि आपको मेक श्योर करना है कि लेटेस्ट वर्जन करें, और इससे ये होता है कि ये पैकेज मैनेज होता है नोट पे। सॉरी, मैं वापस स्क्रीन पे लाऊं तो देखिए ये मेरा npm ही चल रहा है, जो बेसिकली सारे इंस्टॉलेशंस उसकी कब प्रोसेस में कर रहा है। तो लेट इट डू इट। विजुअल स्टूडियो ही का कोड यूजर सेटअप है, ये आपको यूज करना होगा ताकि आप इन इसको विजुअल स्टूडियो की एक्सटेंशन आई एम नॉट श्योर अवेलेबल होती नहीं होती जो इसके कर सकते हैं, लेकिन नॉर्मली वीएस कोड यूजर सेटअप इजीली अवेलेबल है जो कि आप यूज कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, सो इफ आई गो हेयर और मैं वापस जाता हूँ कि मेरा इंस्टॉलेशन पूरी कंप्लीट हो जाएगी, तो मेरे यहाँ पे सारी चीज़ें ठीक है क्रिएट हो जाएंगी। जस्ट गिव इट अ सेक और सो। ये चीज जस्ट अ सेकंड। अब ये कुछ टाइम लेता है अपना, ज़ाहिर बात है इस तमाम इंस्टॉलेशन के अंदर थोड़ा सा लाइक अ मिनट और 5, एंड वंस दिस इंस्टॉलेशन इज डन मैं आपको फिर फॉर श्योर आपको वो दिखाऊंगा, क्या कहते हैं जो इसका पूरा सोल्यूशन जो बनता है पैकेज फोल्डर का। सो गिव इट सम टाइम, मीनवाइल इट्स जनरेटिंग। और जब ये जनरेट हो जाता है तो देखें वही बात जो मैंने आपसे कही थी कि कुछ कमांड होती हैं जो आपको याद होनी चाहिए, जैसे cd चेंज ऑफ डायरेक्टरी अगर डबल डॉट करेंगे रूट पे आने के लिए, मेक डायरेक्टरी अगर आपको कोई न्यू डायरेक्टरी नहीं है, और इसी तरह बैक हेल्प मैंने जैसे आपको बताया था कि जहाँ पे भी आपको नज़र आए मुश्किल नज़र आए सॉरी कि समझ नहीं आ रहा कि क्या कमांड थी या क्या था, तो ऑब्वियसली यू कैन गो विद बैक हेल्प, एंड सिमिलरली वंस यू वांट टू एग्जीक्यूट इट so you make sure that these information or these commands are executed with back pcf initiate namespace component, और ये आपका क्रिएट हो जाए। अगेन ms dos रिलेटेड कमांड्स हैं जो कि हमें दोबारा यूज करेंगे, जैसे कि पहले एक जमाना था कि हम मेक डायरेक्टरी और सब कुछ ms dos से करते थे, अब वो फिर हम वहाँ से आए थे वापस और सॉर्ट ऑफ कोडिंग में फिर हम वापस वहीं चले गए। तो लेट्स गो बैक, यू कैन सी दैट दिस इज ऑल डन, क्रिएशन इज कंप्लीट। और so what I will do is go here और मैं अपने solution में file में जाके just a second, I think I mistakenly created it in the wrong folder, so I think let me just remove this one. Okay, and it's node model, so let me just go here, file सही, और यहाँ पे जाके मैं just कोड को select करके ओपन कर लेता हूँ। अब ये क्या करेगी, सारी मेरी जो ये फाइल्स है इसमें ये sorry about that, open folder, ओके। अच्छा, अब आप ये देखेंगे ये इसने ऑटो जनरेट खुद किया हुआ है, और इसमें हमें थोड़ा कोई ख़ास जो है ना पैकेज की इंफॉर्मेशन, पैकेजेस ऑन, ये सब इसने खुद ही अपनी क्रिएट करके दी हुई, ठीक है। और ये डेमो फीएफएस जो कि हमने नाम रखा था, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट देखिए, इसमें आपकी कंट्रोल मैनिफेस्ट की एक फ़ाइल आती है और एक आती है index.ts की फ़ाइल, जो कि बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके पर्सपेक्टिव। देखिए कंट्रोल मैनिफेस्ट, अगर मैं वापस जाऊँ अपनी स्क्रीन पे, सॉरी प्रेजेंटेशन पे, तो एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया है कि जिसमें आपकी 2-3 चीज़ें डिफाइंड हो रही होती हैं, ठीक है। सबसे पहले तो आपकी चीज़ होती है कि अगर आपको स्क्रीन नज़र आ रही है कि पहली बात तो ये कि जैसे कं यानी जो बेसिक कंस्ट्रक्टर की डेफिनेशंस हैं, डिस्प्ले नेम है और डिस्क्रिप्शन की है, ये सबसे मेन चीज़ हो गई आपके लिए। फिर सेकंड आपके पास जो इन्फॉर्मेशन होती है वो होती है कि आपके जो इनपुट कंपोनेंट्स होंगे, ठीक है, इनपुट पैरामीटर्स होंगे, वो आपके यहाँ पे अवेलेबल हो जाएँगे, सही है। देन इट्स अबाउट दी रिसोर्सेज, जो कि मैंने आपको जैसे पहले ही बताया था कि सीएसएस इनेबल करनी है, आपको सीएसएस ऐड करनी है, ऑल दोज स्टफ जो कि आपको ऐड करने हैं, वो आप इसको इन कमांड्स को यहाँ पे ऐड करके या आप यहाँ पे फोल्डर बना के पाथ दे के आप इसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो इस मैनिफेस्ट की फाइल के अंदर इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि आपके इनपुट पैरामीटर्स यहाँ डिफाइंड होते हैं, तो इसलिए इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस है। सेकंड इज आपकी जो थर्ड है वो है index.ts, जिसके अंदर आपकी सारी लाइफ साइकिल मैनेज होती है और सारी लॉजिक एक्सेस करती है ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर पीएसएफ कंपोनेंट के। जब वो लोड क्रिएट होगा तो इनिशियलाइजेशन उसकी कैसे होगी, जब वो जब उसका जब वो वर्क कर रहा होगा तो वो क्या एक्शन उसके परफॉर्म हो रहे होंगे, और अगर कोई आउटपुट दे रहा होगा तो उसको क्या रिटर्न हमें करना होगा। ठीक है, और साथ में डिस्ट्रॉय इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जैसे हम ऐप में अगर वो कंट्रोल हमारा यूज़ हो रहा है तो हम वो मूव करें अगर नेक्स्ट लेवल पे, तो हम मेक श्योर करें कि वो क्लीन अप भी करें, ताकि इट्स नॉट टेकिंग अननेसेसरी स्पेसेस। So these are pretty much the two basic files जो कि मैंने आपको मैं अपनी स्लाइड पे वापस आता हूँ, जो मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि एक तो भी आपकी सबसे पहली मैनिफेस्ट की फाइल के अंदर इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आपकी कंट्रोल प्रॉपर्टीज डिफाइंड होती है, देन इट्स योर इनपुट प्रॉपर्टीज एंड द रिसोर्सेज। तो थ्री चीज़ें जब आपको डिफाइन करने जाना हो तो इट विल बी द मैनिफेस्ट फाइल वेयर आप ये चीज़ें होंगी, वो कंट्रोल डॉट मैनिफेस्ट होती है, आप उसको मैनिफेस्ट कर सकते हैं। देन सेकंड इज द इंडेक्स। अगर आप ये देखें तो इनिशिएट, अपडेट, व्यू, गेट आउटपुट्स एंड डिस्ट्रॉय, तो मैंने याद होगा, आई एम गोइंग बैक टू माय अर्लियर स्लाइड, कि दीज आर द थ्री थिंग्स जिसको आपने करना है। ठीक है, कैन किक ऑफ रिमोट सर्वर्स, इनिशिएट इंपॉर्टेंट है, अपडेट सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट है, रिक्वायर्ड है, बट हाँ गेट आउटपुट्स है कि अगर हमारा कोई कंपोनेंट आउटपुट रिटर्न करा, आउटपुट पैरामीटर वापस करा है, हमें वो पास ऑन कराना है तो हम यूज़ करेंगे, एल्स हम नहीं करेंगे। डिस्ट्रॉय इसलिए ज़रूरी होगा कि तब हमारा सब एक्शन परफॉर्म हो जाए तो इट कैन बी रिमूव। अगर आप इसको इस लाइफ साइकिल के पर्सपेक्टिव से देखें तो ये आपको अब मच मोर मेक सेंस कर रहा होगा कि हाउ दीज ए फील्ड, और ये किस किस एरिया पे इसका 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 बेनिफिट। कमिंग बैक टू दी, अच्छा इसके बाद फिर आपकी जो नेक्स्ट कमांड होती है, पहली बात है मैंने आपको कहा ना कि कमांड जिसमें रन करना, जैसे यहाँ पे अवेलेबल था रिक्वायर्ड कमांड्स टू स्टार्ट, ये तमाम कमांड्स आपने रन करी और मेक श्योर किया कि आपका एक पूरा वो क्रिएट हो गया, कोड क्रिएट हो गया। अब आपने इसके बाद जब अपनी लॉजिक ऐड कर दी मैनिफेस्ट के अंदर, अपने पैरामीटर्स डिफाइन कर दिए, इंडेक्स टीएस के अंदर अपनी पूरी लॉजिक आपने डिफाइन कर दी, तो उसके बाद आप उसके अंदर जो मेन आखिरी कमांड होती है npm rebuild अगेन इन द कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट और स्टार्ट टू वॉच, ताकि आपकी बिल्ड हो सके। तो ये बिल्ड होने के बाद क्या होगा, आपकी बिल्ड होंगी एप्लीकेशंस, और इससे ही होगा आपकी एप्लीकेशन बिल्ड होने के साथ साथ इनके ऊपर फॉर जस्ट अ सेकंड, एक मिनट, आई थिंक मैं अपनी जब ये आपकी कमांड बिल्ड हो जाएंगी, आप यहाँ पे np कमांड है npm बिल्ड रन बिल्ड अगेन हेल्प। पॉइंट ये है कि अगर आप लोगों को क्लियर नहीं है कि इसमें क्या चीज़ है तो आप npl हेल्प ले सकते हैं और ये चीज़ रन हो जाएगी। एक क्रूशियल पॉइंट जो सॉरी मैंने जब ये कर रहा था तो उसमें मैंने एक्सपीरियंस किया था, वो ये था कि जब आप npm जब इसको इंस्टॉल कर रहे हैं तो यू मेक श्योर, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, ये आप मेक श्योर करिएगा कि जो आपका नोड जेएस का जो इंस्टॉलेशन हो वो उसमें सिक्योरिटी प्रॉब्लम्स ना हो। यानी जैसे अगर आप सी ड्राइव में इंस्टॉल करें तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली देन यू हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट आप सी ड्राइव के अंदर ही उस चीज़ के ऊपर वर्क कर रहे हो या अपने ये कोड बिल्ड करो। अगर आप डी में होंगे तो इस तरह के यूज़र एक्सेस के प्रॉब्लम आ सकते हैं डिपेंडिंग अपॉन आपके मशीन कौन सी है, किस मशीन पे आप काम करेंगे। तो मेक श्योर करें कि जब आप नोड.js इंस्टॉल करें तो इट इज़ देयर। अब आप देखें यहाँ पे मैंने जैसे npm हेल्प लिखा तो उसमें इसको मुख्तलिफ उसने मुझे एक्शंस परफॉर्म करने के ऑप्शन दे दिया। और अगेन वही बात, आई कैन बिल्ड दिस एप्लीकेशन, आई कैन गो फॉर you know build it and it will sort of complete this whole application. So let me go back here. So just to go back and revise all this. So what are the basic things जो कि हमें इस पूरी एप्लीकेशन के लिए चाहिए? ठीक है, सबसे पहली चीज़ है हमारे पास टू बिल्ड, यानी सबसे पहला जो हमारा काम है, जो हमें एक्शन करना है, टू इंस्टॉल ऑल द कंपोनेंट्स। ओके, कंपोनेंट्स, अच्छा उसमें हमारे पास जो सबसे पहली चीज़ थी जो मैंने आपको बताया कि कंपोनेंट्स की डिटेल्स आपके पास ये है, जिसमें आपने मेक श्योर करना है कि you have all these Windows terminal, install Power Platform, Node Package Manager और VS Code Setup, ये आपके सारे कंपोनेंट्स इंस्टॉल हो सकता है कहीं कहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो, किसी के पास जो प्रॉब्लम आ रही हो कि डॉट नेट के वर्जन का प्रॉब्लम हो, तो मेक श्योर करें कि आप वो सबसे पहले इंस्टॉल करें। वंस यू इंस्टॉल दैट, आपकी जब इंस्टॉलेशन कंप्लीट हो जाए, देन द सेकंड स्टेप इज दैट लर्निंग दी टेक्नोलॉजी। और लर्निंग दी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ पे जैसे मैंने आपको मेंशन किया कि इस पे 2-3 चीज़ें हैं जो आपको सीखनी चाहिए। जिसमें सबसे पहले आपको एक तो मेक श्योर करना है कि आपने आप Node.js से वाकिफ़ हो अच्छी तरह, वीएस कोड से आप वाकिफ़ हो, टाइपस्क्रिप्ट से आप वाकिफ़ हो। यू नीड टू मेक श्योर कि आप ये चीज़ें ज़रूर लर्न करें ताकि इसके अकॉर्डिंगली आप जो है वो ऑब्वियसली अपनी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ और इन डेवलपमेंट्स में आपको हेल्प कर पाएँ। और थिर्डली आपकी जो मेन चीज़ है वो ये है कि यूसेज आपको पता हो यूसेज कहाँ करनी है, ठीक है? अब इसको मॉडल यूज़ कर सकते हो, हम यूज़ करना चाहें तो हम इसको कैनवास ऐप्स में भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। ओके, विद दिस come to an with the quick introduction about the whole uh, Microsoft Power Apps component framework. बट अगर किसी के ज़हन में कोई क्वेश्चन है, कोई पॉइंट है तो प्लीज़ लेट मी नो। And I'm just trying to go back here. No, I'm not going to switch here. Let me just stop sharing, reshare it with another slide. Okay, just a second. Okay, so is there any question on this particular topic, or I consider कि सबको सब कुछ समझ आ गया? Okay, so okay, so with this, I think I don't see any questions right now. With this, I think we can end the session a bit earlier. We still have some 10 to 15 minutes. If any question is there, then we can go to the question part, else we can move to the next session. Okay, I don't see any question. Uruj, over to you then.
Hello.
Hello, Junaid. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah. So, are you sharing your screen or your camera? Can't see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we can see you. Okay. So, are you good to share your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'll just let you know when I'm able to see.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. Okay. So, you can start.
Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to the people who are watching from other side of the world. So, uh, my name is Junaid, and I am working as a technical consultant in Imperium Dynamics. So, let's start our session. Okay, so I'll stop my camera to enable seamless screen sharing. Okay, so the topic I've chosen is to present as Power Apps and Azure Cognitive Service for facial recognition based entry. So, sub, I chose my language to Urdu. So let's start in Urdu. So सबसे पहले एज टॉपिक इन पावर प्लेटफॉर्म के की कैपेबिलिटीज़ का पूरा इस्तेमाल करने के लिए हम मैंने जो टॉपिक चूज़ किया वो पावर ऐप और एज़्योर कॉग्निटिव सर्विस का है। तो बेसिकली सबसे पहले हम देखेंगे पावर ऐप्स क्या हैं, उसके बाद हम देखेंगे एज़्योर कॉग्निटिव सर्विसेज क्या हैं और इन दोनों को इस्तेमाल करते हुए हम एक सिस्टम बनाएंगे फेस रिकग्निशन बेस्ड एंट्री का। तो स्टार्ट करते हैं। तो सबसे पहले Power Apps is a suite of application, services, connectors, and data platform that provides a rapid application development environment for everyone to build custom apps for your business needs. सो सबसे पहले पावर एप्स, जैसा कि हम सबको ही पता होगा और जिसे नहीं पता वो रैपिड एप्लीकेशन टूल है। इसमें 3 कैटेगरीज हैं। सबसे पहले हमारे पास कैनवस एप्स हैं जो बेसिकली एक क्लीन स्लेट हमें करती हैं, तो हमें जो भी फंक्शनैलिटीज़ डालनी है, जो भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना है वो हमें खुद करना पड़ता है। उसके टेम्पलेट्स दिए हुए होते हैं कैनवस ऐप के, तो हम टेम्पलेट्स का भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और हमारे पास मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप्स होती हैं। मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप्स जैसे कि नाम से पता चल रहा है मॉडल पे ड्राइव हुई हुई होती हैं। तो हमारे पास अगर डेटावर्स में सो बेसिकली डेटावर्स अंडरलाइंग प्लेटफॉर्म है, डेटाबेस है पावर एप्स का। तो मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप्स बेसिकली अगर कोई टेबल बना हुआ है और उस पे मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप उस मॉडल को देखते हुए वो ऐप खुद जनरेट कर देता है, तो हमारे पास रिस्पॉन्सिव व्यूज़ आ जाते हैं, फॉर्म्स आ जाते हैं और बेसिक एक ऐप बन जाती है जो क्लाउड पॉपुलेशन के लिए बहुत अच्छी होती है। उसके बाद हमारे पास पोर्टल्स होते हैं। पोर्टल्स बेसिकली कैनवस ऐप और मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप बेसिकली इंटरनल यूज़र्स के लिए होती है जिनके पास लाइसेंस है। तो एक्सटर्नल यूज़र्स और इंटरनल यूज़र्स के लिए हम पोर्टल यूज़ करते हैं। अगर हमें कोई एक्सटर्नल यूज़र्स को देनी है, अगर कोई हमारा करंट कस्टमर है, जैसे कि कोई कस्टमर सपोर्ट किसी एक्सटर्नल यूज़र को सेल्फ सर्विस के लिए देनी है, तो हम वो पोर्टल्स का यूज़ करते हैं और उसे एक्सपोज कर देते हैं एक्सटर्नल यूज़र्स के लिए। उसके बाद हम देखते हैं एज़्योर कॉग्निटिव सर्विस है। Azure Cognitive Service brings AI within reach of every developer, hiring machine learning expertise. All it takes is an API call to embed the ability to see, hear, speak, search, understand, and accelerate decision making into your apps. Enable developer for all skill level to easily add AI capabilities to their applications. तो कॉग्निटिव सर्विस बेसिकली वो सर्विसेज हैं जो एआई और एमएल को यूज़ करते हुए हमें एपीआई एक्सपोज कर दिए हैं, तो हमें उनके एल्गोरिथम्स को जानने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हम कोई नाइव यूज़र भी और सिटीजन डेवलपर भी वो यूज़ कर सकता है without knowing what's going underneath those algorithms. Although it is good to know what's working, how to get a better understanding, नहीं है। हम कोई भी किसी भी स्किल का बंदा सिर्फ वो एपीआई यूज़ कर सकता है और उसे रिक्वायर्ड रिजल्ट मिल जाएगा। जैसे अगर फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे फेशियल डिटेक्शन के लिए यूज़ करना है अगर कोई एपीआई, तो उसके बॉडी है, रिस्पॉन्स है, तो हम एक यूआरएल दे देते हैं इमेज का, तो वो डिटेक्ट करके फीचर खुद दे देता है। तो हमें ये नहीं जानने की ज़रूरत कि वो एल्गोरिथम में क्या कर रहा है, किस तरह फेशियल फीचर डिटेक्ट कर रहा है, कितने फेशियल डिटेक्ट कर रहा है और हमें किस तरह से वो जनरेट करके रिजल्ट दे रहा है। हमें बस आउटपुट जो एपीआई प्रोडक्ट प्रोड्यूस करती है वो हमें मिल जाता है। तो बेसिकली एक्सपोज एपीआईज हैं एज़्योर कॉग्निटिव सर्विस। तो बेसिकली इनमें बहुत सारे डिवीजन्स हैं। लैंग्वेज का है जो एनएलपी होते हुए हमें टेक्स्ट एनालिटिक्स और बाकी सारी चीज़ें कर देती है। स्पीच है, टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच एंड स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट कैपेबिलिटीज़ हमें ये प्रोवाइड कर देता है। देन वी हैव मशीन लर्निंग एंड विजन में फेशियल डिटेक्शन, फेशियल रिकग्निशन एंड इस टाइप की सारी चीज़ें हमें मिल जाती हैं एक्सपोज एपीआई के थ्रू। उसके बाद हमारे पास सर्च है, नॉलेज है। तो बेसिकली ईजी टू यूज़ प्लेटफॉर्म है, तो जैसे नाइव यूज़र आराम से इस्तेमाल कर सकता है। उसके बाद हमें हमारा जो मकसद है फेशियल रिकग्निशन बेस्ड एंट्री सिस्टम, उसके लिए हमें 2 चीज़ों की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। सबसे पहले हमारे पास एज़्योर फेस एपीआई का सेटअप करना पड़ेगा एज़्योर पोर्टल पे, और हमें ब्लॉब स्टोरेज अकाउंट का यूज़ करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हमें हमारी ये दोनों चीज़ें यूज़ होंगी। तो सबसे पहले हम चलते हैं कि एज़्योर फेस एपीआई सेटअप हम एज़्योर पोर्टल पे कैसे करेंगे। तो सबसे पहले हम एज़्योर पोर्टल पे लॉगिन करेंगे और हमारे पास रिक्वायर्ड क्रेडेंशियल्स होने चाहिए इस पोर्टल को एक्सेस करने के लिए और उस पर सर्विसेज बनाने के लिए। तो सबसे पहले हम लॉग इन किया एजोर पोर्टल पे और इस एपीआई की सर्विस सर्च करके इस पे चले गए। उसके बाद हमने एक न्यू फेस एपीआई की सर्विस क्रिएट की। सो बेसिकली हम माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पार्टनर नेटवर्क है रिसोर्स ग्रुप। इफ अगर हमारे पास क्रिएट हुआ हुआ रिसोर्स ग्रुप तो हम वो यूज़ कर सकते हैं और हम नया भी बना सकते हैं जिसमें बेसिक सर्विस ऐड होगी। उसके बाद हमारे पास रीजन्स हैं, जिस रीजन में आप हैं टू get better bandwidth and better response, you should choose a region in which you are or near। उसके बाद हमारे पास नेम है जो हमें सर्विस क्रिएट फेस का सर्विस का नाम देना है। देन वी हैव प्राइसिंग टियर। सो अच्छी बात यह है कि इसमें फ्री टियर भी अलाउड है और एक S0 भी जो कि हमें डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सेज और कॉल्स पर डे एंड पर मंथ प्रोवाइड करता है। तो इसकी तो लंबी डिस्क्रिप्शन है कि प्राइसिंग क्या है। तो हम आराम से व्यू फुल प्राइसिंग डिटेल पे क्लिक करके वो देख सकते हैं। ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन फिल करके हमें क्रिएट करना है। तो इससे क्या होगा कि हमारा फेस एपीआई की सर्विस हमें, उसके बाद हमें उस फेस एपीआई की सर्विस जो हमने क्रिएट किया है उस पे जाना है, क्योंकि हमें उसकी सब्सक्रिप्शन की चाहिए होती है और एंड पॉइंट चाहिए। बेसिकली फेस एपीआई तीन तरह से एक्सपोज है। हम पावर ऑटोमेट को यूज़ करते हुए भी इनकी एपीआईज यूज़ कर सकते हैं, हम .NET कोर को यूज़ करते हुए भी इनकी एपीआई यूज़ कर सकते हैं, और हम पावर ऑटोमेट में HTTP कॉल्स की भी कर सकते हैं। तो पावर ऑटोमेट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट फ्लो में हमारे पास कनेक्टर्स भी मौजूद हैं जो इन एपीआईज को करते हैं, तो हम वो भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। वो सबसे इजी टू यूज़ है और मैंने भी वही, क्योंकि प्लेटफॉर्म सिटीजन डेवलपर्स को ज़्यादा टारगेट करता है, तो उनके लिए ईज़ ऑफ यूज़ यही है कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट फ्लो पे वो जस्ट कनेक्टर सेलेक्ट करें और उनकी डिस्क्रिप्शन डाल के वो यूज़ कर सकें। तो इधर से हमें सब्सक्रिप्शन की और एंड पॉइंट मिल जाएगा। जैसे ही फेस एपीआई की क्रिएट होगी तो उसके बाद हम ये क्रेडेंशियल डाल के फेस एपीआई की एपीआईज यूज़ कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद स्टोरेज अकाउंट है जो हम यूज़ करेंगे अपनी इमेज स्टोर करने के लिए, और URL के लिए हम ब्लॉब स्टोरेज यूज़ करेंगे इसका। तो सबसे पहले हमें स्टोरेज अकाउंट क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा सर्विसेज में जाके। तो हम एजोर पोर्टल पे जाके सर्च करेंगे स्टोरेज अकाउंट। तो बेसिकली ये स्टोरेज की कैपेबिलिटी हमें दे देता है। हम कंटेनर्स में बना सकते हैं, उस कंटेनर में चीज़ें स्टोर करा सकते हैं एज अ ब्लॉब एंड अदर फॉर्मेट्स। तो हम स्टोरेज अकाउंट में जाते हैं, हम स्टोरेज अकाउंट में क्रिएट करते हैं, तो हमारे पास ये फॉर्म खुल जाता है। इसमें भी रिसोर्स ग्रुप अगर क्रिएट हुआ है तो हम वो सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, बेसिकली कंपनी का जिसके अंदर हमें ये सर्विस बनानी है। उसके बाद हम स्टोरेज अकाउंट का नाम दे सकते हैं, रीजन प्रीवियसली जैसे कि अगर कोई करीब का रीजन है या जिस रीजन में आप हैं वो चूज़ करना चाहिए ताकि परफॉर्मेंस बेहतर हो। उसके बाद इसमें भी परफॉर्मेंस स्टैंडर्ड एंड प्रीमियम है, और उसके बाद रिडेंडेंसी है। तो हम स्टोरेज अकाउंट रिव्यू एंड क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, तो हमारे पास स्टोरेज अकाउंट भी क्रिएट हो जाएगा। उसके बाद स्टोरेज क्रिएट होने के बाद हमें कंटेनर बनाना पड़ता है ताकि उसमें हम इजीली स्टोर, इसलिए हम उस क्रिएटेड स्टोरेज अकाउंट पे जाएंगे, हम क्रिएट करेंगे और कंटेनर एक क्रिएट कर जो भी डिटेक्शन और फेशियल रिकग्निशन के लिए पिक्चर्स हैं हम वो ऐड कर सकें और उनका URL गेट कर सकें। तो प्रोसेस जो बेसिकली हमारा होगा ये पर्पस अचीव करने के लिए कि फेशियल रिकग्निशन बेस्ड एंट्री आ जाए, तो सबसे पहले जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो बेसिकली पर्सन ग्रुप का एक कॉन्सेप्ट है। सो बेसिकली पर्सन ग्रुप एक कंटेनर है जिसमें हम फेसेस ऐड कर सकते हैं और उसके बाद उसे ट्रेन कर सकते हैं, तो रिकॉग्निशन और आइडेंटिफिकेशन उस मॉडल पे हो सकती है। तो सबसे पहले हमें एक यूनिक पर्सन ग्रुप बनाना पड़ेगा। अगर आपकी कंपनी आप कंपनी में काम कर रहे हैं, तो बेसिकली मेरी जो कंपनी है इम्पीरियम डायनेमिक्स, तो मैं उसमें एक पर्सन ग्रुप बना इम्पीरियम डायनेमिक्स का, और उस कॉन्टैक्ट होंगे इम्पीरियम डायनेमिक्स के, मैं उसमें उस पर्सन ग्रुप में ऐड करूँगा, ताकि वो एक अच्छा सा मॉडल बन जाए जिससे हम आइडेंटिफाई और रिकॉग्नाइज कर सकें कि कौन सा पर्सन हमारे मॉडल में है और कौन सा हमारे मॉडल में नहीं है। तो सबसे पहले हम यूनिक आईडी से एक पर्सन ग्रुप बना लेंगे। सेकंड स्टेप ये है कि फेस एडिशन का, क्योंकि कॉन्टेक्स्ट डायनेमिकली आते रहते हैं और बढ़ते रहते हैं, तो हमें एक फ्लो चाहिए जो जैसे ही कोई अपनी प्रोफाइल पिक्चर अपलोड करे या अपडेट करे, हमारे पर्सन ग्रुप में ऐड होना चाहिए और रिकॉग्निशन मॉडल ट्रेन हो जाना चाहिए उस पर्सन ग्रुप का। तो बेसिकली ये भी एक फ्लो है जो कॉन्टैक्ट के अपडेट पे होता है और उस पर्सन के फेस को एंड पर्सन ग्रुप ऐड कर देता है और रीट्रेन कर देता है वो मॉडल जो हमारा पर्सन ग्रुप का है। उसके बाद हमारा तीसरा फ्लो जो है वो फेस डिटेक्शन का है। तो बेसिकली फेस डिटेक्शन कैप्चर हुई हुई इमेज के फेस डिटेक्ट करेगा, उसके फीचर्स कैलकुलेट करेगा और वो हमारे पर्सन ग्रुप में फिर देखेगा कि वो फीचर्स उस फीचर का बंदा हमारे पास पर्सन ग्रुप में है या नहीं। तो बेसिकली इससे हमारे पास आइडेंटिफाई ये हो जाएगा कि वो हमारे इम्पीरियम डायनेमिक्स में कॉन्टैक्ट है या नहीं। उसके बाद यूआई के लिए हमने कैनवस ऐप दे दी, जो बेसिकली इजी टू यूज़ है, जिसमें आप कैप्चर कर सकते हैं और फेस डिटेक्शन की रिक्वेस्ट भेज सकते हैं, जिसका रिस्पॉन्स आपको उसी स्क्रीन पे मिल जाएगा कि इफ़ द पर्सन एग्जिस्ट in the Imperium Dynamics contact and his entry is allowed or not, and all the things regarding to the contact entity. तो सबसे पहले पर्सन ग्रुप के क्रिएशन का ट्रिगर फ्लो बना लिया है, ताकि हमारी एक पर्सन ग्रुप की आईडी आ जाए, जिसे हम आगे फेस एडिशन एंड फेस रिकॉग्निशन में रेफर कर सकें। तो हम इसका फ़ायदा ये होगा कि हमारा एक ही पर्सन ग्रुप रहेगा और वही ओवर द टाइम ट्रेन होके बहुत अच्छी एक्यूरेसी प्रोवाइड करेगा। उसके बाद फेस एडिशन के जो प्रोसेस है वो हमारे पास 7 स्टेप प्रोसेस है। सो बेसिकली ये एक माइक्रोसॉफ्ट फ्लो है जिसके स्टेप्स डिवाइड करके मैंने इस प्रेजेंटेशन में ऐड किए हुए हैं। जैसे ही स्टेप्स कंप्लीट होंगे हम फ्लो पे चले जाएंगे, ताकि हमें रियल आइडिया हो जाए कि किस तरह से वो इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है। तो बेसिकली सबसे पहले ऑटोमेटिक ट्रिगर हुआ है when a contact image is added or uploaded। जैसे ही किसी भी कॉन्टैक्ट की इमेज ऐड होगी या अपलोड होगी, वो ट्रिगर कर देगा हमारे फेस एडिशन के प्रोसेस को, फ्लो को। और उसका फर्दर काम ये है कि सबसे पहले वो कॉन्टैक्ट का रिकॉर्ड उठाएगा जिस कॉन्टैक्ट ने उसे किया है। फर्ज करें जैसे मैंने अपनी प्रोफाइल पिक्चर अपलोड कर दी, तो ये ट्रिगर फायर हो जाएगा। ये हमारा फेस एडिशन का फ्लो फायर हो जाएगा। तो फर्स्ट स्टेप हमारा ये है कि हम वो कॉन्टैक्ट की सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन रिट्रीव कर लें। उसके बाद हमने क्या किया है कि जो प्रोफाइल पिक्चर से ट्रिगर हुआ था हमारा फ्लो, उस प्रोफाइल पिक्चर क्योंकि उस प्रोफाइल ब्लॉब बना लें जो हमने स्टोरेज अकाउंट में कंटेनर बनाया था और उसमें ऐड कर लें। तो हमारे पास फ़ायदा ये होगा कि हमारे पास एक पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल का। तो बेसिकली जब हम कोई पावर प्लेटफॉर्म पे अपनी इमेज अपलोड करते हैं तो वो पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल नहीं होती, तो हमारा फेस एक्सेस नहीं कर सकती। तो उसका वर्क अराउंड ये किया मैंने कि मैंने वहाँ पे वही पिक्चर अपलोड करा दी, जिससे हमारा पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल आ गया और उस यूआरएल को हमने आगे पास कर दिया डिटेक्शन एंड फर्दर रिकॉग्निशन के। तो फेस एडिशन में थर्ड स्टेप ये है कि हमने यूआरएल ले लिया उस इमेज का जिस इमेज से फ्लो ट्रिगर हुआ था। उसके बाद create a person from blob image URL and associate its ID so that we can add to a person group. तो basically person बनाना पड़ता है पहले face API के expose API से, और उसके बाद वो person group में हो सकता है. तो person basically एक entity है and उसका container है. तो person बहुत सारे person group में add हो जाएंगे, और उसके बाद हम अगर ट्रेन करेंगे तो वो सारे एक साथ मॉडल एक साथ ट्रेन हो जाएगा रिकॉग्निशन एंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन के लिए. फिर हमारे पास हमने उस जो हमने प्रीवियस स्टेप 4th स्टेप में बनाया था वो पर्सन हमने पर्सन ग्रुप में ऐड कर, जो हमने फर्स्ट फ्लो से पर्सन ग्रुप बनाया था उसकी आईडी हमने उठाई थी, और उस वही हमारा मतलब ग्लोबल पर्सन ग्रुप है नेम्ड इम्पीरियम डायनामिक्स और व्हाटएवर योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज. उसके बाद हमने एक्शन परफॉर्म किया ट्रेन पर्सन ग्रुप फॉर आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड रिकॉग्निशन. तो बेसिकली जितने भी फेसेस उस पर्सन ग्रुप में होंगे हमने उस पर्सन ग्रुप को ट्रेन कर दिया, तो वो रिकॉग्निशन एंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन के लिए रेडी हो गया. बेसिकली हमारा रिकॉग्निशन मॉडल ट्रेन हो गया, जिसे हम फर्दर यूज आइडेंटिफिकेशन और करते हैं. फिर हमने डिलीट कर दिया जो क्रिएट किया था हमने ब्लॉब पे स्टोरेज, क्योंकि हमें सिर्फ वो पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल लिंक चाहिए था, हमें इमेज का कुछ नहीं करना क्योंकि हमने मॉडल ट्रेन कर दिया है. तो हम स्टोरेज को यूटिलाइजेशन ख़त्म कर सकते हैं, मतलब क्योंकि हमें स्टोरेज की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो हमने वो जो ब्लॉब हमने थर्ड स्टेप में क्रिएट किया था हमने 7th स्टेप में डिलीट कर दिया. तो हमारे पास एट एवरी इंस्टेंस जब ये फ्लो टोटली रन होगा हमारे पास कोई स्टोरेज नहीं होगी, क्योंकि जो क्रिएट ही डिलीट कर दी. तो अगर हम इस फेस एडिशन के फ्लो पे जाते हैं तो सबसे पहले ट्रिगर है क्रिएट और अपडेट के कॉन्टैक्ट पे, इन विच आई हैव फिल्टर्ड द कॉलम जो सारे इमेज से रिलेट करते हैं. तो अपडेट होगी इमेज या चेंज होगी या क्रिएट होगी तो हमारे पास ये फ्लो रन हो जाएगा. उसके बाद मैंने वही कॉन्टैक्ट जो ट्रिगर हुआ था जिससे हमारा फ्लो ट्रिगर हुआ था वो कॉन्टैक्ट उठा लिया. उसके बाद पर्सन ग्रुप मैंने एक कंपोज के स्टेप में पर्सन ग्रुप जो हमने स्टार्ट में क्रिएट किया था जो कि यूनिक आइडेंटिफायर है वो हमने एक कंपोज के स्टेप में रख लिया. उसके बाद हमने ब्लॉब बना लिया ताकि हमारे पास हमने फिर कंटेनर का हमने स्टोरेज में जो कंटेनर यूज़ किया था उसमें हमने एक ब्लॉब स्टोर करा लिया ताकि हमारे पास पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल आ जाए. ये जो इमेज है ये हमें ट्रिगर से मिली थी, हमने बेस 64 में कन्वर्ट कर लिया ताकि वो ब्लॉब पे स्टोर हो जाए. देन हमने जो बेस यूआरएल है उसके आगे हमने पाथ अपेंड कर दिया, तो हमारे पास एक एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल मिल गई पेज की. उसके बाद हमने कर लिया क्योंकि हमें उस पर्सन ग्रुप में ऐड करना था. पर्सन की हमने जो भी इमेज थी हमने पर्सन ग्रुप की आईडी दे दी जो हमने ऊपर सेट कराई थी. उसके बाद पर्सन का नेम दे दिया और हमने उस पर्सन को ऐड कर दिया इस पर्सन ग्रुप में विद यूज़र डेटा ऑफ इट्स आईडी. तो फ़ायदा ये होगा कि हमें जब भी ये पर्सन डिटेक्ट होगा हमें इसकी आईडी मिल जाएगी और हम अपने डेटावर्स में उस आईडी से रेफ़र कर सकते हैं और उसकी जो भी रिक्वायर्ड फील्ड्स हैं हम वो एक्सेस कर सकते हैं. तो हमेशा जब भी कोई नया पर्सन ऐड होगा ये फ्लो ट्रिगर होगा और हमारा मॉडल ट्रेन हो जाएगा. तो इसमें ऑप्टिमाइजेशन ये हो सकती है कि अगर आप अपना नया सिस्टम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं और आपको पता है कि अभी सिर्फ डेटा एंट्री का काम हो रहा है, तो आप ये वाला स्टेप जो नेक्स्ट है ट्रेन का जिससे ये पर्सन ग्रुप ट्रेन हो रहा है, बेसिकली पोस्ट का मेथड है, इसकी हमारे पास कनेक्टर अवेलेबल नहीं था, तो मैंने HTTP कॉल कर दी और ये सब्सक्रिप्शन की जो हमने उधर से गेट की थी जब हमने एजोर पे फेस एपीआई का हमने सर्विस बनाई थी, और ये हमारा पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल था। हमने ये यूआरएल जनरेट कर लिया, एक कॉल थी, हमने पर्सन ग्रुप, हमने जो हमारा पर्सन ग्रुप का यूनिक आइडेंटिफायर था हमने इधर दे दिया एंड हमने ट्रेन की कॉल कर दी। तो बेसिकली ये उस पर्सन ग्रुप फेसेस हैं उन पे रन होगा और एक मॉडल ट्रेन कर देगा। तो हम बात कर रहे थे कि ऑप्टिमाइजेशन जो हो सकती है कि अगर नया सिस्टम है और हम सिर्फ डेटा एंट्री कर रहे हैं और हमें पता है कि हमारे पास हंड्रेड ऑफ थाउजेंड्स ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स और उनकी प्रोफाइल पिक्चर्स भी एंटर होंगी और अभी हम फेस रिकॉग्निशन बेस्ड एंट्री नहीं कर रहे, तो हम ये ट्रेन का स्टेप स्किप कर सकते हैं और जब हम श्योर हो जाएं कि हमारा जो बल्क डेटा है वो एंटर हो गया है, उसके बाद हम ये ट्रेन की कॉल चला सबको मॉडल में क्रिएट कर लेगा। तो हम फ़ायदा ये हुआ, हर एंट्री, हर प्रोफाइल पिक्चर की एंट्री पे ये कॉल नहीं चलेगी, एक साथ थाउजेंड्स ऑफ रिकॉर्ड चले जाएंगे, उसके बाद सिर्फ एक बार ये कॉल चलेगी और उसके बाद हम ये फ्लो का पार्ट बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि फिर इतनी जल्दी ऐड नहीं होंगे वंस द डेटा एंट्री इज कंप्लीटेड। उसके बाद हमने स्टोरेज से हमें यूआरएल मिला था वो हमने डिलीट कर दिया ताकि हमारे पास स्टोरेज हमेशा एम्प्टी रहे। तो इससे बेसिकली हमारे हर इंस्टेंस पे जैसे ही कोई फेस ऐड होगा, अपडेट होगा, हमारा मॉडल में वो ऐड हो जाएगा आईडी और हमारा मॉडल उस पर ट्रेन हो जाएगा। अगला पार्ट है फेस डिटेक्शन का। तो बेसिकली फेस डिटेक्शन में हमारे 8 स्टेप्स हैं। हम सिमिलर काम करेंगे, पहले स्टेप्स को गो थ्रू, उसके बाद फिर हम फ्लो जाके देखेंगे। तो बेसिकली सबसे पहले हमारे पास ट्रिगर है, मैनुअली ट्रिगर है कैनवस ऐप से। तो हमने जो यूआई के लिए कैनवस ऐप क्रिएट की थी, हम सबसे पहले उसमें पिक्चर अपनी कैप्चर करेंगे या जिसकी भी कैप्चर करेंगे जो एंट्री के लिए है, और उसके बाद हम डिटेक्ट की कॉल भेज देंगे। ये ऑटोमेटिक भी हो सकता है कि हम ऑटोमेटिकली किसी फ्रेम पर सेकंड पे ऑटोमेटिक पिक्चर कैप्चर करते रहें और ट्रेन पे और डिटेक्शन के लिए भेजते रहें। तो किसी मैनुअली पिक्चर कैप्चर करके डिटेक्ट नहीं करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन फॉर द पीओसी मैंने सिर्फ अभी कैनवस ऐप बनाई है। इसकी फर्दर स्टेप ये हो सकते हैं कि हम ऑटोमेटिकली पिक्चर कैप्चर करते रहें और किसी यूज़र इंटरेक्शन की ज़रूरत ना पड़े, और ऑटोमेटिकली हम AI IoT से भी कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। तो जो भी रिस्पॉन्स होगा वो डायरेक्टली IoT को डिलीवर, अगर एंट्री के लिए गेट खोलना है तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली खुद खुल जाएगा। उसके बाद हमने पार्स इमेज की कैनवस ऐप के ट्रिगर से, क्योंकि हमने पिक्चर खींच के डिटेक्शन के लिए कॉल भेजी थी, हमने फ्लो को डिलीवर की थी, तो हमने उस इमेज को पार्स कर लिया फ्रॉम जेसन। उसके बाद हमने सिमिलर थर्ड स्टेप किया कि हमने ब्लॉब बना लिया, तो हमारे पास पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल आ जाएगा जिससे हम आगे के काम कर सकते हैं डिटेक्ट। फिर हमने फेस डिटेक्शन के API उस ब्लॉब यूआरएल से, तो हमारे पास सारे फीचर्स आ गए। इसमें अच्छी बात यह है कि इसकी और भी एक्सटेंशन बहुत हैं, जैसे कि ये हमें एक्सेसरीज दे देती है डिटेक्शन फेस के साथ कि उसमें क्या क्या एक्सेसरीज हैं, जैसे कि ग्लासेस, मेकअप, एज, जेंडर, फेस मास्क। सो बहुत सारी एक्सटेंसिव एप्लीकेशंस भी हम इससे बना सकते हैं। उसके बाद हमने जितनी भी फेस आईडीज हमें रिसीव हुई थी प्रीवियस स्टेप से डिटेक्शन फेस से, क्योंकि फेस मल्टीपल भी हो सकते हैं, मैंने 4 फेसेस तक ट्राई किया था, बिल्कुल अच्छा चल रहा था। तो हमने उस पे फेस आईडीज जो गेट हुई हमने उस पे लूप कर लिया, और उसके बाद हमने ग्रुप में एक आईडी फेस आईडी को देखा कि करती है पर्सन ग्रुप में, अगर करती है तो उसके एसोसिएटेड कॉन्टैक्ट्स लाया, और उसके बाद उसकी फील्ड एक्सेस करके उसका एंट्री स्टेटस पता कर लिया कि वो एंट्री उसकी एक्सेप्टेबल है या वो एंट्री नहीं कर सकता एक पर्टिकुलर बिल्डिंग या ऑफिस में। हम अब इसका फ्लो देख लेते हैं कि फ्लो पे किस तरह से ये इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है। तो हमने सबसे पहले पावर ऐप से मैन्युअली ट्रिगर किया, और उसमें से ये सारी प्रोसेसिंग है जेसन के लिए, उसमें से हमने इमेज एक्सट्रैक्ट कर ली। उसके बाद हमने गेट ब्लॉब डेटा में हमारे पास इमेज की जो बाइनरी है वो हमें मिल गई। उसके बाद मैंने इसमें एक अलग कंटेनर बनाया हुआ है, वही स्टोरेज अकाउंट में जो डिटेक्शन पिक कंटेनर है उसमें मैं से base64 में उस इमेज को कन्वर्ट करके, ताकि हमें पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल यूआरएल मिल जाए जिससे हम डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, रिकग्नाइज कर सकते हैं और फेस एपीआई के थ्रू उस इमेज से कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं यूआरएल के थ्रू। फिर वही जो पर्सन ग्रुप था हमारा यूनिक आईडी जो हमने सबसे फर्स्ट फ्लो में बनाई थी, जो कि इम्पीरियम डायनामिक या ग्लोबली कोई भी किसी की कंपनी की हो सकती है, वो हमने कंपोज के स्टेप में डाल दी। देन हमने पोस्ट की रिक्वेस्ट करी डिटेक्शन के लिए, तो बेसिकली इसमें भी हमें सब्सक्रिप्शन की चाहिए होती है, जो हमने एजोर के हमारे हमने जब फेस एपीआई की सर्विस बनाई थी उसमें एजोर की फेस एपीआई की सब्सक्रिप्शन की थी, वो हमने कॉपी करी थी, तो वो हम इधर यूज़ करेंगे और हम यूआरएल रिलेटेड यूज़ करेंगे जो हमारे इमेज ब्लॉक का है। फिर हमने फेस डिटेक्शन के लिए हमने कॉल भेज दी उसी ब्लॉब से, फिर हमने उसको पार्स किया जेसन में, जो हमारे पास फेस आईडीज आ रही थी डिटेक्शन के थ्रू। तो बेसिकली यहाँ मैंने दोनों तरीके से जस्ट टेस्टिंग के लिए मैं कर रहा था, ये कनेक्टर है और ये हमारे पास पोस्ट की कॉल है, बेसिकली सेम कर रहे हैं। तो इसमें पता चल रहा है कि कितनी ईज है थ्रू कनेक्टर फॉर अ सिटीजन डेवलपर, उसे ये सारी चीज़ें ये कुछ नहीं करना पड़ा, जस्ट उसे एक कनेक्टर के थ्रू अपने इमेज यूआरएल भेजना है, शन रेफरेंस बनाना है जिसके थ्रू वो सारी चीज़ें कनेक्ट कर सकता है। तो भी रिजल्ट आएगा फ्रॉम डिटेक्ट फेसेस, हमने उसे पार्स किया जेसन में, जेसन से तो हमारे पास फेस आईडीज आ गए इन द। तो ये सारे चेक्स हमने लगाए हुए हैं कि अगर कोई फेस डिटेक्ट ना हो, हमारा फ्लो क्रैश ना हो, वो रिस्पेक्टिव हमें रिस्पॉन्स दे दे हमारी कैनवस ऐप में। तो बेसिकली हमने सबसे पहले देखा कि अगर जो उनका आउटपुट है वो अगर एम्प्टी है तो इसका मतलब ये है कि हमने कोई फेस डिटेक्ट नहीं की है, तो हम कहेंगे नो डिटेक्शन फाउंड और हम अपने फ्लो से टर्मिनेट हो जाएंगे। अगर हमने देखा कि हमारे पास बॉडी में ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, तो हम वन उस ऑब्जेक्ट पे जाएंगे, हम चेक करेंगे उसकी फेस आईडी, क्योंकि फेस आईडी हम एंड में हमारे पास जो आता है वो फेस आईडी आती है, वो सारे फीचर्स कंप्यूट करके तो हमने आइडेंटिफाई वो फेस आईडी उस पर्सन ग्रुप में जो हमारे पास हमने क्रिएट किया था शुरू में। हमने सब्सक्रिप्शन की भेजी, इसका भी हमारे पास कनेक्टर नहीं था, तो हमने पोस्ट की एपीआई एचटीटीपी की एपीआई कॉल भेज दी। के बाद हमने उसकी बॉडी जेसन से पार्स किया रिजल्ट, और फिर हमने हर ऑब्जेक्ट पे आइडेंटिफाई कराया और आइडेंटिफिकेशन पे आगे फर्दर स्टेप्स किए कि अगर बॉडी है, कैंडिडेट फाइंड करता है और कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल इज ग्रेटर देन 0.5 है। तो बेसिकली कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल भी एक चीज़ होती है फेस रिकग्निशन में कि मॉडल कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है कि वो सेम बंदा है। तो मैंने जो थ्रेशोल्ड रखा है वो 0.5 का रखा है, क्योंकि इसमें मुझे अच्छे रिजल्ट्स मिल रहे थे। तो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बेसिकली सिर्फ ये है कि जो इमेज हमने प्रोवाइड की है और जो बंदा हमारे पर्सन ग्रुप में मतलब मॉडल में ट्रेन हुआ है, उस पे कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है मॉडल को प्रिडिक्ट करते हुए कि वो इमेज यूआरएल उसी पर्सन ग्रुप के पर्सन की है। तो जैसे ही हमें अपना ये पता चल गया कि हमारे पास पर्सन आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है, रिकॉग्नाइज हुआ है, उसकी कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल 0.5 से ज़्यादा है, तो हमने उस पर्सन को गेट किया फ्रॉम द सेम ग्रुप पर्सन ग्रुप। हमने उसे रिट्रीव किया अपने डेटाबेस से, क्योंकि हमने यूज़र डेटा में उसकी आईडी ऐड की हुई थी। और उसके बाद हमने एक वेरिएबल एरे बना ली जिसमें हमने नेम अपेंड कराया और उसका स्टेटस के उसे एंट्री अलाउड है या नहीं अलाउड। तो बेसिकली क्योंकि हमारे पास मल्टीपल डिटेक्ट भी हो सकते हैं फेसेस और मल्टीपल रिकॉग्नाइज, तो हमें सब वो रिकॉग्नाइज फेसेस चाहिए जो हमारे CRM या डेटावर्स में हमारे एज अ सबके स्टेटस चाहिए। तो बेसिकली ये सारे इस आईडी पे ये प्रोसेस रन होगा और सबके नेम इधर ऐड हो जाएंगे जो जो हमारे में प्रेजेंट है। उसके बाद हमने जब हमारी पूरी एरे रेडी हो गई तो हमने एक एरे पे चेक लगाया कि एरे में अगर कोई कांटेक्ट डिटेक्ट रिकॉग्नाइज हुआ है तो उस एरे में अवेलेबल होगा। तो हमने सिंपल चेक कर लिया कि एरे की लेंथ ग्रेटर देन 0 है, अगर ग्रेटर देन 0 है तो उसने कुछ डिटेक्ट किया है। तो उस डिटेक्शन के रिजल्ट में हम उसे ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं बाय कॉमा। सो जो जितने भी हैं, फर्स्ट करें जुनेद है, मोहसिन है, और जितने भी पर्सन डिटेक्ट हुए हैं, रिकग्नाइज हुए हैं स्टेटस इन मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप, वो हमारे पास इधर आ जाएंगे इन अ फॉर्म ऑफ कॉमा सेपरेटेड लिस्ट। और अगर किसी कोई डिटेक्ट हुआ है लेकिन वो हमारे डेटावर्स में नहीं है तो उसमें ये आ जाएगा कि अनेबल टू, मतलब वो पर्सन डिटेक्ट तो हुआ है लेकिन डेटावर्स में नहीं। उसके बाद हमने कैनवस ऐप जो यूआई के लिए बनी, वो कैप्चर इमेज हमने कैच की है, इमेज पर्सन की कैप्चर करके हमने डिटेक्शन की कॉल भेजी है जो कि वो कैप्चर्ड इमेज हमारे फ्लो को भेज देती है। उसके बाद हमने जेसन से जो हमने इमेज पार्स की थी फ्लो में, हमने उस जो हमारा फेस बेसिकली फेस डिटेक्शन वाला फ्लो है वो रन हो रहा है। उसके बाद हमने रिस्पॉन्स गेट किया है जो हमारा अनेबल टू फाइंड अ पर्सन था, नो पर्सन एग्जिस्ट था, और पर्सन लिस्ट थी बेसिकली। अगर हम फ्लो पे जाएं तो अनेबल टू फाइंड अ पर्सन इन अ सिनेरियो के पर्सन का फेस हमारे कांटेक्ट में अवेलेबल नहीं है। पर्सन का अगर फेस डिटेक्ट हुआ है और हमारे कांटेक्ट में भी अवेलेबल है तो उसके नाम विद देयर एंट्रीज आ जाएंगी कि अगर पर्सन ही डिटेक्ट नहीं हुआ तो हमारे पास नो डिटेक्शन फाउंड का डिस्प्ले होगा। और उसके बाद हम वो रिजल्ट अपने कैनवस ऐप में शो कर रहे हैं। तो उसके बाद जब ये सारी चीज़ें रन होती हैं तो फाइनल प्रोडक्ट आता है। तो बेसिकली ये मैंने एक मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप बनाई थी सेम डेटाबेस पे, जिसमें एक मैंने एक कॉन्टैक्ट बना लिया था और उसकी मैं इमेज अपलोड कर रहा था। तो जैसे ही मैं इमेज अपलोड करूँगा या कॉन्टैक्ट में क्रिएट करते हुए मेरी इमेज अपलोड हुई भी होगी तो हमारे पास वो फेस एडिशन वाला फ्लो रन होगा। सबसे पहले जो सिनेरियो के स्टार्ट में हम पर्सन ग्रुप के क्रिएशन का करते हैं ताकि सारे फेस एडिशन उसी पर्सन ग्रुप में हो और सारे डिटेक्शन ग्रुप से हो ताकि इनकंसिस्टेंसी ना आए हमारे सिस्टम में। तो बेसिकली इसमें सबसे पहले एक कॉन्टैक्ट बनाया मैंने अपने नाम का, उसके बाद मैंने अपनी इमेज अपलोड की। तो बेसिकली इस अपलोड की कॉल पे फेस एडिशन वाला फ्लो रन हो गया होगा और हमारा मॉडल है वो ट्रेन हो गया। देन मैंने एक एंट्रेंस अलाउ की फील्ड रखी हुई डेटाबेस लेवल पे जो हमें सिंपली बताती है कि इस कॉन्टैक्ट की एंट्री अलाउड है या नहीं है। तो बेसिकली हम जब फेस ऐड किया हमने इस फेस की जो आईडी थी वो हमने यूज़र डेटा में भेज दिया कि जैसे ही जब कभी रिट्रीव हो ये वाला फेस तो हम इस आईडी से अपने डेटाबेस में रेफर कर लें और एंट्रेंस अलाउड हम फील्ड उठा के उसका रिस्पॉन्स डिस्प्ले। उसके बाद हमने एंट्रेंस अलाउ यस कर दिया और सेव कर दिया। फिर हमने एक कैनवस ऐप बनाई जिसमें कैप्चर फोटो की के लिए हमने कॉल भेज दी। तो बेसिकली ये फोटो जाएगी फेस डिटेक्शन वाले फ्लो में, वो पार्स करेगी इमेज, ब्लॉब बनाएगी, डिटेक्ट करेगी और चेक करेगी। अगर पर्सन ग्रुप में हमारा कॉन्टैक्ट अवेलेबल है तो उस कॉन्टैक्ट पे जाके मॉडल ड्रिवन पे हिट डेटाबेस पे हिट मारेगी और एंट्री अलाउड का की फील्ड वो एक्सेस करके हमें रिजल्ट डिस्प्ले करा देगी कि बेसिकली इस कॉन्टैक्ट की एंट्री अलाउड है या नहीं। कि हमारी एंट्री अलाउड थी जो हम मॉडल ड्रिवन से सेट की थी, तो रिजल्ट दे दिया अलाउड विद द रिस्पेक्टिव नेम। उसके बाद मैंने एंट्रेंस अलाउड के फील्ड का स्टेटस चेंज कर दिया, नो कर दिया, और फिर से हम कॉल भेजेंगे तो देखते हैं ताकि हमें पता चल जाए कि कॉन्टैक्ट लिंक हुआ है या नहीं। तो क्योंकि हमने नॉट अलाउड की थी फील्ड की वैल्यू, तो इसने जब रिट्रीव किया वो फील्ड तो उसे नो मिला, तो और हमने डिस्प्ले कर दिया नॉट अलाउड। तो बेसिकली इसकी फर्दर एक्सटेंशन बहुत कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस के लिए ये यूज़ हो सकता है, मास्क के लिए यूज़ हो सकता है, एसेसरीज को देखने के लिए यूज़ हो सकता है, इसे आप IoT से कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। अभी तो मैंने सिर्फ ये रिस्पॉन्सिव डिस्प्ले करा दिया है, लेकिन अगर IoT से कनेक्ट करके उस पर कुछ एक्शन हो जाए तो ये सारी इसकी फर्दर कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं। तो बेसिकली पावर प्लेटफॉर्म को अगर हम यूनाइट करके यूज़ करें तो इसकी पावर बहुत ज़्यादा है। जैसे कि पावर ऐप एजोर के कॉग्निटिव सर्विस को यूज़ करते हुए इतनी अच्छा PMC रेडी हो गया। अच्छा, टाइम क्योंकि हो गया है, थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम. I hope you like the session. If you have any questions or anything related to the session, you can to me on this email, sayed.junaid@imperiumdynamics.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Junaid, for your session. It was really nice to hear from you. Now we have our next speaker in line, Frederick. Frederick has great experience around Power Platform. So over to you, Frederick.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having such a great bootcamp. So my name is Fredrik Satre. I'm what's it called, senior technical specialist here in Microsoft in Norway. And I thought I'm going to talk about connectors. And I saw something that Junaid talked about in regards to, even though I didn't understand, I could follow along. But there were some things about where he went out and he asked an API and got back data, and he presented that inside of the solution. And we could do that in Power Automate. We can do all of these things, but if you want to standardize it, and if you want to get all these data, and I thought I'll look at the custom connectors that we have inside of Power Platform. But first, before we do that, we're going to start off with looking at basically what we have out of the box and standard connectors, and what those mean, and how we can use them inside of both Power Apps and Power BI and Power Automate, but also in context of business applications when we want to get data in and out, even if it's a CRM or an ERP solution. So my background is in ERP, and I thought once this notion of Power Apps and Power Platform came in, I felt like I got this superpower, because I'm not a developer in any way. But suddenly I could start doing all these things and connect to different connectors and different applications outside of the confines of what we have inside of F&O. And it really opened up a lot of venues that I could go in and explore. And then I had to go deep in, and I had to learn about APIs and how those works and all these things. And they're great resources on the web, and I'll show you some of these things. So I thought I'd share my screen. We can get going. Here we are. So 1, 2, 3, and magic. See, that's great. So thank you so much for having me. I've seen some of the sessions, and I followed along on YouTube, and it's amazing the speakers and the sessions that you have. I'm very envious of all the content that you got in Hindu and all these nice things that I couldn't follow along, but I did see some of the content, and it looked great. All right, let's see if this, here we go. Yeah, so what I said, my name is Fredrik Satre. My professional background is in supply chain, in manufacturing. That's where I normally work and consult. And then I also run the Dynamics podcast. So if you look up DIN podcast and look at that, it would be greatly appreciated. Also an ex-MVP before I started at Microsoft. Sadly, you can't carry that title through. And I'm just, in general, super enthusiastic about technology. So the agenda for today, general introduction, we've done that. Next up is the Power Platform connectors. Just look at what the standard is, and we'll look at how these can be utilized inside of your apps and probably already know most of these, but I understand a bit of the context and what I think when I see the connectors and how I would use them. Then we have APIs in general. What are they? How do we use them? And when you start going down that avenue, there is endless possibilities of what you can do inside of automation, connecting to different business applications. And we'll see even now, moving forward, there are billions of data, like petabytes of data out there that you can just access through these APIs. So you definitely want to get your skills up and running on this, because it is quite amazing what you can get to. And I'll show some resources where you can go both learn about it and also explore the world of open APIs that are available. And then we'll look at the custom connectors, what they are, and I'll just take you through to create your first connector and how that works. And then we'll have a Q&A in the end, hopefully, that we get time to that. Normally, I get too enthusiastic about telling you about the features, so I'll see what I can do on time here. So the first thing, with the connectors that's out of the box, we can look at them when you connect to your workspace, the Maker portal on Power Apps. You'll see the data connectors down there. What's great is that this is contextualized within each user. So each user is authenticated. And you saw, actually, I noticed one of the keys inside the flow that Junaid showed. You definitely have to renew that, Junaid, because having security around connectors is really imperative to IT organizations. And when you create and use the connector repository and set these up correctly, every bit of authentication is in context of the user. So each user, if I add the Twitter connector, for instance, I have to log in with my credentials. So I don't use the primary IT, and everything is contextualized. And if you don't have access, you won't get access to do this. It's a very safe way of actually adding data connectors into your organization. So the connectors from an IT perspective is really great at that. And out of the box right now, there are over 500 connectors. And these are primarily made by Microsoft in many of these cases, but also by ISVs and third-party services. So I think we'll see an influx of more connectors coming in, a lot more moving forward. There will be a great incentive when you have a web service to expose that into the Power Platform in general and standardize these connectors. So I think we'll see a great increase in this, not just from Microsoft, but also from third-party services, and then also the community. And I'll show you a web page that Thomas Sanser, another MVP, has made, where you can publish your own connectors. And hopefully that will also increase, where we can go out and we can crowdsource this. If the vendors are not going to do it, let's do it together. So if we will just go in, and you can see here, I've put up this one here. The data connectors are always in context of the user, as I said. When we look at the connectors, we can, from an IT perspective, publish any type of connector out, or we can create a new connector. So you see I have some connectors here, one to a Salesforce connector, the Office connectors, and some custom APIs that I've made connectors from as well. And we're going to go through these. We're going to republish one of these. So when you create a new connection, and you can do this when you create an app, but if you don't have this open, if you open an app that requires a connector, it will ask you to authenticate and credentialize yourself when you open that app. And if we look at the Twitter, for instance, you'll see that when you open that, we're not going to create it, but let's just have a look. When you add this into your environment, you can either use a own application, the Twitter application, or you can use the default API. And when you connect to this, it will ask you actually to log on to your Twitter accounts. So you see everything here is very secure. You're not going to have a common account that everybody logs into. Everybody logs into their own accounts, but you can use that in context of any user. So that's really important to know. So when we create even custom connectors, the authentication is something that they would have to add themselves. So what we're going to look at is the custom connectors, but I did want to just show you a web page or a Power BI report. This is a dashboard made by, I don't know who made this, but it shows all the different connectors that are in the application. You can see here there's 509 right now and increasing. This is a very nice web page where you can see what's included in Office 365, how many premium connectors there are. And I think, as I said, when we see more services added, if you want to use custom connectors, you need to have a premium subscription. But as more and more services add these, I think they will be not requiring you to have a premium connector or a premium license to do that, but you'll rather pay for the services that are in the cloud. So many of the free ones that you see here that are connected, like Asana or AtBot or Basecamp, you pay for those services, and then you can add that into any, if you want to add it to a Power App or you want to add it to a Power Automate flow, you can actually just create those connectors here. So that's quite neat. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the other side of the coin, right? Because we're always talking about community and citizen development. But what we're looking at is the pro dev side also has a great incentive to do this. And there are a lot of ways to create these connectors. One of the things that I saw, but you can always create automation by creating some long flows and all of these things. But if you want to add business logic and you want to add some standardization to it, a way to do that from a pro dev perspective will be to create Azure functions. And Azure functions are just tiny applications that you publish out of Azure, containerized applications that you can call any way you want. And you can, the pro devs can go out and create these applications, but then you as a consumer, and they'll make that data available as a connector inside of Power Platform. Another way of doing it is inside of Azure API management, which is more the pro IT side of things. And if we look at, there's a post that was, here it is, that you see how easy it is and how kind of built it into the experience and how interconnected everything is. So when you have some type of API that you have inside your organization, you can easily just publish these out to any user. So if you want to have a employee lookup that is from another application, maybe you have an HR system, a legacy HR system, you don't want to change that out, you can still connect to that and get that data by using this type of API services, or again, as I said, an Azure function. So here you see how easy it is. Actually just click and you export it, and then once you've done that, you give it a name. And once you've published it, it gets available as a connector inside of your apps. So then you can add any connectors here. You see searching it up as you would any connector, and you see that there's a employee lookup. So that's a really good aspect of it as well. Everything is not meant to be citizen development, but this is a good way of publishing things. So let's look at the other side of the coin, right? When we do this, we have to understand the concept of APIs. And there are some things that took me a while to understand, like what type of format. Not every API returns a format that is just easily consumable. And we either have to parse them, as you saw in the Power Automate flow that we had, where you go down. So if you have an XML, for instance, we can't put that in as a custom connector. It has to be JSON. It has to be a certain standardized format, and we have to understand these things. But we can always do it. But can we add it as a custom connector? So you would have to look at the response type that you get, and then also understanding what type of actions can you perform. You can get data, you can post data, you can update and delete, and you can do some actions from these APIs, and understanding the different types of these would be smart to do. So a way that I learned from this is actually by a competitor of ours, but there's a great website called the Programmable Web, and describes what an API is. They also have an API directory of almost 25,000 APIs, ranging from these standardized APIs from Google Maps APIs and YouTube APIs to some very specific where you can search, for instance, within shipping. If you need to have a shipping interface and you have to sort of publish data to and book shippings and stuff like that. The FedEx API, the UPS API, and DHL, everything is in here. And this is a great way to kind of go get this. And you see there are some that are RESTful APIs. That's the one that we can consume, different versions and different types, but some of them are RPCs, or you see some of them would also be XML. If you see that, then you have to use Power Automate to do that and create a flow. If not, we can create these awesome custom connectors. And so if you wanted to create a custom connector, I'm just going to take you really quickly through the process here. So while that loads, I'll just switch slides here, because the next thing we have to do is, of course, create these custom connectors. And again, it's a very nice way to get your data out into your organization and bring it available in any context that the user might need it. So these are the APIs that I've created before. This one I've actually imported from a Swagger file. So when you see here, there's a bunch of different ways to create a connector. You can go from blank, which we're going to do, or you can create it from an Azure service, which you saw you can do if you have an Azure API service, or you have a Azure function. We can go connect to these. There's also an open API file, and these are the ones that are standardized. So if you want to import them, these are called Swagger API standardizations. There's a lot of information around Swagger and how these are, but you can download them and pull them up here, or you can just connect. In many cases, you can just connect to the API and just give them the URL. The service will go get the formats and all the functions and everything, and you can create a custom API inside of here. And there's also a Postman collection. So Postman is an application that you can download. It's a great way of doing debugging and a way to kind of connect and try and play around with the APIs before you actually create a connector. So I think I have it open here somewhere. Oh, here it is. So where you can create these and test it out, where you get your setup here, you add your keys and APIs inside the headers. So there's a lot of header information that you can add, and then you'll get response in the body. So when you click send, it will return the response inside of here. Quite easy to do, and in some cases the APIs are open. And the API that I've worked with is a very open API. This could be public available information or things of that nature. So the one that we're going to play around with is called Brønnøysund, which is a Norwegian governmental service for all the companies inside of Norway. And there are some tests that you can do here. Like, for instance, I can copy this. And this is normally how URLs is built up. And this is also something that you might want to learn about, how we pass parameters through. You can do this in Power Apps as well. You can put any parameter inside of your app by just putting a question mark afterwards, and then the parameter name, and then the value of that parameter. And so you see there's a URL, and then behind the question mark, you can pass parameters. So here you see that we have this is Norwegian for name. If we write Microsoft in here, you'll see that we'll get a response. And this is the JSON format. It doesn't look very nice in this sense, but if we pull it up in called prettify JSON, like so, there are a lot of different ways to prettify it. And what it does, it just formats it really easily for you, so that you can actually get a hold of what's in here. So paste that in, you'll see this looks much more pretty. And JSON is just a way of entering data. So you see here, there's an embedded, and under embedded, there's units, and then under that, there's a bunch of different companies, and the organizational number, the name of the organization, the type of code, and you see this is a structured table with tables underneath it. So it can be very complex, and you can get a lot of data out of this. And you can parse these inside of Power Automate as well, or you can create a connector. So what we do is we'll create a new connector from blank. Yeah, and of course you can import from GitHub. That's also the final type of way to do it. But we'll start from blank, and we'll just do let's call it this. So you can upload an image, You can select the color, and then we'll have the host name, which is the base of the URL that we had. So if we look at this, the base of this is this right here, before any slash and after the HTTPS. So you'll put that in here, and then you can set where the base URL. I'll just put it in the root of this. Security, and this is where you can say what type of authentication. You can use OAuth. Then when you add the connector to your user, you would have to put in the OAuth authentication. We can use API keys, or we have basic authentication. In this case, there's no authentication, so it's really simple. And then inside of here, you can create different actions. So I'll create a new action. I'll just call it name, because that's what we're searching for. And there's different visibilities that you can set on this. How do you want to expose it to the users? And you also have to have an operation ID. And this is what you pull into your applications. Now, if you want to have a request, we can easily import that from the sample. So when I create the request here, this is the URL that we put in. So if we put in this, I'll just copy this and I'll put it in here. And you'll see that we have one parameter called name, and we have some value here, but it's going to disregard the value, but it's actually going to pull out this information here. And these are the different verbs that you can send. So you can get, you can delete, you can patch, you can change that, you can send the header information. But what we're doing now, we're just getting information. You saw that some of the boxes now was removed. If you delete something, you have to say what post you delete. If you want to post something and update and create a new record, you have to have information in here. So you would then post the body of that message in here. But if you just want to get it, you'll just put get, we'll import that, and you'll see that it immediately pulls out this query. And what we can do inside of this, we can also edit this. And there's something that you want. If you want it required, it's going to get required inside the application as well. So when you ask this API, go get the name, we'll put it as required. And then you would, it's really easy. It comes after the function, then comma, and then the next parameter, then comma, and the next parameter, and comma. So if you don't put it in here, you actually have to use brackets, and you have to say what type of parameter you're putting in and updating, and then you have to do a bit more to get this in. But if you put it as required, it's really easy. So just make sure you do that. That's one way of getting it. The next thing we have to do is we got to format the response. And as you saw, this doesn't say a lot, but if we just copy this, we'll get a lot of help. We'll just click the default here. Right now, we'll just return the entire body, and then we have to do a parse at the application side. But we want this formatted and prettified for us. So let's put it in here. We'll just paste that body, the example that you get, and then it pulls out all the different fields, structured and everything. And you can go in and you can do edit here, and you can call it something else. And you can say what type of string, if it's a string, or what type of format do you want it in. So you can do a lot of changes to that when you want it to be consuming it from the user side. And then the next thing you would do is create a test, but you have to create the connector first. We'll just create the connector here, and you'll see that it actually now spins up all the services inside the cloud. So you'll see that it actually pulls up everything that you have, and it publishes this, and now we have a connector. That's how hard it is to create a custom connector. So now we can test it, but I have to create actually, because now I don't, as a user, I don't have a connection, so it doesn't know what context it has. Even though we created it, we have to go and create a new connector. It just says as easy as this. And then we have to go in back in. This is the detour that I hopefully they'll fix sometime. Make it a bit easier, because we have to go back in, we have to edit it. And 1, 2, 3. I've made too many. Here we go. Edit. And then test. And you see here now, if I search for Microsoft and we test this, we get it back. I've kind of speed run this now, and I've made a 15-minute video where I actually create the connector, create an application, and then put that information inside of finance and operations. Or I thought I'd actually put it inside of a Dataverse. But it's really easy to do this if you want to move on, and I'll show that in the reference that I got inside my PowerPoint. So again, there's only one thing that I want to show you, and that is another thing that took me a while to get. And another way that you ask for this is just by adding the company name after this. So there's another way of opening this up. So let's just do another one. I just want to show you this, because if you want to search for organizational number, let's do org number. When we import, for example, here, let's say, because if I do like so, it will just pull out that one record, and you see here that I have the parameter that I'm looking up is actually in here. So just to make sure that you know how to do this, because this took me a while to understand, I'll do get, I'll paste it in here, but instead of doing this, I'll do brackets and then name I'll do square brackets, and then I say org num, what's that? And then I'll end that off with a bracket. Now, if I do import here, it'll do the same one, but it will. It didn't. That's perfect. Oh, it should recognize that. Let's try that again. Was it these brackets? Ah, there we go. Okay, not square brackets, these curly brackets, and then you'll see it pull out that that parameter, and it will actually put it as required automatically. So that's another way of doing it, either as a get parameter that you post as a string afterwards here, the question mark and yada yada, or like so. Those are the two different ways of doing it. So now you know, and you don't have to go figuring that out. I'm a bit conscious of time, so I thought I'll just move on and talk about kind of how you can use this further on, because the demo, we've done that. And we were going to have a Q&A. I just want to do this first. These are the different kind of paths that you can go through. For me, one of the first thing that I would do if I wanted to connect to something is exactly what Junaid did, use Power Automate to do these connectors. And then you want to standardize that and use that inside of your organization. You could use, of course, the standard connectors. If you have standard connectors, you can go use those. But if you don't have a connector to this, you would go on and you would create a custom connector if the API would make, if it's the right type of format. So it has to be a REST API. Other way of doing that is create an Azure function. So go to your pro devs and ask them to create this function, because everything that you saw that Junaid did, you can create as an Azure function and just have one call. You send the picture out and you get all the information back, and then you'll just post it where you need it. And then the fifth and final way is actually from more of an IT perspective, by using Azure API management, creating these standardized APIs, much more rigid and much more structured process. But it's also a lot more kind of corporate or an enterprise grade setup. So that's basically what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, when you get this slide at the end here, there are a bunch of different resources that you can look at. And one other thing before we do the Q&A, Thomas Sansog has created this custom connector gallery that I didn't want you to know about. It is quite simple to get to it, and please publish your own APIs there once you get it. So there are some that's already been created, and it's really easy to just go in and add your own third-party APIs here. So do contribute, please, if you create something, if it's just for the love of it or testing it, but do share. All right, so that is my half an hour-ish talk. Any questions? I would love if you have any questions. If not, I'll go through and I'll consume this API that we created inside of Power App.
Thank you, Frederick. Thank you so much. I have a question that we know it's a low-code platform, but how much still programming knowledge is required to start learning Power Platform or Power Apps?
Well, Power Apps it is a bit hard. I mean, if you want to consume it inside, you have to know how to call the function and how to do the primary things to get that data in is learning to work with collections. Collections isn't that hard to understand once you get a hold of it, but understanding the concept that you're kind of building a virtual table inside of your app, and then what do you do with that table and that data once you get it in there, because you're actually going out and just calling this. If you look through the video that I've shared with my kind of rush through setting this up within 15 minutes, you'll see when I go out and I'll consume the API, it's just calling that connector with some information in it. So it shouldn't be that hard, but there are some there's a bit of a leap to understanding the concept of using collections, and I think that's if you want to do this, you should go check that out.
Okay, and can we use this connector in Power Automate and Power Apps? There is some limitation to use a single connection. Is there any workaround for it?
No, these are actually available as connectors inside of Power Automate as well. And the same connector that we did now with the organizational number, where we just get return the information about the customer. I've actually built that into a demo where from when I create a new record, as long as I got the organizational number in, it will start off a new Power Automate flow, and it'll pull in all the addresses and all the information about the customers fully automated. So then you don't have to open a Power App to do that, but you can just consume it inside of the standard user interface. And the only thing you have to do is put in a unique ID for the customer.
Okay. Thank you, Frederick. It was an amazing session. Hopefully, we will see you again in our future events. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I've got a question to Frederick.
Yep.
So, would you mind sharing all the links with the audience, because you have
Yep.
showed so much things and these are so powerful and so knowledgeable links there. So, are you planning to share your presentation with us so that we can share with the community?
Absolutely. I'll send you the deck and all the different links that's in the end there. You'll be able to go and browse. And there's some somewhere where you want to gain some knowledge and understand APIs. What I used to kind of upskill myself as I'm not a developer. There's a lot of information there, and it's a lot of fun as well. Just trying it out. So yeah.
Absolutely, like we just saw all the fun in your 30-minute session. So it's a lot, and it's a lot to absorb, and it's a lot to learn. So thank you so much. If you can share all the presentation links with us, so that we can tag all the links with your recording.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Frederick, for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So moving on to the next session, which is Power Apps and Power BI better together. Sounds interesting to me. And our speaker has also joined us, Khurram Jamshed. Hello,
Hello.
Khurram.
Hi, Aruj.
Hello.
Hello, yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Khurram, you can start. The stage is all yours.
Sure, thank you very much. And I'm assuming you can hear me. You can hear me
Yes.
fine, right?
Yes, I can hear you and I can also see your screen.
Sure, thank you. So I have shared my screen, and thank you for hosting me. And good evening or good afternoon or welcome along wherever you guys have connected from. So my today is the second day of a boot camp, and I guess everyone must have enjoyed a lot of informative sessions um, throughout in these 2 days. At least I have enjoyed quite a few good sessions. It's almost the end of I guess the last day of a boot camp, and I got an opportunity to deliver one of the session, which is Power Apps and Power BI, and how we can leverage the two together. So let me start with, where is my, so let me start with some brief introduction of about me first, and then we can, sorry, let me just adjust my screen. Looks like, yep. So let me first start with a brief introduction of myself. My name is Khurram Jamshed. I am based in, yep, sorry, I had lost the screen again. Yep. So I'm based in Melbourne, Australia. I work as team lead, solution architect on the Power Platform area within my organization. Uh, I've been working for a while now. I have over 15 years plus experience as an overall working in an IT industry. Out of this, I've been working as a solution consultant for more than 10 years now. I have more of a expertise, I would say, in the development of a project and portfolio management solution, which at one point in time we were using Microsoft Project Server, Project Online, which was based on the SharePoint server, SharePoint Online. That was Microsoft's project and portfolio management solution, and that's what I was or I'm still on expert on. And for the last 2-3 years, we have, since the Power Platform has been introduced, we have moved our solution from a project online to the Power Platform, and we have been using Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate, and all of these tools together. And we believe that we have established or developed a much more uh, effective solution on this platform, which because this platform has been amazing. So that's what my expertise are, mainly using Power Platform. I've been working on a Power Platform for a while now. If anyone would like to connect after the session or find my content useful or would like to connect with me, you can easily find me on a LinkedIn. You can also, I'm also actively use Twitter as well. Until a few years back, I was a very active blogger as well. I'm planning to get back to on that domain as well. So hopefully very soon, and then you will be able to find lot of my content through the blogs as well. That was some brief introduction, and let's jump into the session. So the session and agenda, which I have put together, is we'll start with some brief introduction of Power BI and Power Apps. We'll look into this Power Apps and Power BI on its own as well, just just a quick view just to set the context of a session. I'll probably be spending more time demoing the solution because that's what I found exciting when I at least attend any session, and I hope I will be able to deliver equally or hopefully more exciting demoing session for you guys. And then in the end, we'll try to have any question and answers if required. So let's start with some brief introduction of the session. So Power Platform, this is again just to set the context right before the actual session, because I would assume if anyone capable of delivering, this is just to probably re-emphasize on the similar on the same thing. So the Power Platform, as we all know, is a combination of quite a few tools, which includes Power BI, which using Power BI we can create a lot of interactive reports. We developing an app, app solution, create different type of apps. We can use Power Automate to automate the whole business process, again, without writing or without inputting much code in it. And additionally, we can also create chatbots. There were a few sessions about creating a chatbots in this bootcamp as well. So it's a very exciting world, creating a chatbot which can answers on someone's behalf. So this also adds a lot of value to the solution which we deliver. And all of this all of this is possible thanks to Common Data Service, which is now known as Dataverse, which is a simplified, unified data structure where we can create data sets, define relationships, and all of this. So this is all on top of leveraging the data which is sitting in the Common Data Services, now known as Dataverse. So that's what the Microsoft Power Platform is about. In today's session, or in my session, we're going to talk more about these three components of the platform, which is Power BI, Power Apps, utilizing the data structure built in the Common Data Services, and how both of these, Power BI and Power Apps, how they both can talk to each other, or how they can be integrated to each other in one of this scenario which we are going to discuss. Moving forward, we'll have a quick look to Power Apps first. So Power Apps, as you all know, is a highly productive development platform to develop apps. In general, it consists of the we can also create model driven apps, which is based on your data set sitting in the Dataverse. We can also create portals, and we can define the whole data structure, the tables, the columns, the relationship between the data sets, all within the Dataverse. So these are our the few main components of our Power Apps. Talking about Power Apps, and as you know, we can create two different type of apps. So the model-driven app, which is fundamental, which is basically based on. So we first create a data set within the Dataverse. We do the data modeling. We define business processes, and we bring all of this together and publish it as a app, which within the Power Platform or within Power Apps, we call it as model-driven app, which is based on the data structure sitting within the Dataverse. So that's our one type of an app. Model-driven apps, they look very similar to whoever has been has an exposure to Dynamics CE and the apps within the Dynamics. They looks very similar to those apps. So you can the forms and views and tables and all, and the business processes sitting on the top. So that's how you can identify any app which is a model-driven app, because pretty much they look like these screenshots which I have included here. And then comes into the play are the Canvas apps, which is Microsoft's solution to developing a customized
Sorry to interrupt.
app.
Sorry to interrupt, Khurram.
Yep.
We are actually losing your connection again and again. So if you can stop your video so that you can save some bandwidth, and then you can continue. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. I've stopped my camera, so I hope it will be better. And Faisal, if you can still find me, I mean, if you still find an issue, just please jump in again.
Sure, I will. Thank you.
Sure. So we were talking about the Canvas apps. So after briefly talking about the model-driven apps, I was just giving a quick introduction about or quick overview about the Canvas app. That Canvas apps, they were um, the Canvas app is another option given through the Power Platform, and to create a customizable app without involving any code. So it's Microsoft's no-code, low-code solution to developing a customizable apps. And Canvas app, unlike the model-driven apps, they can look like the way you would like to look like them. I mean, you can have um, an app designed or developed for a mobile. You can have an app designed for the tabs. You can have an app designed for the a very responsive app which can fit in any type of a screen size. So very configurable, very customizable app we can develop through the Canvas apps. Moving forward, because in our today's session we will be talking more about, or we'll be using the Canvas apps more into in our demo today. So these are few of the scenarios where we can use Canvas apps. We can use Canvas apps along with the model-driven app. So you can create your whole business application using a model-driven app, and you can still have a Canvas app running along with a model-driven app in order to deliver a certain functionality as part of your bigger solution, which is sitting within the model-driven app. We can also use Canvas app. We can embed within a model-driven app within a form, one of the forms of a model-driven app. We can also create a standalone Canvas app running on top of a SharePoint list as a data repository instead of a Dataverse, or you can have a Canvas app running on I think there is more than few data sources where you can have which can get connected with your Canvas app, and you can have your front end developed running using a Canvas app, and your data source is either in the Dataverse or SharePoint list or any other data source as well. So it's highly customizable. It can connect to several data sources, unlike model-driven app, which can only talk to the Dataverse in the background. And in today's session, what we're going to the Canvas app with the Power BI. So that's what we're going to focus on in our today's session. The rest of them are just examples I wanted to touch base just to set the context of the session. Now we spoke about the Power Apps, model-driven, and the Canvas app. Now let's talk about the Power BI. Now Power BI again, it's Microsoft, and it's one of the top Gartner rated application when it comes to the reporting. Using Power BI, we can create highly interactive reports with a very rich visuals and very interactive for the users as well. We can create many different type of reports. They can connect to several different type of data sources, including Dataverse, SharePoint, SQL, even Excel, and so on. The list goes on. There's a long list. And the beauty of the Power BI is that you can create, a lot of these reports in a very quick time. You don't really need to be expert in a SQL queries. In the olden days when we used to write or develop reports using SSRS, it's a lot more quicker, a lot more efficient when it comes to creating a report, and the output at the end is also very attractive for the users when it comes to using those reports, because they are very rich in visuals, very interactive as well. So you can drill down all the way to the lowest level of your data through the Power BI reports. Now, talking about the Power BI reports, there are quite a few methods. Typically, the top two, import mode and a direct query mode, which we can use when it comes to suck the data and display it through the reports. Now, one of the common one is to the import mode, the data connectivity through an import mode, where we can schedule certain number of times to read the data from a certain data source, bring it into the Power BI service, store it within the the cache or within the data.
Karim, I cannot hear you.
Or the dashboards and the which we include within our reports. So this is one of the very common way of pulling a data and then displaying it through the reports. The second method, and this is what we're going to talk about more today, is a direct query mode. So sometime last year, I remember Microsoft has enabled it for the Power Apps as well, the direct query mode. That now so the direct query mode, in summary, is about, instead of you pull the data into the data set, it's a live connection between your report and your data source. So you don't really have to configure any schedule jobs to refresh your data sets. Instead, it just look into your data set pretty much in a live manner and update your reports. So as soon as you have your data repository updated, say like you enter new record into your data set, your report should display that information with in a very quickly, without waiting for any refresh job to run first. So these are the two main data connectivity modes. There is another one, live connect, but that's very limited to, I believe, just three type of data sources. So we're not going to talk about this one. We're going to focus more on the data query, and that's what our session is about as well. Now, how we can use the direct query mode within the Power Platform. So last year, Microsoft has introduced the TDS endpoint for the Power Apps as well. It was in preview. Now it's no more in preview. I have checked lately. It's pretty much live and has been introduced to, I guess, all the regions now. Let me just bring my. Yep, and this is this is a prerequisite for the Power BI report to use a direct query data connectivity with Power Apps, that the TDS endpoint needs to be enabled. Now, how are we going to do this? I'll show you in a while, but that's one of the prerequisites, and which is live now, by the way. And TDS is a tabular data stream, and that basically enables this data direct query between the Power Apps and the Power BI. Uh, so this was pretty much what my slides about, and let's now jump into the demo of my solution. If I stop this, if I refresh this. So before I actually start, I would like to, so one of the prerequisite which I wanted to I would like to show you first as well. So if I'll just wait for page to load. So this is if you go into the environments, the admin center of an environment, which has already been, I have already opened it here. And if you select your environment and go into the settings of your environment, there is an option here, TDS endpoint, which requires to be enabled. As you can see, even this is required for Power BI. If you are planning to use a direct query mode, if you're planning to connect a direct query mode, then that's what you need to enable. So this is the first thing you need to make sure that it has been enabled before you go to the next step. So in our case, I have already enabled the TDS endpoint, and it's all good now. The second thing is I have created a data set up, a table to show you to use in my demo. So it's a very simple table. I have named it as a project. So I'm going in the and I've also entered some dummy data to show you. So this is some of the data I have already entered, and this is what we're going to use while between the Power BI and the Power App. So all my data is sitting in here. Now, how we can create a Power BI report using a direct query mode with the Power Apps. So the easiest way or the quickest way is if you can go into the data, and within the table section, there is an option here under the data saying analyze in Power BI. If you click this, this will download this this PBIS, this template file for you to use to establish a connection in a Power App using a
Karim, we cannot hear you. Hello, Karim.
heavy and is counter the remote control.
Karim, your voice just break before a few minutes. So can you repeat your last two lines, please?
Sure. So what I was talking and what I was demoing here is that in order to create a Power BI environment, you can go into the tables, use this option data analyze in Power BI, and this will download a Power BI template for you with the direct query mode enabled. That's what I was talking. And then while going through this, let me just bring it up here. So I've double clicked on this. It's loading on a second screen, and I'm just waiting for this to finish loading so that I can bring it up here. So once this the template has been fired up and my Power BI desktop is all up and running, you can see it is giving me an option to choose the data set which I would like to use in my report. So if I just simply search by the data set which I have already created in my environment, which is this one. So if I can select and I'll just simply load. I'm just waiting for this Power BI to establish a connection, load this data set, and for some reason, because it's automatically on my second screen, just waiting for this to finish uploading so that I can move it back into my this screen. Okay, finally, it's been loaded. So we're not going to create a report right now. I've already created a report because I know working with Power BI, especially in this live demo session, becomes difficult sometimes because it takes, sometimes it just takes a while to load up data and all of this. So what I wanted to show is that once connected and once I have selected my data set, which you can see is sitting here on the right hand side with all the fields available, um, it has, when I have opened it and selected an option, it's connected as a direct query mode, which means that as soon as any data will be refreshed back in my, Dataverse, uh, it should all display here. Now, I'm not going to create a report now. I've already created a report. So I'll just bring it up just before this.
Khadim, we cannot hear you. Our speaker has lost his connection. He is joining in few minutes.
Oh, hello. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me or see my screen. It looks like the connection was.
Yeah, connection lost. So now we can hear you and see your screen.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, Sorry about all of this inconvenience. I'm not sure what's happening with my internet. Although it's a very quiet time, everyone is sleeping. No one is using any iPad or any streaming at my place. But let's continue with this. So just before we have lost the connection, I was showing you that how we can download a template, a Power BI template, which can help us create a direct query connection with our Power Apps, or the Dataverse, the solution we have created. And I had also shared that instead of creating a report from scratch, I have already created a report and publish it into my Power BI workspace, because we're not going to talk about a lot about how to create a reports. As you can see, it's a pretty simple report which I have created, and it has been published to my workspace, and it's all up and running. As you can see, there is some data, like total 6 projects sitting in my data repository, and I have some budget and actuals defined. So as we all know, the reports, when we create a report using a Power BI, they are a read-only reports. So which means that we can view our data here, although it's a direct query connection. But if we have to make any changes to our data, we either need to go back to our Dataverse. Like I can either directly go into my table, go into my data tab of my table, and enter some records, either directly here or through a model driven app, if I have if I have published a model driven app. So in either way, we can't do this through the same window. And imagine how amazing it could be if we can do all of this through the same window. And this is where the Power App integration comes into the play, that create we can use a Power App visual within the Power BI report in order to create a multi-phase kind of an application where we can view our data through Power BI, and at the same time try to update the data while without going away from the same screen. So that's the kind of a goal we are going to try to achieve through this during this session. So as you can see, we have a simple report, few visuals, table visual here, few cars, pie chart, and a graph graph here. There is a visual within a Power BI called Power Apps for Power BI. If I use this visual, and let me just make it maximize. It's pretty self-explanatory. It tells you that what you need to do in order to start with the Power Apps within a Power BI. First thing is we have to select the columns of our data set which we would like to use within our Power Apps. So now this is important, that any column which we're going to use are the columns we will be able to interact with when we'll start creating a Canvas app. So here, if I can quickly select few of the columns which I have created within my table, which is phase name and project type. Because I have created them, I remember which columns I had to use. So these are the 5 columns I would like to use within my Power App. And the second option is that either I can use one of an existing app or I can create one. So I'm choosing an option of creating a new app. Excuse me. If you do this, it will take you to the Maker Studio. Now, what you're going to notice is the Maker Studio is the same, which whoever has dealt with Canvas app, creating any Canvas app, it's the same Maker Studio where it is navigating us to. So once it will load, I'll show you a few of the interesting things and how we're going to use it within our Canvas app. So once it's loaded, what you can notice here is that under our preview, the very first thing is a Power BI integration component. Now, this is a component which is going to provide us, the data which we have in our Power BI report. So imagine this as this is instead of your Canvas app is connecting to a data source directly within data source as a data words, we are connected with the Power BI directly right now using this Power BI integration component. So this app, you can look it into this way. This app is running under the context of a Power BI right now, which is the whole the beauty of it, that it is running under the context of Power BI, which means that we will be able to use the data coming through the Power BI within this app. Now, how we going to do this? Let's just have a quick demo, and I'm also a bit mindful of the time which we have lost because of this data connections and all. So once we have this app up and running, you can see in my screen one, we have a gallery here. Let's just make some quick changes to our gallery. Let me just quickly put a header on the top just to make it look a bit decent. And you can see here we have our projects. And if I just give it some space, so you can see these are the names of so it has automatically picked up the name, and you can see the gallery, the data, the items are coming through the Power BI integration component, as you can see. So that this integration, the Power BI integration component, is providing all the data to this gallery. Now, what I would like to do here is I'll just quickly change the layout so that we can see some more of the attributes we have in our data set, which is project phase name, project type. And the interesting thing which I would like to show you here is that once you are in this item, the only attribute you are able to select are the same which we have selected prior to creating this app within the Power BI. So you can see these were the 5 attributes we have selected, and all these 5 are available for us to use here. So if I just keep it like this, and if I also include and one of the things which I would like to include here is if I quickly drop a label control, and I wanted to show you total projects we have, or the total records we have here. Let's call it record so that it can be more relevant to all of us. And we can use a function called count rows. And here you can see if I use this Power BI integration component, this will help us to count that how many number of records we have within the Power BI. And just before we save this, I would like to do, actually this is enough for now. Yep. So imagine this is a quick app we have created. We'll come back to this app to include some more functionality to it, but I would just first like to demonstrate that how this going to run under the context of a Power BI report. Just before that, I just wanted to add some demo app, some title to it. Just want to make it look a bit better. And let's save and publish this app. So just before, we'll just give some name to our app. We can call this. We can save this. Once saved, we can then go back. Now it says it has been saved and published. If I can now close my Maker Studio so that it doesn't create any confusion which screen we are on. And if I go back to my Power BI report, which is running on the Power BI service here, so you can see that it's a bit slow to start, but hopefully it will load the app we have created. So this is the app which we have just created, and as you can see, it is displaying all the records here, which is already in our Power BI report. Now, you all know how Power BI report works, that it has like if I click on any one of these ones, so if I would like to see how many of my projects are in execution, if I click this, all the other visuals will start refreshing themselves to show the projects which are in execution. So this one is still refreshing, but once it will finish, you will see that these are the two projects with the name of Project Prep and Project Space, and they both are in the execution phase right now. And the interesting part is that our app, which we have just created, which is running under the context of Power BI, has also refreshed itself based on the data we have in our Power BI report. So I would say it's an interesting accomplishment so far that our app, which is running under the context of Power BI, is doing exactly what this Power BI report is doing. So if I select, say, like Project Mars, my app should also get filtered with the same data. And this is all because of the Power BI integration component which we are using within our Canvas app. Now, if I quickly now this is all good. This is all good. It's our data is getting filtered. If I can now quickly edit this app again, and I just wanted to show you this another set of functionality that I mean, all the data is getting filtered just like any other visuals. But what I would also like to achieve here is that while staying on the same screen, I should be able to edit the data or add the data as well. So instead of I go back to my Power Apps environment and make changes to my data, I would like to do the same through the same app which I have created under the context of Power BI. So if again, I'm a bit mindful of time. If I just quickly add another screen here, so it's an edit form, and on the edit form, there is automatically there are a few buttons. The first thing we have to do is we have to connect it with the data source. Now because this is an edit form, we need to connect it with our original data source, which is the table which is in our Dataverse, which is the projects table. So we'll let it load. Once it will load, it will bring up. Yep. So it will bring all my fields are surfaced on the form. The another quick thing which I would like to do here is that now it's connected with the project data source. The item which I would like to see here is the one which is coming from the screen one. So in order to do that, I can do a quick lookup. I can do a quick lookup here to my projects data set. And here I can gallery one dot selected. So with whichever item I'll select, right now I can just do it on the name, but we should be doing it on the grid or something. The one which is here, and where is my data set? I hope I'm not missing any step here, but it's complaining about something. So I can quickly fix this. So what is it? If it's lookup in project, can run name. Just give me a minute. Yep, sorry, this has to be name, everyone, selected item, and the name of an item here. So this should load our record, and as you can see, because there is no more error now, I'm able to see the data from a selected record. And what I would like to do here is that if someone selects this, I want to navigate back to screen 1. So that's one thing. And on the tick button, on this button, I'm just saving a data back here on this screen. Now, the only final thing I would like to do here is that when someone do this on success, I would like to send the success of this action. I want to, and I'm just copying it from my notepad here, is I just want to, so I would like to notify that the operation has been successfully completed. And I would then, once it's finished, I would like my user to go back to my screen 1 where we have the list of all the records. And the final thing and the most interesting thing which we would like to do here in order for this integration to work successfully is to refresh all the visuals by using the same component. So if we do this, this should refresh all our visuals and show our changes straight away on the report. So assuming all of this is done, if I just now quickly save and publish, and I can see a roots message, we are almost finished with time here. So once it's all done, if I now close and go back to my report, and I hope the report has been refreshed as well. If I go back to a report, we have missed one thing, by the way. We have missed including a navigation. So what we can do, I already have this. If I can take another minute or so, but let me know, guys, if we have another speaker waiting. What I can do quickly, I can, because I already have this app which I have built before. I can just quickly bring that one just to show you the functionality so that we can tick the box and come on. Sorry, it looks like there are quite a few things which are not going in our favor. First, it's an internet connection. Now, my Power BI is also a bit slow in responding, but that's the beauty of, the live demos are. So I'm just waiting for this to respond so that I can quickly add an existing app. Let me remove and give it a try one more time. I hope this will work. Okay, please behave code, add an existing app. Not sure what's wrong with this. Okay, now just keeping me on the same page. What actually I wanted to show was to quickly add an app which I had, I have built before instead of creating a new one, just to demonstrate the functionality here. And but this is not helping. Just keep refreshing itself, but I guess it's, I don't know. It's a bit strange that it's not responding at all. But just like the last time, it should have given me an option of either creating a new one or adding an existing app. And this time, I just wanted to add the existing app so that I'll be able to show you the functionality. But as you are noticing, it's just not responding at all, which is very, very strange. And I don't know what's wrong with this. Um, but the whole idea was to have an app running under the Power BI context, which can help you refresh the data at the same time to edit the data as well. With all of these glitches and issues, I hope you would have found it, beneficial, and maybe at some another time I'll be able, when we'll have more time, and I'll be able to demonstrate you more in detail. But that was my session was about. I would like to say thank you to all the organizers for conducting and arranging such an eventful session. I hope everyone, just like me, would have learned a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Khurram. I just have a quick question if you can answer. That
Yeah.
how does Power Apps blend in with other tools? Like, is it possible to add integration with application outside of Microsoft?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry, you mean Power BI or Power Apps?
Power Apps.
Yeah, so Power Apps, as I have introduced before, you can create two different type of apps using Power Apps. So Canvas app is one of the app which can connect to several data sources, not just with Microsoft applications like SharePoint and Dataverse. Canvas app can connect with directly with SQL, with Excel, and all of those other non-Microsoft apps as well. But when it comes to a model-driven app is dependent on the Dataverse within your Power Platform. But yes, the combination of the two can help you achieve different type of results by connecting to a different data sources.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for this much detailed demo. Thank you.
Now, thanks for hosting me, and I wish it would have went a bit more better, but maybe a bit unlucky this time. But I hope you
No
guys
problem.
found it
We all
beneficial to
face
some
technical
extent.
issues.
Thanks.
Okay, for the next session, which is Microsoft Learn and Microsoft Certification, which is obviously very important for beginners and consultants as well. So we have our guest, Mr. Mohammad Atif and Mr. Majid Ali Nagori. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Atif and Mr. Majid.
Hi. Thank you, Rich, for having us. I guess technical issue session mein aaye, so let's see how this session goes. In case there is, so definitely we'll share the recording, and in case we need to answer anything, feel free to contact us. So first of all, everyone, I think I'll be good to start, Uruj, if that's okay.
Yes, sure.
All right, brilliant. So first of all, thank you for joining me and Majid. And sadly, this is going to be the last session of this amazing 3 days of Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. We have gone through lots of sessions, have learned from the many of the great speakers. Microsoft MVPs and Microsoft professionals जिन्होंने अपने अपने experience, अपनी knowledge आप लोगों के साथ share की। होप कि आप लोगों को वो यूजफुल लगा होगा और आई एम होपिंग कि ये जो सेशन है हमारा it will help you out as well in your career planning. So before I start and go further, can I just check if you guys can see my screen?
I can.
Okay, perfect. All right. So let's get the ball rolling. So let me know if it's going okay. Okay. All right. So this session, we will be talking about, I think this is going to cover Microsoft Learn and Microsoft certification. So I welcome you all, Khosh Amdeed, and aap sabka swagat. And moving further, I will now go through the agenda. And before even I go to the agenda, let me just introduce myself so you know who we are and what we have been doing and what sort of knowledge we carry at the moment to share with you. So myself, I'm Mohammed Atif. I'm the VP Solution and Services, Magic Global. I got the 20 plus years of experience on solution design and delivery. I got number of certifications as I've earned it throughout my career. I'm the Prince2 certified, I'm the Scrum Masters, I'm the Togo certified, and I got few Microsoft certifications as well. As my day to day, I'm empowering and supporting my customers in their journey to digital transformation. And this is all using the Dynamics 365 and Power Platform, which I am enjoying it and loving it. And that's the reason I'm sitting in front of you guys as well. Other than my day-to-day job, I'm actively involved in many Dynamics and Power Platform community. I'm also one of the organizer for Pakistan UG, and will continue to support this community activities. I'm happily married with two lovely daughters, Anaya and Alisa. And when I don't have anything else, which is very, very rare, but I try to spend some time with friends and family and to keep myself fit, at least to keep myself ready for the work. So I love playing badmintons and do some sort of exercise and traveling. So that's what I do. Majid, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, please. Thank you, Atif. So myself, Majid Ali Nagori. Well, I have a 15 years plus experience, mostly in
I think Majid, is that me or I think I'm noticing some internet issue? It's better now. Yeah, let's try it again.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Okay, let's continue from where I think I have left. So I have 15 plus of years of experience, and I'm Microsoft certified trainer for 13 years now, alhamdulillah. And other than that, most of my experience is Microsoft related, providing enterprise services. Well, earlier I was providing
Ajit, could you please turn off your screen camera so that it would be, I think, better that we can hear you.
Yeah,
Please turn off your camera.
Let's try that.
Yeah.
So is it better now?
Yep, much better.
Okay. So I have done, I don't know, so many certification, mostly in Microsoft. But other than that, I'm ITIL certified and I'm CH certified. And I've also done some certification in networking also. As far as Microsoft is concerned, I'm working since the era of
Still having problem to hear you.
All right. So Majid, if you can kindly check your connections while I'll continue in the meantime, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. So that was a very interrupted Majid introduction. Hope you can see on the screen, but feel free to contact for more details about Majid. So I'll move on to the topic or the agenda what we'll be covering. We will start our agenda and cover the introductions. What is this session about? I'll try to keep it very, very high level. I'm conscious this is the last session and everyone is really tired and it's Sunday as well. So we'll keep it very, very short. Then we'll talk about the tools, what Microsoft has provided us is Microsoft Learn. And then we will be talking about Microsoft Learn TV. This is another platform which helps lots of professionals and people like me to learn more. So we'll give a little bit more insight what exactly it's all about. And then we'll go to the main topic of the day is the Microsoft certifications, what we have it and how you can get more out of it. Okay, so that's what we'll cover. In the meantime, if you have any particular questions you want to ask, feel free to leave the comments. If you're using LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube, just leave the comments and our moderator teams should be able to pick it up and we'll answer it. And if you don't end up having a lot of time left, then definitely it'll come back to you through the emails and can respond it. Okay. Let's move on then. Introduction. So in these 3 days of event, I guess हम सब ने ही बहुत सारी चीजें सीखी, functionalities, dynamics की, power platform की capabilities, हमारे Microsoft professionals ने product roadmap का थोड़ा सा idea दिया हमें. बहुत सारे लोगों ने implementation की जो experience है, जो challenges हैं, वो सारी चीजें शेयर की. तो हमने बहुत सारी चीजें लर्न की. God knows how many other things. There's a long list. If you'll see, go back to the agenda, so we see a lot of things we have learned it. So अब इसके बाद what exactly we need to do, how you get involved, how you upskill yourself. You need to improve or enhance your skill set for your career. So we will be talking in this session so how you can start your learning journey about the platform itself, because this is all the platform here. You have seen it, people talking about it, even people have shared it, how they have been using it and how they can better use it in the situation where we are. This COVID situation, this is a very, very weird time we all have been going through, and this time is forcing us for the ongoing continuous business transformation. This is forcing us and especially businesses as well, that they need to start considering, and they are doing it. A lot of people have started considering that how they need to move into the digital transformation. Things have changed. People are not going to the shops anymore because 6 o'clock in Pakistan, everything is closed, but you still have to do, girls have to still do shopping. How they can live without it, right? So we need to provide them the platform. And this is where we will be helping and Microsoft is ready to help. So how you have to do it? So this certification will give you an edge with the industry recognized skills and credential that would help you to enhance your career and become part of the successful implementation and delivery team. अब वो implementation और delivery team depend on your career path. आपका interest, आप functional भी बन सकते हो, आप tester भी बन सकते हो, आप developer भी बन सकते हो, आप solution architect भी बन सकते हो, आप delivery leads भी बन सकते हैं, project manager भी. There are so many options available through this platform. Okay, so we'll be touching all these things and then it will definitely give you some idea how to move forward. So to start this, what we have, Microsoft Learn. So what Microsoft has done it, Microsoft has created a platform to help you learn at the pace of this fast change. This is going through, right? So this is a platform. So this is a one-stop shop, I would say. that you anything you want to learn, just come here and learn it. So what it is, MS Learn is Microsoft Learn is an online platform that offer free interactive hands-on training. And the beauty is 24 hours, 7 days a week. So you don't have to even wait for the evening or go to offices or some training institute. You're just there, turn on your laptop, connect with the internet, and there you go, your training is start. So this is all there on the fingertips, right? And these training, if you will see, there is a link as well. So when you will further explore it, so these trainings are very much concise now and help you to learn the new technologies in a very very short span of time. Means कि आज जो आपको सेशंस देखेंगे उसमें कंटेंट मिलेंगे, पहले हमारे पास घंटों के वो सेशंस होते थे, तो लोग सुन रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, इसमें आपके 5 मिनट, 10 मिनट, 15 मिनट, मैक्सिमम 60 मिनट से ज्यादा के कोई कंटेंट नहीं. So it will help you to quickly learn things and pick up without getting bored. So this is the platform जो कि आप अपनी लर्निंग को मैनेज करने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं. इसको आप टैग कर सकते हैं, इसको बुकमार्क कर सकते हैं, इसके अंदर कुछ पॉइंट सिस्टम है. दैट हेल्प्स मी टू मोटिवेट कि मुझे आगे भी पढ़ना है, क्योंकि मैं देख सकता हूं कितने पॉइंट्स अर्न कर लिए हैं. तो वो सारी चीजें आपको इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे मिलेंगी. मूविंग फर्दर in this, so if you will see further on the Learn, Microsoft Learn is actually consolidated all the training asset and all related material at one place. So you will find everything here. And before we were spending hours and hours of the long materials, reading it through, getting bored is not anymore, right? This is a very, very simple and it's kind of a mixed modality of some of the text, video, quizzes, hands-on lab, which is a beauty. So you can see, and that would help you to learn things quickly. So without any instructor lead sessions, Microsoft has implemented this platform in a way that you are working with some instructor and they are just guiding you, okay, do this and now follow the steps, do the hands-on lab, and I will check it. So they are giving you everything and someone is checking it for you. You're earning the point. So this is a platform will help. Okay. So that's another aspect. And if you will go further, how do you track? And when you're going through this Microsoft Learn, you will see a terms or somewhere on the link, you will see the learning path. So what is a learning path is actually? Learning path guide you the series of logically connected module based on your chosen career journey. Okay, so you can pick up any route and you will see in that learning path all the related contents, all the modules, which helps you to quickly pick up things. And as you're learning, you pick up any certain path, you will see there are some points available, you are running it. So that's called XP. If you will see on the screen, XP is the experience point. So as you are going through with your learning, you can carry on and it will start adding up in your profile, which obviously we are all living in the social world and we love to share all the good news, our achievements on the social media with our friends and family. तो उसी चीज को कॉन्सेप्ट को जहन में रखते हुए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने उस चीज को इम्प्लीमेंट किया है. तो आप जब अपनी ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, लर्निंग कर रहे हैं, all those points you can easily learn it. Okay, so that would go through, that would help you. So just for your future reference, when you're going into the Microsoft learning path is just a series of logically connected module based on your chosen career journey, which you will see it and it will help you to pick up what exactly you want to do it. All right, moving further, we talked about the Microsoft Learn TV. What is this Learn TV? It's actually, again, you have seen Microsoft Learn offering hundreds of free self-paced learning module, which you can use in your time. But what does this Learn TV helping? What is the purpose of this? It's actually expanding it further. And what is expanding? It's actually bringing lots of live stream session like this and many other sessions. वो लाइव स्ट्रीम में भी आ रहे हैं, वो शोज भी हो रहे हैं, उसमें इंस्ट्रक्शनल आपके पास वीडियो हैं, गाइडेंस हैं। वो कौन दे रहा है? माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के एक्सपर्ट्स, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के एडवोकेट्स, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट इंजीनियरिंग टीम के पीपल, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कम्युनिटी जो कि पीपल लाइक पाकिस्तान यूजर ग्रुप, ये सारे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं जो कि अपना टाइम निकाल के आपके लिए कंटेंट तैयार कर रहे हैं, आपके लिए सेशंस कर रहे हैं। तो आपको विदाउट थिंकिंग एनीथिंग, देयर इज ऑलवेज समथिंग ऑन इट। इवन इफ यू विल गो नाउ, you will see there are some sessions happening, so you can pick it up and carry on learning. So this is the one-stop shop to learn and grow, and I have put this link as well, so whenever you get chance, so you can go to the microsoft.com/learn and tv. You will see the more relevant information there. Okay, and then the last one is comes to the main topic, Microsoft certifications. Majid, are you there now?
Yep, I am.
Okay, do you want to share your screen or you want to just go through?
Well, I've already shared, so I'm ready for that.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah. So guys, दोस्तों, Atif has already told us a lot about all the session and the things and the areas that we are going to cover. But there are certain things that I would like to add. There is one thing, one confusion that is for the experienced professional. They might think of this Learn platform as a new. It is new, and they might think that it might there is some confusion with this platform. Like earlier, if any of the professional who has some experience would remember that there were a couple of platforms, like there was a TechNet, there was a MSDN, and then there were blogs and all that different stuff scattered where you used to get information, and where you want to, or you would use to connect with the community. But this platform, Learn is also part of another big platform which is called docs.microsoft.com. So this documentation or docs platform, it is actually consolidated in everything here. You can not only learn new things, you can also interact with the community. You can also take part in improving the content by suggesting anything. So there are so many aspects of this Learn platform that I'm really would like to share, and we will go in depth in that area also while we will be demoing you. So certifications. So although certification is really a big space, so that might we might not be able to cover everything, but what we will do, we will try to focus on with the audience that this event is all about, Dynamics and Power Platform. But I would like to give you an overview of some other areas also, because Microsoft is a really big tech company which has different aspects. Like whenever we think of I'm just giving an example. Whenever we think of whenever a name comes Oracle, we know that we are talking about database. Or maybe if some of us know that its acquisitions, so we can tell that, okay, well, Oracle is also working in Java and some other areas possibly, but these are the two things that you can tell about Oracle. But when it comes to Microsoft, well, practically Microsoft has everything. Like they have database which is really successful and implemented throughout the industry with really enterprise class applications. For example, even SAP is supported with the SQL. So they have database. When it comes to ERP, well, they have ERP, which is this Dynamics 365. When it comes to cloud, Microsoft has the cloud, and it is a really big cloud. Well, they, statically speaking, they are commercially number 2, and they posted a really good numbers this quarter. So they are growing and growing. So that was natural. Like since Microsoft is leading multiple areas in the technology, so the idea behind having this certificate is to accredit a person who has a level of level of knowledge. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं इस तरह कहूंगा, क्या हो कि आपके पास कुछ एक्सपीरियंस आ जाए, तो व्हाट वुड बी द वे फॉर यू to get industry and people know कि हाँ आपको काफी कुछ आता है, तो definitely the way would be if you get accredited by the that technology provider, in our case Microsoft. So that is why certifications are necessary. And it is not only that you need certification to get yourself accredited, but trust me, I'm with the industry for like 15 plus years. So most of my experience, I got knowledge I got from self-learning, observation, well, obviously with my seniors and mentors. But this certifications also taught me a lot of things. Because what happens whenever we are doing our day-to-day job, or we are doing some projects, that have some scope. We cannot go beyond too far beyond that scope. But when it comes to get yourself certified for a particular technology, we have to cover that technology with respect to that the creator of that technology. Well, again, Microsoft, for example, I might have, which I have, like experience of working with cloud for like 5 plus years, okay, let's say. But have I covered all of the areas of Azure, and how I can verify that thing? And what, where would be a point जब मैं ये कहूंगा कि यार मैंने सब कुछ सीख लिया है, so there would be no point, by the way. It is always learning, and this is all about, this is the reason why we put this tagline, learn how to learn, because this is something I have learned in my 15 years plus of career. Like if you want to get into some bandwagon technology, so first you need to have your resources, you need to identify those resources, and then you need to understand those. So this would be our our prime objective of this session. We will actually teach you how to learn. मैं एक बड़ी अच्छी कहावत मुझे अभी एक याद आई है. I would like to tell you guys this a saying. There is a Japanese quote, like, तो मेरी एक आदत रही है जब भी मैं कोई कोर्स कराता हूँ तो मैं वो जरूर वो कहता हूँ कि मैं सुनता हूँ, मैं देखता हूँ, मैं भूल जाता हूँ, मैं करता हूँ, मुझे याद रहता है, और मैं किसी को बताता हूँ लाइक, तो मैं सीख जाता हूँ. So that is the core of learning. So whenever we hear something, so yes, we tend to remember that for some time, but when we do it or when we see it, we tend to remember it a longer period of time, for a longer period of time. But when we perform it or when we teach someone, this is where we actually gain the experience, and that remains with us. This is how our brain functions, our neurons. I don't know. Well, we are going too much into science, so let's focus on the our main topic of this certifications. So Microsoft provides certification for different area. Microsoft 365, which is one area. Microsoft 365 is Microsoft Online Services, SaaS services. It has Office 365, the most popular productivity suite, and which has Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Teams, and OneDrive, cloud storage, and there are so many things also. Small applications also part of this suite. Then Microsoft has certification for data and AI, where data also include these databases and all that. So we used to have SQL certified, MCSE, but now it is part of a bigger picture, which is data. And Microsoft also provides a complete tool set for AI and machine learning, ML. EMS is a security suite for Microsoft. So enterprise mobility plus security to control, to secure the endpoints. Well, our mobile devices, our desktops, PC servers, everything. When now these comes into the picture world, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and Azure. These are the three big platforms provided by Microsoft. So Azure is a fundamentally fundamental technology for all of the services that are provided here. Even Dynamics 365, which is a cloud-based platform, is deployed in on Azure. when we talk about any service for Microsoft, well, behind the main engine, behind the main platform, which is well, those services are running, is Azure. So you must understand how important this is. So, well, let's move forward so I can tell you like how to move your career, how to advance your career into a particular area. We will primarily be focusing on Power Platform and Dynamics 365 for now, but you are more than welcome to connect us anytime through our LinkedIn profiles or our email addresses, and we will provide you guidance. Guidance. This is something I think we owe to the community. So, okay. So, okay. Well, one more thing I would like to tell you. So, certifications are really important, just like interviews, because this is something I also suggest to my subordinates and my students that you should have. You should go to the industry and get yourself interviewed by anyone, even if you don't want to change your organization, but it is good for you to give interviews, so you would know like what exactly is running, what is going on in the industry. You might think yourself as you are doing a lot of things or too much, but it might not be too much for you, or for the requirement to get yourself go with the pace of the technology innovation. So certification is also has the same criteria, because technology changes, so does the certifications. So whenever you attempt for a certification, like what exact area, even if you won't succeed in getting getting passed in, for a success for a certification, but you would know there must be some areas where you need to spend some time, and this is where you will know the importance of learn. And this is why Microsoft actually has combined this learn and certification and everything all together. So this is an overview of well, most, not all, most of the certification provided by Microsoft, but this is not all. I can assure you that.
Yeah,
You
so
have
I want to emphasize on that this is not at all. So this is a few subset of your Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, and Power. There's a
yeah.
thousand and thousand of other certifications available.
Yep. So arguably, I might have a certification holder from Microsoft. There isn't any, charts published anywhere, but I think I have, the highest number of certifications in Microsoft, which is, I believe, 60 plus now. So that is a good number. So this is just for your motivation. I'm not into, I don't want to get into any race, but, I just got an opportunity. 15 years a lot. So this is something I actually, I'll also suggest to every professional, whether it is my peer or subordinate or student or anyone. Like, you should attempt at least 2 to 4 certification per year, and I'm quite up to that. So okay. Let's discuss a certification. So there are a couple of certification. You don't need to worry about if you won't be able to read specifically what these certifications are. We will tell you more in the coming slides. But this is how there are certain levels that Microsoft has actually levels: MCP, Microsoft Certified Professional, and then after clearing certain number of certification in a defined pattern, we get MCSA, Microsoft Certified System Administrator or Solution Associate. Later, it was changed into Solution Associate. And then if we continue, getting certified into same track, we get the title of MCSE, Microsoft Certified System Engineer, at 10 years ago, and then Microsoft Certified Solution Expert, a couple of years back, 2 years back, 2 or 3 years back. But now Microsoft has changed because technology and industry has changed. Now certifications has evolved into role-based certification. So what does that mean? So as Atif explained, like, there are so many areas that you can develop your career, you can pursue for the area. For example, you want to you want to become a DevOps certified, if you want to get certified, on Microsoft platform for DevOps, Microsoft has that. If you want to actually develop your career in data science or AI, you have that covered. If you want to your career in Power Platform, there are some certification for that. What are those? We will discuss that. And then Dynamics is by the way, this Dynamics and Power Platform well are going in a way that it might be confusing for some of us. We will try to resolve that confusion. So let's move forward.
Okay. So, Majid, I'm just conscious of the time as well. So, we'll
Okay.
quickly wrap up. I think I am quite keen to give sort of a demo as well, so we can quickly do the walkthrough on the Microsoft Learn. So, let me just quickly explain. You may have noticed on the chart earlier, there was some sort of category defined like the level fundamental and the role base. So when you're exploring the Microsoft Learn, you will see certain level of expertise, or the level you will be doing some certification. So fundamental, this is actually the learning path for those people who are actually either new to the Dynamics world, or they are coming from the different, they are even professional, but they are coming from the different backgrounds, maybe Java people. I've seen someone commented me on the LinkedIn that he's thinking to move from Java to the Dynamics world. I will welcome him with both hands, definitely. But this is a certification which will help you to understand, actually get the flavor of everything, not in great detail, but it will be good enough to understand. When people are talking about the Dynamics, you will say, yeah, okay, that makes sense, that's what I know it. When they will talk about the finance, they will talk about the supply chain, they will talk about the CE or Power Platform, that will give you enough information to pick it up. But when you want to move further into the further detail, they so associate level and associate level core is actually regardless of the any industry or the module, you will understand a little bit more into the finance, maybe into supply chain or CE. So once you're done the fundamental, then you can easily move into the certain certification that would cover and give you the core knowledge, and then it will further specify as a specialization. So in certain area where you want to deep dive into the certain area like the finance, that I want to become champion of finance, then anyone implementing finance module, and if they need any help, then I'm the person. So you as a specialized person in that area, you can attempt the certification for that. And the last one is for the people expert. We call expert normally the solution architect, who are covering everything, and they are the people who are mainly and mostly involved with the stakeholders requirement, with the business, so they can map things, so they know inside out. So that level will be called as an expert. We'll go into the demonstration and we can obviously show you what sort of a expert level certification we have it there. Yes, Majid. Majid, are you there, or you got the internet issue again?
So yeah, Atif, yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you can hear me, I'm here.
Yeah. I can hear you now.
So Atif has really told us a really good point about this. The is not only for the newcomers who want to pursue in a career, but it is also good for anyone who want to learn something new. It is like well, as it says, master the basics. So it will actually get into that lingo, so you will understand like what exactly this technology or this track is all about. So fundamental, it is not required, but it is highly recommended to learn, to get trained on, or if you want to, then get certified on. Microsoft usually occasionally provide especially in this COVID era, free certification for fundamentals for their specific program, which is called virtual training days. So you guys are encouraged to look into those trainings. So fundamentals 900. If you want to start your career, if you want to understand what Power Platform is all about, we should start from PL. I will tell you more about it, how to get started on this, and how to identify how to actually to define your learning path in your in Microsoft Learn. Then these are the actual tracks, associate tracks. And as you can as you can see this by their name, like this particular certification PL100 is for platform app maker. So anyone who want to develop apps, well, I'm not saying basic or something, but just because Power Apps are actually they have this like punchline: no code or low code application. So this is for those who really don't want to code much, or who don't have most experience in coding, but they can even start from here. So for functional consultant, why we have functional consultant in Power Platform, we will tell you more about in coming slides. But if you want to build your career as a functional consultant for Power Platform, so PL200 is something for you. And then if for a core developer, for a backend developer, so Power Platform developer certification is for those. And this data analyst you might see as a
Majid,
ugly thing here. Yeah, please.
Majid, we are running out of time, so can we just quickly run through and maybe you can use the last 2 minutes for the
Okay.
quick walkthrough, please, so
Yeah,
everyone can.
sure.
Obviously, people can go into the Microsoft Learn, explore it, and feel free to get in touch for further detail. But there are a list of. So I really want to do the quick walkthrough on the platform itself, please.
Okay.
We got 2 minutes. Yeah.
So you will get this recording. So just for the sake of getting these covered, let me go through these slides. So this is something. So Power Platform and Dynamics, especially CRM track, they run together. So another punchline. So better together. So you will see, like some of the certification. Well, all of the certification of CRMs are achieved after getting certified on PL200. So these are the some areas of dynamic CRM. And then after that, we have the last of our slide, which covers the ERP section of Dynamics 365. So there are some tracks for finance functional consultant, for supply chain of area, and then even we have a app developer track for Dynamics 365. Well, finance and operation. And this is a new thing, which is a business central, which is based on the Microsoft Dynamics nav. So Microsoft has evolved into as another service, which is called Dynamics 365 Business Central. It has its own certification. Once you will get past to these levels, you have an expert level of certification to get yourself architect certified. So after that, I would like to quickly go you through with the platform. So just bear with me for some minutes. So this is Microsoft Learn platform. So let me actually tell you quickly about this. Well, first of all, I would start from this this TV. So what is this TV? TV is well, Atif has already told you much about this, but there is one more thing you can identify here. Apart from live session, you can also find all of the recorded session. You can find recorded session from Ignite, as you can see in the bottom. So they are so you can, this is a one-stop shop for you to find any video that Microsoft has published for their events or their ongoing things. Well, let's move to this Learn. So how to how to define yourself, how to actually define yourself a career, a training path, a learning path. So there are two ways. One way is to find a role from this drop down of roles, where you can easily find, if you are if you want to get trained on business related tools and technologies, you can start from here. So you will find some predefined courses, or you can also create your own collection. Like collection is where you actually add different courses into one set, so you can track them and you can you can follow that track. So let's browse some of the areas. Once you finish loading, there is one more area where you can go, which is your profile section. So I've already preloaded these areas, so you will see like how you can get track of your progress. So these are some of my progresses that I was looking into, or I was following on LinkedIn, or sorry, Microsoft Learn. By the way, LinkedIn is also owned by Microsoft. You also are encouraged to review that their area, because they have also a good number of good number of content there. So this profile not only actually give me an overview of all of my progress in Learn, but they also provide me a deadline for my certification, because since technology, especially cloud-based technologies, are evolving so fast that Microsoft has decided to give an certification an age of an year. Well, they just modified it from 2 years to 1 year. So after 1 year, you need to renew your certification. Currently, Microsoft is providing Microsoft Learn as a medium to renew your certification. As you can see here, one of my certification has a renewal coming up. So it is going to expire on in September. So I have some time to get myself this certification renewed. So Microsoft has designed some new, actually designed a new learning path with the new modules and new functionality added into that, so I can keep myself updated with the with all the development happening on around this certification and associated job role. So you will also see here, so this is something really good for you. So one area of it is, another area you would like to see is this collection. So collection is where you can keep a set of topics or learning path into a group, so you can you can continually progress through your skill development activities. So you can add items here. So okay, let's just cut into how to identify how to actually start with a learning path. So you can identify from roles here, or you can simply browse any certification from Microsoft. So there is one more area here which you can use to identify any certification that you are targeting. For example, if I have targeted Microsoft Azure Administration, so I would simply go to docs.microsoft.com/learn, and then I will go to this certification overview. All I need to do is to whether type any keyword that I have. So here, if I identify a certification, let's just move into that. For example, this Azure admin certification. So here Microsoft will tell us like what exactly Microsoft is going to assess to get me certified. So there are some areas where you will identify like which specific area you need to work on. So you might already have an experience, but you might need to spend some time here.
Okay.
So what's next? So I have identified that these are the skills that need to be measured. Online free medium or content that Microsoft is providing, and this is what the learning path that Microsoft Learn is providing me. So you might see that that was one point where I was at 100%, but it's saying that some content has been added into that. So this is really a good thing that actually shows you that some content has been added. Because what happens after you, if you if you don't actually
So Majid, I think
actually,
so.
yeah, please.
Yeah, Majid, I think
So
we need to stop there. So intent was just to give a very, very quick walkthrough on the Microsoft Learn. Again, as we said, feel free to reach us if you got any question. But if you will see on the screen, the learning path will give you the content. You can click on it. It will give you the details. There will be some text, there will be some videos, there will be some questionnaire quizzes. So you will continue to add, start learning and adding into the your knowledge base. All right, we'll stop it there. Apologies, moderators. We took longer. So I think we are open for the any quick question if there is any. Otherwise, we'll finish the session. Yes, Amna, do we have any question?
I think we can post the session. We can, I think, respond to those questions because we are running short of time.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So we'll
Thank you
stop
for
it
that.
there. Thank you everyone for joining the session. Hope you find it useful. Feel free to get in touch should you have any further questions on the query. Thanks once
It
again.
was really nice to have you both
Thank
here
you
with us.
all.
Thank you so
Likewise.
much. Thank you for the information.
Here. Thank you all. All right. Thank you. Just give me a second. Let me add the whole team here.
Okay, so we're limited, Faisal, for 10 people to go on the screen. So I think once we'll say our part, then we can go back to the backstage area.
Sounds good. Thank you. So I just wanted to say a big thanks to Mr. Muhammad Alam and all the support we have got from Microsoft to reach to this stage for Pakistan user group. So it has a blast where we have successfully delivered the Urdu Hindi bootcamp today. So thank you so much for all the support you have provided to us.
Thank you so much for all our great speakers. And I would like to thank on behalf of Pakistan User Group and our partner communities that every speaker who has participated from Microsoft or from the partner side or from the client side, thank you so much. We owe you big time, and thanks for your contribution towards the community.
Okay, I would like to thank you all the partners, especially Mazik Global, Group, Barhead Solution, and in the last, Microsoft for helping us in organizing such a successful event. Thank you very much from Pakistan User Group.
Mushtadab, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the D365 fellow communities, especially Dynamics Con and D365 India user group, and similarly Power community for supporting us in organizing this event.
Okay. Thank you for all the audience who have participated in the event, have joined us, giving up their weekends to learn about the technologies. That shows your commitment and how serious you are to learn and improve your skill. We will continue to bring more sessions, more events to you. So we look forward to having you again. Thank you.
Thank you to partners from Pakistan and India. Thank you to Mazik Global, PwC Ferguson, O Consulting, Dynamic Solution, Verypart, and TCS.
I'll go next. So that's a wrap, guys, from Pakistan User Group. We are glad that we hosted so many experts from across the globe who came here and shared their knowledge with us. We have learned a lot from this session, and we hope you have also learned a lot. We want to thank you, all the speakers, all the attendees, and the sponsors. With lots of love from the Pakistan User Group and the India User Group. I don't know that, now it looks like a heart. Dhanyavad, Shukriya, and thank you. We will be back next year again.
I would go next, I guess.
I would like to thank you all, the students.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry, continue. I would
I
like to
continue?
thank all the students and universities for participating. Thank you so much.
Yeah, same. Thanks from my side for all the sponsors. This organizing team is amazing. So it's really a learning forum that was there for last 3 days. So kudos to all.
Can I take the turn
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, please.
We are thankful to our partners from Pakistan who have made remarkable contributions in the success of event. Thank you Mason Consulting, Systems Limited, Folio 3, Confis Limited, and TMR Consulting.
Thank you so much, everyone. First of all, I will start from organizing committee and all volunteers who were involved. That was really a huge effort. Thank you so much, and thanks to our sponsors as well. Everyone from the community. That was a great event and great support. Thank you.
All right. So that's a wrap up. And we just want to say goodbye for now. But we will see you soon again in person in the next upcoming big event in Pakistan. So see you there. Take care and bye bye.